I don't know where I've been so blue. I don't know why come over you. You have found someone new. Don't it make my brown eyes blue? I'll be fine when you're gone. I'll just cry all night long. Say that it is not true. No, and make my brown eyes blue. Tell me no secrets, tell me some lies. Well, give me no reason, give me alibi. Tell me you love me, but don't let me cry. Say anything, but don't say goodbye. I did not mean to treat you bad. I didn't know just what I had. Oh, but Steve, now I do. Don't make my brown eyes blue. So tell me no secrets, so tell me some lies. Boy, give me no reasons, give me alibis. Well, tell me you love me, but don't let me cry. Say anything, but don't say goodbye. I still didn't mean to treat you bad. I didn't know just what I had. Oh, but Steve, now I do. And don't it make my brown eyes, don't it make my brown eyes, don't it make my brown eyes blue? Well, don't it make my brown eyes, don't it make my brown eyes, don't it make my brown eyes blue? When you walk through a storm, hold your head up high and don't be afraid of the dark. At the end of the storm, there's a golden sky and the sweet silver song of the lark. walk on through the wind, walk on through the rain, though your dreams be tossed and blown. Walk on with hope in your heart, and you'll never walk alone. You'll never walk alone. Walk on to the wind, walk on to the rain, though your dreams be tossed and blown. Walk on with hope in your heart, and you'll never walk alone. You'll never walk alone. That's another double whammy. Jeez. Yeah, I like singing the first one better. Second song, very short and compact, but of course famous in its own right. I'm sure if you don't recognize the title or you don't know what to associate it with, you've definitely heard of it. And of course it's the Liverpool FC anthem, but originally it was featured in I think it was The Boy Prince or something like that, one of those old movies, those sort of musicals starring someone like Mario Lanza, something like that. But yeah, You'll Never Walk Alone. And of course, a great sentiment. But let me go from back to the front. First of all, say greetings to everyone whoever you be, wherever you are. How you doing? Thank you for tuning in. I hope that came across okay. I enjoyed sort of singing the first one a little bit better than the second one, but yeah, these days, or for the longest of times now, I kind of got out of the habit as well, in a sense, recently, but for the most part, I would be working on my own songs, and it seemed sort of unnatural now to be singing these songs, in one sense anyway, you know, because I've sort of been out of the habit for so long. And yeah, so I hope the great thing about songs is they tickle your memory, you know, they bring you back to, you mightn't have heard, whoever may be listening, you mightn't have heard that song in years and years, and even though I might have made an arse of it, a dog's arse of it, you know, I held to the tune fairly well. So the most important thing is that it would have stirred some memories in you, and then you associate that vibration, a particular arrangement of vibrational frequencies with a previous, hopefully happy memory. God knows there are a few on the ground. So yeah, just let me go through it quickly. With new eyes again, everything that I'm going through with new eyes. When you walk through a storm, Jerry and the Pacemakers is the band. I think it was the 60s, something like that. So when you walk through a storm, hold your head up high and don't be afraid of the dark. At the end of the storm is a golden sky and a sweet silver song of a lark. Walk on through the wind, walk on through the rain, though your dreams be tossed and blown. Walk on with hope in your heart, and you'll never walk alone. You'll never walk alone. So, hope for what? That's a good question as well. You know, we can't be instructed in anything. Here's the important point actually. When I read those words, there's a few effects going on here. First of all, a certain portion of my concentration was going on. I was just coordinating, you know, everything, my eyes with my mouth, with the cadence, with whatever, you know. So I'm not focused fully on the words. So that's why when you read everything maybe 3 times, they say that in my voice, Steve, you know, you read everything 3 times. First time you read it, you get in the grasp, and the second time you read it, you know, it's you master the words themselves. You can put more time aside for getting some kind of grasp on what's been said here, and then the third time, you know, you'd be able to sort of develop that thought further, or those thoughts further, and hone in on what is trying to be expressed. Each word conjures up I'm going to say a sort of vague image, I guess. And you have certain trigger words, I'll call them. Hope, for instance. What do we feel about hope? Of course, we've all been in hopeless situations. Do you feel you're in a hopeless situation now? Don't be afraid if you feel that. You can be sure that feeling, with that feeling, you're not alone in one sense. But we have all manner of feelings, you know. But can you take hope from the seeming hopelessness? That's always the question. And there's no better person to answer it, no better being to answer it than you yourself. Only you are in possession of everything that pertains to you in your life. So whatever these words may mean, I've often cried to songs as well. I'll say that openly. I've often cried to songs, and I've written songs that make me cry as well. Because again, this is what it does. This is what a meaningful song does. It brings us back. It fishes out those memories. So we're associating real emotions, real feelings, reality with each word we hear. And that's why it has been so easy for them to manipulate us. It's the first thing we're told, isn't it, to speak almost. You know, well, the first thing you're told is your name. Well, I was going to say the first thing you're told is your name, but no, the first thing you're told is the dodo. The very first thing. Come on. And listen, I'll go to the chat in a minute, but one thing I would like, if you don't mind, again, the usual applies. We understand the situation now, standardization. So I can't say that, Tim, you're not welcome here. I know the story. The likes, I'm just into likes. I know the story, man. You know, it's not important. When someone knows what the story is, then you're not going to achieve much. But if you do come, or any of the rest, and I'm sure there might be a few in the chat now. If you're respectful, that's all you're asked. If you're respectful, you can stay, man. But the minute you cross that line, we know what you are. We know you're acting a part. You're a faceless, nameless string of letters. Is basically in the corner. Why should we get upset about it? Especially when, you know, maybe the first or second time we'll think, maybe it's me. Why is this person reacting to me like this? But when you look and observe and see that this person, oh, hang on, it's not me. I'm just like, you know, whatever, number 539 in the queue. So number 540 would be along, and, you know, so once you realize that, but also once you realize that potentially there's a different game going on, by rights, shouldn't be here being entertained at all, you know. But again, if you keep it respectful, because I think there's a greater game going on, and there's a lot to be learned as well from adversary, if you will. Maybe that's the reason why you're playing that role, I'm going to say Chris Truthseeker. Cheers, man. You know, and I certainly have a pint with you, Chris. No problem. The one thing I will not be stopped from doing is being myself. So if I ask tough questions, according to some, so be it. What is this like? What is this? I talked about flat earth club rules before. Fuck the club rules. There are no club rules, and especially seeing Jern and Bob from Glowbusters and IPS and Morguy last night. So 4 big names. I was saying it to Jamie Brown today. Think about it. Think about this. But first of all, let's say cheers. And you might notice, okay, let me talk about, yeah, I'll get back to the song in a second. You might notice in the first song, Don't It Make My Brown Eyes Blue, which goes towards the title here. I slipped in Stephen, but that's just my boy. So sort of personalized it in a small sense. Great song, Crystal Gale. But let me say, oh well to everyone, and thank you for coming along. Sure, we'll talk about a few interesting things tonight. Things are definitely hotting up. So whatever Slánta to say here, Slánta, equivalent to cheers, or it actually translates to health, so good health, which is a bit ironic, contradictory really, when you're consuming something that's pretty bad for your health in a sense. The small doses here and there still make the difference, but I think what I certainly do now is any drink I'm having, any food I'm having, I'd say I'm grateful, you know, and it's the water as well. It's the water within everything. The water is the thing that reacts. So what is water? You know, that's why water is made, is such a big deal, you know, because it is everything. And I can connect that to everything now at this stage, but most certainly what's going on inside as well. When you introduce contaminated water, then your system becomes poisoned. This is where drunkenness comes in. Our system becomes so poisoned, we lose coherency. So it is a poison. But like everything else, if you can control it, if you can imbue it, like let's say, for instance, I opened a can. First thought that came into my mind, right? If that water was living inside there, and was treated in all this manner of methods. Actually, that's another interesting one. A guy said to me, I'm not going to say relatively recently, but whenever, it doesn't matter. But he said to me, the worst smell, we were talking about smells. He said, a friend of his was telling him, he went to a brewery one day, right? A Guinness drinker or something like that. And, you know, Guinness famous all over the world. I think they pay 9 pennies a year, and they have a lease for 800 years in the massive site they have in Dublin. Disgusting, disgraceful, you know, absolutely disgraceful. There's so much that's disgraceful that is going on. But yeah, I'm going to tend to lose track of my thoughts momentarily anyway, quite a few times I should imagine. Oh yeah, so Guinness. So his friend was telling him, and they were traveling around the brewery, taking a brewery tour of a brewery. And yeah, there's a Guinness barrel there. They're just emptying it. Go over and have a sniff. You put one on, and have a nice, refreshing. That reminds me of another story. I'll tell it directly afterwards. Reminds you know, and a very nice, refreshing sort of kick to it. You know, just what I expect from a nice, cool pint of Guinness after a hard day's work or whatever. You know. And Yoram went over and stuck his nose over the barrel, and he was telling that to his friend who was telling it to me. He said it was the worst smell you ever smelt in your life. So this is all getting back to what we're doing today. Actually, the water, which is the main ingredient of this, is my second beer. So I'm doing okay so far, Chris. Thank you for your concern. But please, if you're listening, let me know if you notice me going over some sort of a line or something, you know, and then you can sort of kick me back into, sort of shake me, you know, sort of slap me around the chops a few times, just get me to wake up. I'm sort of crossing the line between sobriety, or relative sobriety, and mad drunkenness. You know, I could tell you a few stories about mad drunkenness. I'm sure we all have our own experiences. I must tell you the goldfish story. That's hilarious. well, not so much associated with drunkenness, but sort of as well. But we all have our own stories, and we certainly all can relate to, you know, being witnesses to horror stories regarding alcohol. And of course, that's why they give it to us. But yeah, the point being, when I open the can, you think of all that trapped water, and maybe all this torture it's been through. So if it has some sort of connection to everything, yeah, how happy is it to be let free from that? So I'm thanking it and making it feel welcome. I'm going to be taking care of it now, but in a nice, warm place. So it's enjoying its freedom for the moment, and it will have a sort of a new freedom then, in a new a new reality. Confined, bit sort of violent in a sense as well when you think about the very strong pH that's within all our stomachs. So actually, maybe I should speak a bit quieter here, because it's in for a fucking fiery end. Imagine it's sizzled up in a big vat of acid. You know, that doesn't sound quite good. So I don't want to lie to the whatever essence is here. So I'm glad I covered it up. Oh shit, I had my finger over the wrong hole. It's after hearing that now. But listen, all I can say is, I'm talking to the water here now. So the water, yeah, specifically I'm talking to the water that went to making the beer, you know, which has always been in existence. Yeah, even though it's only a temporary, it is pretty harsh. I'm going to level with you. So you notice I haven't taken a drink yet, so that means I haven't sort of finished the toast, because you gotta explain things to whoever's end is coming up pretty shortly. But you know, so it's going to be a short, sharp shock, but there is light at the end of the tunnel, right? Now I was going to say, you have to go, okay, see, because normally I would engage in urine therapy, which would involve me having a glass of my own urine tomorrow morning. But because I'm having this, you as a beverage, I won't do that tomorrow, because I know you'll be contaminating me, not in your core essence, but just because of the different processes you've been through. But ultimately, I'll pee you out and you'll go back into the system again, and hopefully we'll meet again someday. So I'll say Slánta. Cheers or good health to water here, and to everyone for joining as well. I'm a real man. I drink from a can. I better go into to chat just to make sure that, you know, again, I could be talking to myself and I wouldn't know it, but I'd be used to that. Worse, I could be talking to fucking water, you know, I could be talking to a can of beer. Usually after too many can of beers, that's all you end up talking to, isn't it? One thing, a tip, always was aware of it, and most of the time held to it, especially more recently. When you're out drinking, having a few drinks, you'll notice, I assume it's the same for women, pretty sure it is, but you're grand up to about 3 pints, maybe 4 pints, and then suddenly you're into the toilet pretty regularly. And you know, when you add up how much you've taken in as opposed to what you've urinated out, you usually find that you will be dehydrated. If you can remember when you go home, no matter what your state, if you can just remember to drink bare minimum 1 pint glass of water, I would say. But if you can manage to drink 2 pint glasses of water, hop into bed, then you're still drunk, right? So you go to sleep straight away. You'll wake up fine. You know, that just, no matter what you drink, this is the whole reason for drunkenness. Alcohol is a poison, right? So your body, again, all the time back, alcohol is a poison. This friend's account, I've been to a brewery expecting a certain fragrant smell from a Guinness barrel. It smelled the worst, rotten, dirty smell in your, imagine that. We've all smelled, I don't know, dirty shites of our own. Okay, so that's sort of layer one. I mean, you can think of so many, and that ties into my own story as well. Ammonia has a horrid smell, like a rotten egg smell. You know, that's an intense sort of smell. A dead animal, you know, that has its own unique smell as well. But then a decayed animal that's there for months and months, that sort of thing. So, you know, we can relate. This is the sort of smell that even thinking about can make you retch. So this is, when he talks about the worst smell of his life, you can be sure he came across all of those things. So this is what that water, literally, I am honestly, seriously, when I'm saying this is what that water has been through. So I liberated it, and I'm not going to say blessed it, because that blessed is be less. That's why the church bless. So the church who rape children will bless me in a good sense. No, they won't. No, they won't. The church who will lie to me and steal from me at every level. No, they won't. You know, no, they won't mean any good intentions with their word, be less, bless. So I change that around, you know, or change it around yourself. So it's not blessing the water. You're sort of more liberating the water and appreciating its true, capabilities, its true potential, its true reality, I guess. And everything is water. Everything absolutely is water. This is the miraculous substance that we have no grasp on. I compared it to Terminator 2 with the liquid thing. You know, it was capable of anything. How could you kill the fucker? You know. But we remember the scene where he melts into a big, or whatever happened to him. His face gets shot open or blown to pieces, and it just melds back into a fluid core to begin with, and then formulates its appropriate structure, whatever, however you want to call it. But that is water to a big extent. So if we can appreciate that, and we appreciate ourselves, that our bodies are made up of water, our eyes, excuse me, are made up of water. Apparently, when a raven or a bird, whatever bird come across, come across a dead carcass, first thing they'll go for is the eye. It's the juiciest part. You know, it's the snack or the testicle, the stuff that we would sort of cringe from. You know, we'll go for the ribeye steaks, or well, whatever. That's a bit more even butch. But we go for the fillet steak, the filet mignon. You know, as if you think, what the fuck? The fuck, like, it's they're the pieces with the least, they're most tender, I guess, but I mean, they're the pieces with the least goodness in them. Whereas, yeah, you find, you know, if you're into killing animals and eating them at this stage, well, you should be going for the eye. That's what you should be going for. Can you imagine going to the butchers and saying, can I have fancy a change today, Bob? Oh, lovely, Mary. You're going away from your pork chops and your breasts of chicken. Lovely. What do you fancy? Give me 2 bull's testicles, a sheep's eye, and a goat's bladder. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Oh, well, just sort of another. You should actually try next door. This is the TV store. That was another joke he's slipping. But you know what I mean. The irony of it all is that you would get so much more goodness from these things. And yeah, we've just been conditioned in every sense as well. So, yeah, amazing story about that smell. And it makes sense to me then. So alcohol is a poison. And I'm very much aware of that, Chris. But alcohol is the best drug in the sense that, imagine, you know, one of those scales that go from, I'll turn on the light in a sec. You know, one of the scales that go from left to right. So imagine you're sort of starting off drinking, and you're in the very center is a perfect sort of feeling. We've all experienced it. You've had a few drinks, you just feel grand. You feel absolutely fine, you know, brilliant. You know, you couldn't hope to feel any better than what you're feeling at this particular point in time. You're coherent, you're cogent, you feel good, you feel confident. You know, the little worries that you had when you came into the pub, they disappeared in a sense. Or you look upon them now in a completely different sense, a more confident sense, you know, but you're still in complete and ultimate and utter control. So at that point where it's exactly in the center, so this is the point, after drinking 2 or 3 beers, whatever the equivalent of in whatever other beverage, and for males and females as well. I can only speak from the point of view of being a female. Oh, from being a male, I always let it out there. Fuck it. I have a 10-second delay. Can I make it? Fuck it. Fuck it. You got me. I'm a mo man. I'm not a man. I'm not a woman. I'm a mo man. You looking for mo man? I said it in a black accent. I mean, that would sound different, wouldn't it? You would agree. Like you might say, well, okay, I've heard a lot about black men and all that, especially if you're a woman. You say, I've heard a lot about black men and all that, so I'm looking for a mo man. And then you fucking realize after you're back in the department and everything, oh, you didn't, you say a more man, you said a mo man. Okay, I didn't realize that a mo man was a man woman or a woman man. So yeah, just be careful about that. But yeah, anyway, so when you have that few drinks, this balancing point it's on a fine gimbal, or not a gimbal even. It's not even, it's on a fine balance, a razor's edge, right? And literally it is, right? So you have, let's just say, exactly 5 pints, right? 5 pints of beer is when you're at your peak, when you're at this point, right? So as you're coming up to it, being better and better, and you see now it's only about 10 o'clock, right? So you've been having a few drinks since about 8 o'clock. You're going to be there till about 1 o'clock or whatever. Yeah. So you're coming up to it. So almost at the 5 point. Now you have to really slow down at that point, right? And just take stock, because the difference between landing exactly on that center point and going over, because he wants you 1 ounce less or 1 ounce more. It's like Shylock, isn't it? Merchant of Venice. But it wants you one fucking tiny bit less, or one, it's so narrow, the tolerance is there, then you ruin it. Then you're either looking for more, right? And then you go overboard immediately, or you're just that bit over, so you're just going to fucking continue. Honestly, this is the way it works. So if you can do that and then get it spot on 5 and stop, just stop drinking. Get yourself some water if you must, and just sip it lightly. Just appreciate that. Then you're perfect. This is how it works. So in that sense, it's not a bad drug. But of course, any drug that's so freely and easily available is prone to abuse, especially when you're dealing with a discombobulated humanity. And we are human. We are monsters in a sense. We are monsters. If you saw half of a dog walking up the road, this is where Douglas Adams comes into it as well. And Dirk Gently was put on a case where he had to look for Schrodinger's cat, a cat. You hasn't read Dirk Gently, you need to read it, man. When other people, and now I think differently about that, but when other people were reading fairy tales or fairy stories to their children, I was reading my Steve, Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, and I know that's going to stick with him, and now I look differently upon it, because all of the children's fairy story, well, I do and I don't, because he would have heard different fairy stories as well. That's the point. So he would have seen things from both sides, and I know this would stick to him. And he knows my views on flat Earth. He knows my views on 9/11. Listen, I had to sit down. What else could I do? Let me go into chat first. What I wanted to say there, yeah, you see the way I can just go on and on. Let me go into, actually, let me just go over the Don't Make My Brown Eyes Blue. I titled the Flat Earth Makes My Brown Eyes Blue. I shouldn't have been so forceful in that sentence, because first of all, I don't have brown eyes, but we all can relate to the song as well, So it says, don't know when I've been so blue, don't know what's come over you. You found someone new, don't make my brown eyes blue. I'll be fine when you're gone, I'll just cry all night long. Say that it isn't true, and don't make my brown eyes blue. So it is an interesting part. Tell me no secrets, tell me some lies. Give me no reasons, give me alibis. The truth is hard to take sometimes, isn't it? We've all been put in a box in every single sense, and that includes marriage. I'm not talking about I'm not talking about ideal love. When you meet your soulmate, if you are blessed enough, if you are lucky enough to meet your soulmate, in the sense that it's meaningful. Because remember, we are half. I'm a half. I understand that I'm a half now. My beautiful boy, when he was born, was a whole. He was one. It didn't matter if he was a boy or a girl. It really didn't matter. He was just whole, And there's one thing I do miss is my daughter. I miss my daughter dearly, and I don't have one. I only have one child. but I would have liked to have 4 or 5 children, ideally. But yeah, that's not the way it turned out. But yeah, look at just how it's turned out. It's a new world of wonder. That's one of mine. And I definitely hit. That's one song. It's good. That's one song. Hang on. That's just the start of it as well. Yeah, it gets involved, but it's a whole new world of wonders. That's what we're in. So it just goes, welcome to a whole new world of wonder. Together, all torn asunder. And it goes on from there, but just reminded me there. I'm definitely going to work on that song, get the lyrics sorted out, because I have the music and everything else as a whole. And as you know, I open up whatever you might call these little chats. I don't speak to anyone really in general. So that's, and again, I'm not speaking. Who am I speaking to now? So this is just a sort of a continuation, but it is a whole new world of wonders. Tell me no secrets, tell me some lies, give me no reasons, give me alibis. That's sometimes what we want to hear, isn't it? I've often given the poser to people. I mean, which route would you take? You know, you have the seemingly perfect marriage. I mean, you can reverse this from a woman's point of view. Seemingly perfect relationship. You met your soulmate, and you live this life, and it's wonderful, and then you die, right? But you didn't realize that your partner was carrying on a double life. So he or she was cheating consistently on you. So you were going through a sort of a false reality, but you were unaware of it. And, you know, then you died, whatever. You died unaware. Or else the second path is you're aware, or sorry, you believe you're in perfect bliss. You met your soulmate, and you find out that she is cheating, and you separate, and then you take your life path from there, however it may go. Which route do you take? It's a tough one, isn't it? It's a tough one. It's sort of like blissful ignorance versus the harsh, cold truth and the unknown. This is the path, isn't it? For me, there's only one route there, and I should think for a lot of people, a lot of flat earthers especially, that'll be the same route. That's yeah. Usually ends up in the pub somewhere, at least here in Ireland. But no, you know what I mean. There, you got to know. You got to know the truth. You know. So yeah, this jilted lover. Tell me no secrets. Tell me some lies. I don't mind if you lie to me. You know, just tell me you love me and don't let me cry. Say anything, but don't say goodbye. You know. So again, I didn't mean to treat you bad. I didn't know just what I had, but honey, now I do. And this was sang by Crystal Gale as well. You have C and G there. These are all people put forward to you. And again, now that I look at these words, I can understand how it fits into the whole pop music scene of 60s / 70s. It was all about manipulation, and it was all about, I've often said it, my mother married Elvis. So when she married my father, she had this picture of her ideal man in her brain. And how can you live up to that? Especially, well, especially when we find out about Elvis, which is, well, I think that's another story in itself. But my father married Marilyn Monroe. You know, it's this sort of thing that's been put at us, and all of these sort of lyrics are aimed towards setting up a sort of a divide, or sort of supporting that wedge. You know what I mean? That's already been implanted by the music, especially of the era. But yeah, just to talk about Marilyn Monroe, Marilyn Monroe. You know, you've been told, if you're not going to fucking listen, that's your own business. I don't care. You can make a laugh of whatever I have to say all you like. If something sounds ridiculous to you, well, you got to ask yourself. Well, just in general, this guy doesn't sound stupid to me, does he? In general, so if he's saying something that sounds stupid, well, maybe there's more to it than that. And of course, there's always more to it than that. I never make any statements like this without there being more to it. So again, yeah. This is part and parcel of that. It's all fabrication. Marilyn Monroe, a male. Elvis, not going to make that ultimate call, but it looks like Elvis, a woman as well, or a trans. What are you going to call him? Androgynous. I don't know. Could all be clones. Honestly, they could all be clones. It could be an androgynous clone. How would you know? There are people out there who talk about clones. Me myself, I know that all this technology exists. It's easier. Specifically to clone, and I just look at the clock, it's 9:42. Told you, Jamie, it's 42s everywhere. When I saw that, just on the topic, Einstein was married to a man. I'm going to bring that up because it's so brilliant, it's so blatant as well. But I mean, it's hilarious, you know. So I understand that he's an actor on the stage as well. And the reason I brought up pictures was to show you that Einstein, the younger Einstein, was not the same as the older Einstein. So they had actors in place. It's just a presentation for you. It's a living TV show, if you will, just brought to reality. You forgot to suspend disbelief, though. Or no, you suspended. No, hang on. Yeah, you suspended disbelief when you should have been unsuspending belief. No, that's not. Is that right? Yeah, you know what I mean by that anyway. Now we're back to life, back to reality. So we should have been able to see to these people and ask the pertinent questions. So now when we look back, all the clues are there. But yeah, I'm going to show a picture of that. But anyway, yeah, just back to Crystal Gale. Crystal Gale, 3 7s. C is 3. Gale is G is 7. 3 7s is 777, which is G, capital G, capital G, capital G. That's a 666. G also, it's a 6 because G was the 7th letter, but it was it was a late addition to the alphabet. They made sure and to tell us that. So that's another clue as opposed to something we've sort of found out against the will of the deceivers. So that's a 666, which is an FFF, French Football Federation, and yeah. Again, yeah, all part and parcel of the same manipulative, brainwashing machine. It really is. It's 1984 on steroids, but I think there is a happy ending. This is what we have to bear in mind. That's what I was talking about, hopeless, in the other song. With hope, walk on, with hope in your heart. I mean, it's very easy to be hopeless, isn't it, in a real sense as well. And when you do get to this level, and I'm saying especially this level, actually, and I'm talking about the level I'm talking about now, the level I'm going to talk tonight about, well, it is in one sense very easy to be hopeless. It really is. But it's the last thing we should be, you know. We should be absolutely, actually we shouldn't even have hope in our, this is the difficulty with the word, we shouldn't have hope in our vocabulary. It's a certainty, it's a surety. You set your own destiny, you know, but you have to understand who you are, you know, you have to understand what's going on to some degree, and then you understand that maybe you have the potential to set your own destiny, and you don't need hope, you know. Give me hope, Joanna, give me hope. Joanna, give me hope, Joanna, for the morning comes. I'll just say as well, Oh yeah, so just to get the end, I didn't mean to treat you bad. It's subservient sort of point of view. So it's a duality, all about breaking the spirit, right? On the one hand, they want you to feel a women's lib and all this. This is the age of equality. On the other hand, they're bringing out brilliant songs like this. Don't Make My Brown Eyes Blue, Crystal Gale, Beautiful Woman, just in this subservient position, you know. So it sets up a duality. This is what flat earthers are doing. When Antonio tells you that Patricia is a male, maybe very short vagina, very, very short, very narrow vagina, you know, you're going to go, oh, fuck, that's, oh man, that's bad, isn't it? But only if you take it seriously. If you take it part and parcel of a greater act, daytime, nighttime. Jamie, I'm going to play that in a few minutes. And I don't think we'll be getting a copyright strike. And even if I do, it doesn't matter. This is all about being like. But anyway, it says, I didn't mean to treat you bad, didn't know, just what I had. But honey, now I do. And don't make my brown eyes blue, don't make my brown eyes blue, don't make my brown eyes blue. Right. Well, blue as well is another interesting color. But yeah, you can see the sort of bow down and do anything for you, my man. But on the opposite side of the coin, then you've been told to reality. This is all about the days of women's lib. You have your own freedom, your own authority, which of course is true. But yeah, it's all they're not. This is all about division, whereas in ideal terms, it should be about unity. But again, everything is, we're in bizarro world. Everything is 180. That's why I think it's a game. It is a game. There's game rules there. And you are the main player. Who else? How can you say that I'm the main player in your life? You can't. No one else is the main player except you, but I can't relate to you. Neither can you relate to me in that immediate sense. So does that make our brown eyes blue? Well, I don't know about that. I have, actually I don't have brown eyes anyway. I have, I guess you call them bluey-green eyes. Not quite blue. And they're not quite green, so it's sort of a mix in between. I have an interesting date of birth as well, but I'll get back to that a bit later. By the time I went into chat and turn on some lights as well, what do you reckon? So a mix in between. I have an interesting date of birth as well. Yeah, I'm coming through okay. I look a bit shitty. I think the camera quality isn't good. I look like yeah, a bit threatening, isn't it, in a sense? But it's all an illusion. Okay, how you doing? So let me go through the chat. I'll go roll a cigarette then, and I'll hit the window for a smoke. So how you doing, Hillbilly? How you doing, man? Yeah, I don't think I've seen you here before. If that's the real Hillbilly, if it is, how you doing? I know you've been away for a while, and you've come back with a few different channels, and you're coming at things in the same old inimitable way that you do. I'm afraid, Scott, I've had to call you out as an actor if I'm going to be afraid to do that. But I have to say this to you, that you're here because I have said it before. It's no judgment against the man or woman, whatever, in general. And I don't mean that in any sly sense, but I have done that, and I have done that based on a few different points. So again, there's no need to take it personally. If I'm wrong, I'll be the first to apologize. But where I stand now is where I stand now. So, but I'll say welcome, of course. And that guitar, my guitar is, look, I have had loads of guitars, some brilliant guitars. And remember, I'm just singing here into a laptop, the cheapest of laptops, but it's a brilliant one. It's an Asus laptop. And so again, if there was different sounds going on, if I had a better guitar, you know, a different sound would come across. So it's completely unproduced. But this is a 20, would you believe I got that for 20 quid? And all I got that for was a friend, Tony, who I thought would be, he was an alcoholic, man. And do you know what alcoholics need? I said this as well. Do you know what alcoholics, your problem stops in a minute. Any alcoholic, DMT. I've always said it. I'm not an alcoholic. I don't abuse. I wouldn't say I abuse anything in that sense. I overdo it sometimes, but you know, it's a fierce affliction to have a dependency on alcohol, and you can understand it. We can understand it. One or two men. If a man woke up with a pint of beer at his bed, specifically talking about men, but just when you woke up, right, you picked it up, whether it's a can or a pint or whatever, and you just knocked the fucker back. You just swamped it back. You would go about the rest of your day, at least the rest of your morning anyway, in a different way than had you not had that beer. In a lot of senses, I should think that is true. You know, this is all the artificial circumstances and environment we're being put into, and I suppose we're reacting in our own way. But anyway, yeah, the guitar is. I bought that for Tony. That's why I talked about DMT. Yeah, he has a hit of DMT. His alcoholic problems are gone. So now, the idea being that it opens up a whole new reality for you. So anything that came before sort of pales in comparison to this new reality that's woken up for you. The only problem here in Ireland, you can't get fuck all. I tried to make my own DMT, which is just Mimosa hostilis root bark, right? And just a few basic ingredients. You have to give it a base, and it was the first time I tried it. And let me just think basically. Sodium hydroxide, right? You just smash up the root bark. It's just bark from a tree. It's orange. It's used in dye, right? So you're just trying to extract the active ingredient. So yeah, you put it into, let me think, chop it up. You put it into sodium hydroxide, and then you get some Lyle, and you sort of give it an acid-base bath, and you separate the components, and then you dry it out, and you're supposed to end up with crystals, you know. And indeed, there was a few crystals. I don't give a fuck. I mean, this has nothing to do with anyone else. This is me. No one has authority over me. No one will tell me what to do or what not to do. It's my own being, you know. So someone says, "Oh, you shouldn't be talking about that because it's illegal." Well, fuck, who said fucking illegal? It being illegal or illegal is illegal in itself and unlawful because it's all a scam and a con, you know. And we've seen to that. Illegal name fraud has been exposed. It's all done and dusted, you know. You know about this, Scott, of course. You know, that's a simple fact of matters. So there's nothing we really have to fear for, and sure they could come for us, and sure they could take everything away by force or whatever, take us away by force. But you know, we can deal with that. We know we have God or the Creator on our side. We know that. We know that at this stage. This is where flat Earth changes everything as well. So everything sort of can be viewed in a different light. But yeah, knowing that could have sorted Tony out, could have gone down to the, imagine, like, that's what I'm saying. He could have gone down to the chemist and said, "Can I have a blast and a push or whatever, a few pills of DMT there," or you have to sort of burn it or vaporize it and take it really deeply in. But I tried it anyway, but it was only sort of half. I said, usual. I didn't get the, I sort of maybe added too much of one thing, just like when you're making a cake for the first time, you're not getting everything exactly right, the processes. You're following the sort of ingredients and the instructions, but yeah, it just takes a little bit of finessing. So I definitely should have went down and done it, tried to do it a few more times, but I only stopped at the once for whatever reasons. But sorry, because sort of half got what was going. But to think that the likes of Tony could go down to the local pharmacy and get a blast of this and sort out his alcohol problems, because it's all about, you know, dealing with your past in a big way and escaping from this mad insanity that we call reality. And it's nothing but the complete opposite. It's unreality. So yeah, I bought the guitar for him just as a very basic beginner's guitar, and if you liked it, then you can move on yourself, that sort of thing. He didn't sort of take to it at all, even though he would have been a great, if you know Brendan Behan, have you ever heard of Brendan Behan? He was, not that he was that type of character, because Tony was lanky and tall and lanky, but he got that Dublin type of accent, you know, what you doing? A real Dubliner, but some deep thoughts. Tony had some deep thoughts. And of course he had a lot to think deeply about in his own life, you know. But yeah, I was disappointed that he didn't take to music, because I mean, this is where music would help. cope with the harsh realities of life. And this is again why alcohol is made freely and cheaply available to us, to drive us or to tempt us into taking that path of sort of alleviation. So yeah, yeah, so no offense, Hillbilly. I've already called Antonio out as an actor, and you know, so many other people as well. No offense. Well, I knew Sandy Hook was a fake for within the first 20 minutes. A few weeks looking into it, it just, you know, copper fastens itself. It's high farce. So you don't need to be spending 3 or 4, whatever, how much work you did on it. There's something else going on there, and that's what I've realized. As you notice, I don't frequent any different places. I don't feel bad about saying any of these things, but I felt tonight, because I've never seen you here before, that I would say that to your face. And if you want to come on and confront me with that, I don't mind. Honestly, I would say what I have to say, knowing that I'm responsible for everything I say and think and do. So moving on, Multi-Tom, how you doing? With strings, I hope that it maybe didn't. Mark Taylor, let's go to, oh no, well actually it was just Multi-Tom, how you doing, man? Good to see you here. I hope you're well. With strings, you say, with the guitar, I don't know how that came across. If the guitar didn't come across too well, I tried to tune it as best I can. It's only a half-size Spanish nylon guitar. Problem is, it's a cheap number, and when it's harder to hone. Sometimes it can be beautifully tuned, but it's when you have a half-size guitar, it's definitely more difficult to hone in. So if you're at like 4-3-5 instead of 4-3-2, it's very difficult to get it exactly right. And when it's out then on that cheaper type guitar, it would really be out. So I hope it came across okay anyway. Yeah, so yeah, welcome, man. Cigar Face, how you doing? You know the story, man. Yeah, keep it civil and you'll be grand. Otherwise, I hope you're well. Mark Taylor, yeah, he murders more songs than a serial killer. Why do serial killers murder songs, Mark? Maybe Charles Manson, who was known for his serial killing and his songwriting. So maybe that's who you had in mind there. But that's fair enough. Who am I supposed to be singing for, you know? I sing for myself as well a lot. But of course, I know your comments and your type of comments. But that sort of comment, that would just go over me. I wouldn't delete that, or I wouldn't restrict that type of comment in any way at all. You're perfectly entitled to that. It's only when you get personal, not necessarily even about me, Mark, but about other people who come here. So that's all. Otherwise, you're fine, man. But we know what you are, so bear that in mind. Gravity Sucks. How you doing, man? Good to see you here. And I send you, I think I sent you a message, just a brief message today, but it occurred to me afterwards in that link you sent me. Alice, at the very start of it, it said, what is it, preservation or conservation? A question mark. Alice and Robert. Was it? Hang on, let me bring that up. Does it say, and did it say, where do I have that saved now? But yeah, I'll tell you the interesting thing that occurred to me. Fuck it, I don't know where I saved that. Bear with me a second. Again, men can't. That shows you I'm a man. Men can't think and or sort of talk and think at the same time. Preservation or conservation. Alice and Robert, I think, was what it was anyway at the start. Then you have a big string of numbers. Well, I mentioned that it was funny that Alice came about when I've been talking about Alice, or all of us in Wonderland, but it's only after that it occurred to me, Robert. What's Robert about? Rob Earth. Alice in Wonderland, intimately associated with the dodo. Everything in Alice in Wonderland for me points to the dodo. And of course, robbed of earth, yeah, the inundation, which is why the dodo was disc covered. So I think you like that. Again, all these little threads, don't prove anything in itself, but just other indications. But that's people wouldn't understand what I'm talking about there. So let me bring up the link actually. I'll bring up the link and it'll make a little more sense. But there was a few pieces of music at the end as well. It seemed pretty complicated. I think as time goes by, these puzzles, if you don't solve them, that's fine. You move on to the next one, which becomes slightly easier. But yeah, that's something that occurred to me immediately. Rob Earth. I can relate to Alice. Yeah. No, I'm just looking. Sorry, I'm looking for the link here. Put on the line a second. Shit. Sorry, I know where that is, man. Or do I? I don't. Shit. Oh, I do. Here, look, right there it was in my face. Right. Let me share my screen. So here's this puzzle that came up. Here's the link here. www.1711141131131.xyz. I don't think there'll be any problem playing this gravity, but yeah, the interesting part here it is: conservation or preservation. Interesting questions and asked Alice and Bob. Well, Bob is Robert, right? So that's what I was thinking. Yeah, Alice, all of us, and Rob Earth. Again, just my mind working. The dodo. What was the cause behind this inundation? What was the cause behind the collapse of these giant trees, giant support systems? The conservation or preservation immediately sprung to my mind. Then you're met with a whole sequence of letters here. 88 now is the new pertinent key to me. HH, the hidden hand. So I've seen a few 88s, but like, where are you going? It goes all the way across the screen. Then you have this symbol. This symbol is the masculine symbol, and this is the feminine symbol, but without this sign here. That looks like it might fit here. But then you have if ISP equals pyramid meter decimal, if population over usage, M start, M end, then the square kilometers of the big blue slash prior X equals to what? You move the decimal and leave the integer. And then you're given this. This is zodiac. Actually, that's fucking. Hang on, let me turn off that music. And then there's three things at the end here, look. Right? So they're playing away. And yeah, they're what the second piece is a piece of music. Beautiful music, but I don't know what it's about. But yeah, actually, this reminds me of when I was on Jamie's today, looking up the ceiling of the Dam and Her building, underground building, secret underground building. This reminds me of it, but obviously what springs to mind immediately is the 12 signs of the zodiac. Yeah. But there's always more. There's always more to things than that. Again, I equate the stars with the trident. So you have the stars, the moon, and the planets, all stemming from the sun, which is the handle. But it's interesting, yeah, very interesting. How much time do you want to spend in this? I think all of these things ultimately turn out to be so much more simple than what we would give credit for. But yeah, that's what I just wanted to mention there. Conservation or preservation. Yeah, perfect question for for me anyway, why did this collapse happen? Why did this destruction happen? And then when it said asked Alice and Bob, and I said, Bob, what's the significance in Bob? And then it said Robert, rob Earth, Alice. All of us have been robbed of our Earth, inundated. This is what the dodo brought the dodo to life. And then is this the same? Was it for the purposes of conservation or preservation? I think it might have been down to mankind. That's where my thoughts are leaning these days. So it wasn't it mightn't have been an outside force, but it was betrayal from within, or strife from within. So let me, yeah, just wanted to mention that. Gravity sucks, and yeah, say that's just the thought. You know, it's all connected. She's gone very dark. It's all connecting in that sense. Let me turn on. Let me. What did I do? Hang on. Oh yeah, I was in chat, wasn't I? So yeah, that's how I was. I was saying hello to you, man. And it's gone pitch black now, so I can see that. But let me just roll up a cigarette, have a smoke then in a second, and then I'll turn on the light. Yeah, so how you doing, Mark? Behave, man, I guess. And don't worry, it's good to sing anyway. You know, all of us should be singing. Definitely should be singing. This is why you have all these monks humming and vibrating in these wondrous manners. I think it would be a fabulous exercise for all of us just to go around communicating in sound form for a day. You know, so you how are you this morning, my love? Something like that. You know, I'd say you could soon see it catching on. You know, it's again, it's all about, everything is about vibration. Light is about vibration. Our hearts are about vibration, and what sort of frequency we can imbue our hearts to vibrate at. I think this is what it's all about, and this is where music comes into it as well. Moving on, the Highwayman, how you doing? Seen you around before. You have a Stella Artois avatar. I'm drinking Stella Artois. Nice. So just to let Chris know, I've just finished my second can, Chris. I'm feeling fine. I see that meter, right? So again, if right in the middle is perfect, I'm probably about halfway, 45 degrees, you know, so I'm doing good. So perfectly sensible and sober and aware and alert and responsible for what I'm saying and what I'm doing. I don't feel like getting sort of violently sick in the corner at any minute, or just being generally violent towards anyone who might come into my company at this point. So yeah, how you doing, Highwayman? You ask, were you ever an actor on Father Ted? No, I was not. No, I wasn't. I showed pictures the last time of, that was a hilarious picture of my beautiful boy as he stuck his head out the window, out the sunroof of my car. And we drove along the deserted burn, and again, it was just a sign that the reason I was showing it was because it was a sign just of the natural highs that we can really get, you know. But yeah, it was just, no, lived in Clare at the time, and Father Ted's house, or the place where it was, obviously wasn't picture filmed inside in it, but they used for the outside, was just there. It was on the drive, and that's when I was saying that's where the Mars footage. They said it was filmed in Ireland. I knew exactly in Ireland where it was filmed because I've been there. So that's what I was mentioning in that hangout. So no, I've never been an actor on Father Ted, but Father Ted, anyone who hasn't seen it, it's great. Some of it's great anyway. Most of it is. And yeah, I see it as an integral part of the collapse of the church as well. So that's another interesting. See, we're in the most liberated of times now in Ireland, apparently. But the church just, again, they're all leagues ahead of us. Every pathway is catered for. You know, every contingency is dealt with, and that's just a normal in terms. When we're in sort of paranormal or supernormal terms, well, this path that we're on has been predestined for us. It's all about us awakening. This is they can only ever persuade, they can tempt you. You know, all of this illusionary tactics they can use, when you start shaking yourself and asking the basic questions, you find out that there's a completely different hierarchy there. And you are indeed the real power. So what you choose to do about that, or what I choose to do about that, I guess is ultimately down to myself, you know. So say Oval again, and thank you. 3. It's can number 3. We've all heard the expression 3 is the magic number. I don't think I've heard anyone else say it. Tree, TRE, is the magic lumber. And I really think it is. I really think everything goes back to the giant trees. And I think this is bearing out more and more, you know. So no, let me get back to that, and I'll go for a cigarette then. I was never an actor, never actor on Fall or Ted or anything like that. I would have liked to maybe possibly ventured into that at an earlier age, but no, I wasn't. Wambra, how you doing? Nice to see you again. You're only someone else I know via chat, so I have no face or personality to put to the name, but I'll say welcome, of course. And yeah, JJ, same again. How you doing? Good to see you. Thanks for turning up again. Don't know you. Can't. It's just a name. You know what I mean. What else can I do? I can't relate in any different terms. So, wish all my fellow man the best. I love all my fellow man. You know, we're all in the same boat in a big sense. And look, the boat came close to sinking. But this was all part of the plan, I think. We've risen above it, and now we're floating on air in a sense. So, yeah, I think it's a good position to take. PC, how you doing, man? Or woman, I don't know. Again, Nelson Mandela, Pete, you say, well, that's a different story in itself. Jesus, I could talk for ages, honestly. Especially I was in the mood for talking because, I mean, there's so much to talk about. Nelson Mandela and that whole fakery bullshit. I mean, we've been said and led at every step of the way, but again, the hidden hand, I bet you if you type in Nelson Mandela and the hidden hand, you'll find it. That's a sign to everyone else that, look, we're all part and parcel of the same bigger project. It's all about the hidden hand, 88. So that leads to many different questions as well. So yeah, Nelson Mandela and the Mandela effect. Well, I think it's good in a sense. The Mandela effect, whatever you think about it, because our reality is so unreal. This is a way of I view it of waking people up to this unreality. So if you get people to question things, well, what is real, what isn't real? If you just imagine it on a bigger sense, you know, there's none of us here who are fools. Ultimately, we all have amazing capabilities. So it's all about the individual waking up, you know. And yeah, we have to be made, again, I talk about the illusion being shattered. This is what we're going through at the minute. All illusions are being shattered. And I guess we're going home. So I look upon it, going home. And we're remembering. Remember. We've been put together again. So, you know, we're all ultimately valuable. So there's no one ahead of anyone else in a big sense. I really leave no one behind in that other sense. So yeah, Nelson Mandela effect. That illusion has to be shattered. And when you're brought to question, you say, "Hang on, was it? I thought it was a magic mirror. I thought it was mirror on the wall," which it was. But they also changed it as well to magic mirror to confuse you or confound you because they're aware of the outcome. You see, they're aware of what they're all leading towards. The hidden hand is. So they're putting this out. They're creating this confusion, I think, ultimately for a better purpose, because if we're living in a fantasy, that, again, illusion has to be shattered. And one thing for sure, the illusion is being shattered no end. I just want to say, Martin, I just went over briefly to Dell's chat. Martin was saying that, just listening in to you and Jamie talking, Pete, and you never believe it, I just made a post at exactly the same time. and all, pretty much to describe what you were just talking about, word for word. And I'm going, all right, Martin. If that's the case, I'll have to wait and see what exactly he was referencing. But I view Martin as the lead key. Martin lead key. I view Martin as the lead key, and if I put out some information, he picks up on it. I think that's purposeful. I think how it works is, as more truth comes to light, then more truth is released, more clues are released. You know, this is how I think it works. It's like a sort of, it's like a sort of an arcade game. You know, a level up. Once you get to the next level, you know, different rules apply, or the game sort of comes to meet you. You know, so yeah. Let me just. So yeah, that's the Mandela effect. Of course, you could talk for ages about that, but yeah, welcome PC. Rafe Harstad, Rafe R-A-F-E Harstad. How you doing? Big love heart from you. Everyone deserves a beer now and then. I missed you playing guitar today. I love Guinness. It's refreshing. Okay, cool, man. Never encountered you before, but that's a pretty nice thing to say. So I definitely appreciate that. And yeah, well, you sound like you might be in a certain foreign nation, foreign to me, that is. But yeah, there's no Guinness like a pint. If you do like Guinness in your foreign setting, I suppose you love an Irish pint of Guinness. Pretty. I mean, it is the backbone of the Irish drink industry, of course. So all it is just a little bit more time taken, though, as well. You know, you have to let the particular brew settle and not rush it too quickly, or else you get a sort of a sloppy mix, which will be under par, if you will. But again, as I pointed out earlier on, the worst smell your man ever smelled. I mean, fuck's sake, that has to be pretty bad. You know what I mean? The worst smell he described it as. You know, if I smell dead animal, because you can smell a dead animal. If you smell a dead animal once, a rotting, decaying, dead animal, you know that smell when you're coming across it. You know, suddenly you walk into a particular area of the woods on your walk, and you get the smell, and you, oh, fuck it. It takes you a second or two, and then you, oh, fuck it. There's a decaying carcass there or something. It's pretty bad, like, you know. Stink bombs. You used to buy stink bombs occasionally when we were children and walk along in the bank, you know, just go in, throw a stink bomb on the ground, or just subtly, just sort of put it on the ground, pretend you're looking for somebody, and just on the way out, then just stamp on it, you know, and then just walk out. No one know any different. No one would have a clue. But next minute, you know, you'd be standing outside the bank with your friends, just casually, you know, no association with anything what's going on. Give it a couple of minutes. Suddenly, you have all these people walking out with their hands on their nose. It's pretty nasty sort of smell. I want to say about ammonia as well. Yeah, earlier on, when I was in school, it was always sort of that diluted ammonia, but it was pretty pungent as well. So what you're supposed to do is put your nose over it, and sort of waft your hand as you have to take the top off the sort of brown jar. And yeah, even when you do that, it's still pretty pungent. Well, when I went to university, we were in the chemical lab or whatever one day, whatever lab, and I thought it was the same type of diluted stuff. So I put my snout right up to the bottle top, like the can here, and I was just going, oh, well, this is going to be more of the same sort of stuff. I wonder how bad this really smells. So I took a sniff. Fucking hell, man. That shit nearly knocked me for six. It was like a prize fighter punched you in the face, you know, and it took ages to recover from. I didn't feel right for about a half an hour. Pure concentrated ammonia, NH3, I think. And the stink was the least of my problems. I was hit so much by a stink that I couldn't smell it. You know, it was that sort of strong. And yeah, that just reminded me of the guy who's the worst smell he ever smelled was in a Guinness brewery or whatever, smelling the Guinness had just been removed. But yeah, moving on. Thank you, Rafe. All the twos at the minute, 222. Again, 42 is a big thing. That's what I talked about Einstein. Shit, man. Let me bring that up and then I go for a smoke. Because look, just in case you're not aware, the joke is on you if you're not dealing with this shit. You know, the joke is on you because they're putting it in your face. So if you're going to go, ah, man, that's too ridiculous to deal with, well, then the joke is on you because they've made it ridiculous. The way that when the time came, you could deal with it. You know. So again, let me just go and yeah, that's why I mentioned Einstein. Yeah, there you go. Look. Well, that's the earlier pictures. Look at Einstein's mother. What the? What's going on, man? If I just showed you that, like. Okay, sure, we can bypass this, right? Because I know you can say, well, women can have certain characteristics. What? I mean, let me go down a small bit just to. I took the head off, and if I just cover those curls there. It's fucking Larry out of the Three Stooges. It's the bowly guy. It's a bloke. It's a bloke. It's a bloke. So in other words, they know what's going on. Hang on, let's just have to come up there. There's an ad or something. Learn secrets from people who already made it. Made what, man? What has made it? Made money. Successful. Yeah. What does it mean to be successful? Live a lie? Or do you live with the hidden hand? I'm going to type in Einstein hidden hand. Here's the pictures. Like, look at this. Come on. Elsa as well. So as in somebody Elsa, you know, all stagecraft. This is the point. These are the heroes that are put in front of us. But they're look, photo opportunities. Stand there, just whatever. Pretend 1933 Belgian policeman. Bullshit. They're telling you though. Look at this. Look at it. It's a man in a woman's clothing. I mean, if it looks like a dodo, quacks like a dodo, goes extinct like a dodo, then it's a dodo. And again, it all goes back to this. The early days, the androgyny, bringing a boy up as a girl up as a boy. This is the sort of the elite practices. And what's what? Well, we don't know. You decide what's what. You decide what's what, but this is how far it goes back, So it's about time we snapped out of this, When I talk about 420 years that our history goes back, man, I don't do that lightly. That sounds absolutely fucking fundamentally wrong and ridiculous, but I don't do that lightly. I really don't. Again, when we come to flat Earth, we do away with billions of years in terms of the formation of the early universe, etc. But then this is where the Bible is waiting for us again. Well, at least you can go back 6,000 years, Usher, that was a great point. No Nukes was making to me. I could read that out about Dr. Usher, who pinpointed the moment of creation by counting backwards in terms of generation to the year 4004 BC. Well, isn't it interesting that 4004 is 4-4? So you could say, in a sense, 4-4 is 16. 16 is 8 and 8. Hidden hand, HH, again, all slight connections, but all of these, if you remember, like the dodo, everything about the dodo is informative. It's not literal. The dodo never existed, right? So everything associated with the dodo is informative, encoded, allegorical. You're dealing with an encoded relationship between this representation and real events. And again, the dodo was said to be discovered in 1598 and was located alongside giant turtles. You know, this was specifically said, specifically encoded. So this is a clue for us to munch on and make of it what we will. But the point being that if everything before a relatively recent amount of time into the past was different, then what's this new reality we face, and what is the purpose of all of these people? Why have they made this woman look so manly? Again, I think they're telling you, again, 1933, Elsa. Well, it was somebody else, you know. Albert Einstein, one Stein. Here we, brilliant, excellent. Whoa. Albert Einstein, one stone, right? Who else had one stone? Adolf Hitler. Adolf Hitler, Hail Hitler, HH, 88. Hidden hand. Adolf Hitler had one stone, one ball. Brilliant. He's born on 4/20, April 20th. I say it's all about 4/20 from 1598, when the dodo was discovered, or when the face of the flat earth changed as a result of the inundation, and it was mapped. 420 years was always chosen to be the time between this catastrophic inundation, whether it be a reality or whether it be a simulation. These are different questions. But 420 years, a time of celebration. When you think of 420, what do you think of? Hillbilly, there's where you come in again, buddy. But 420, yeah. So it's a specific time. It was chosen for a specific reason. And here we are now, 1 year, one short, solitary year before it. So again, the story is playing out, but a brilliant. Again, for me, if I make a complete arse of myself later on, or whatever, if I've already made an arse of myself in whatever I've sang or whatever I've done, it doesn't matter, because I'm just after making that connection to Albert Einstein. Einstein is one stone. One stone. Hitler had one stone, one ball. The Bible came about because the one ball was collapsed, if you will. There was a destruction which changed the one ball, the apple, right, of the Earth's intact magnetic field, into the Bible. The apple had a bite out of it, so you have a bi-ball system. The North Center is outside of is one ball. We are under the second ball, which is again, if you imagine a hemisphere over a flat Earth, right, and it's supported in the middle by a giant support. If you take away that support, it will collapse in the center and produce for all the world a sort of like a jelly-like mold shape, if you know what I mean, a spider-like shape. So you have a main body in the middle with the limbs splaying out, almost like an octopus. So that's the way I see it. All of these people are playing their parts within the greater narrative. The hidden hand. That's why I bet you if I type in Einstein hidden hand, pictures will come up, because they're all playing towards a greater goal. 420 is the goal, and 420 from the discovery of the dodo brings us to 2018. I mentioned earlier on 2018. 218 adds to 11. It was always 9 to 11, right? So, but another is 218s are 36. 36 is 6 times 6, 33 here, 33, 66. So again, all these possible connections and threads. And even if you reject them, you have to say that they're interesting and noteworthy as possible connections. If there was a greater motivation behind everything, and there is for me, then we can take all these things into account. So let me go for a cigarette, and I will return momentarily. I'll zoom in on Albert Einstein's wife for a minute. There's loads of them. You can go through this. The link is above. I can post that easily. Let me go on to the best one. This one here. I'll just leave it there just while I'm away. Hang on, I went too far. I went too far again, damn it. Let me just let you ponder that, because we're going to be a bit smaller. There you go. So what do you look at? Just the general point of view. Just if you try to imagine Again, like if you're going to look at a Toy Story with Woody, what the fuck is a Woody? Well, a Woody is an erect penis, isn't it? Over here, not so much. They have a store, DIY Woodies, do it yourself with your Woody. This is hilarious, like, you know. But in America, Woody means an erection. Over here, not so much, but we can still appreciate that. But yeah, these names are chosen purposefully with that story. Go into Toy Story, knowing that these people are writing, or thinking that these people are writing these stories, or are doing these animations with this sexual innuendo fully in mind. And now think about the same momentarily about this character. Imagine if it might have been a man. It might be a man in a fat suit, whatever, you know, some fake boobs, a dress, just curly hair. So can you see any telltale signs that it is what it says in the tin, or that it isn't? So let me just have a quick cigarette, and I'll be with you in a second. Okay, how's that light? Hope that light's okay. It's a bit jaundicey, isn't it? But I can't do anything about that, I'm afraid. And to me here, it's nice and calm colors, but I see it comes out as sort of a bit, yeah. Jaundicey is a good word. So let me go with this one. Well, black is the color of my true love's hair. Her lips are like some roses fair. She's got the sweetest smile and the gentlest hands, and I love the ground whereon she stands. I love my love, and well she knows. I love the ground whereon she goes. I wish the day it soon would come when my love and I will be as one. Well, black is the color of my true love's hair. Her lips are like some roses fair. She's got the sweetest smile and the gentlest hands, and I love the ground whereon she stands. I go down to the light, I'm ordinary, for satisfied I never would be. I write her a letter, just a few short lines, and I suffer death 1,000 times. Black is the color of my true love's hair. Her lips are like some roses fair. She has the sweetest smile and the gentlest hand. I love the ground on she stands. And black is the color of my true love's hair. Her lips are like some roses fair. She's the sweetest smile, gentlest hand, and I love the ground whereon she stands. Black is the color, yeah, an old, where it comes from, an old Irish ditty, an old Scottish ditty. It's always about Ireland, Scotland, England, Wales. These are closest points. These are stepping off points. I heard somewhere that, and Casper, I haven't heard from you in a while, man. I know you're in Limerick here, but you told that story. You met a guy randomly in the Hurlers. I've been there, of course, and he told you lots of things. But one of the things he told you was Donegal was a stepping off point. See, what I think is happening here is how much do we want it? I'm asking myself is how much do I want it? Ideally, if I had my son tomorrow, I'd be setting up, ideally, go northwards. I know the first place to go would be to Donegal in Northern Ireland, you're going to say, but everything is flipped. You think about the map and its orientation, right? It's wrong. It's wrong. Nile flows from east to west, right? So that means you've got to flip everything on its side. The closest point, I was wondering why Edinburgh featured Arthur's Seat. Arthur refers to the North Centre. Why Edinburgh? Because it didn't seem to be, according to the picture, any picture that's set up in your own brain, it didn't seem to be orientated that way when you flip everything around. So east, so I say east is north. Again, it's just nomenclature. But yeah, I think if you think about it, if you could zoom up and look upon the land masses and their interrelationships, there's a fixed interrelationship. So you have the North Pole center. Every compass points to that. That's the only thing you need it for. The North Pole center is 0, 0, and the coordinate, a grid-like system, which is used for the flattened and stationary map of the Earth, which I say is encoded in some way anyway, whether it's not the way I say exactly, into the dodo. The dodo is an integral part to that. So that's a fixed interrelationship. There's no movement there. If you ask me on a globe, right, if I think I'm on a globe and you ask me to point east, and I point that way, I look at my compass and I point that way, right? I'll say to you, right, or you can say to me, well, I want you to point a bit further east. So I'll go, well, I mean, how far do you want me to point east? Further east. And then I'll end up pointing not east according to the compass at all, but I realize that every point along the path is east. Circular curve, so there is no east in that sense. I mentioned it before about east is east and west is west, and never the twain shall meet. That works perfectly on a chessboard, grid-like coordinate, Cartesian coordinate system for the flat and stationary Earth. Doesn't work at all for the spherical ball Earth. And these idioms, these phrases pass down to us because there's truth encoded with them. Again, as I mentioned about the dodo, literally, this is so important. It's the first thought. I'm not talking for everybody, obviously, but for the most part, it's the first word that you associate with a feeling. Dodo, soothing. So, and a few other possible interpretations. Dodo, keep stum, keep your mouth shut. There's a few other possible interpretations, but I'm thinking from the baby's point of view, crying out for the dodo. Why is it a dodo? Why? I mean, a woman's nipple isn't called a dodo. You can, not to be, certainly not intending to be lewd or anything like that. It's the first thing a baby goes for. That's what nipples are there for. I've said this before as well. If a man must express milk, breast milk, you can do it. Look up YouTube, type it in. It's there. So we're two within one. But yeah, that's an amazing thought. That's the very first thought. I wonder, is dodo? Dodo is the same in every language worldwide. It means the same, right? So I'm thinking it means a fool. But I wonder, does it like a dodo for a baby soother mean the same in Japan? Like, I don't know, and I don't need to know either. It's I don't need to know some answers. I left, and I want to say thank you to Lucifer Tim. I want to say thank you to Lucifer Tim, because I just as occurred to me, that's his handle name, and apparently he's Irish as well. But he dedicated a video to me recently, and it was fantastic. It was excellent, very freaky, But the comment I left included the line, some shores are best viewed from a distance. So it's like when Sam was asking me tonight, am I involved in witchcraft or whatever? No, man. And neither do I want to be, you know what I mean? I don't need to go there. I'm happy where I'm at the minute. I'm not harming anybody. I don't need to go into too many potentially dark areas. Even though I pretty much can face anything at this stage, I don't think there's the need. Like, you know, we know there's darkness in life, and we know there is light. And I'm, again, very loose use of words, okay? Because darkness now is not bad. It's the light that's the intruder. We live under natural circumstances. We live in an eternal twilight, and I could see no time. I can perfectly envisage it. Why would time come into being, you know? We're perfectly aware, we're perfectly harmonious, we're perfectly powerful. There's no bearing. This is an adventure we're having. And this is why the dodo is important, friends. You can come with me, or you can, when I say come with me, who am I talking to? I'm talking to my own personal Hal. My own personal Hal on the top of my Asus laptop, which I was thinking earlier on as I look at it. We'd always say that's ISIS as well. ISIS is very prominent for many different reasons, and I'm going to say, as usual, not for the reasons even most flat earthers would think, but all subliminals. But that's all I'm doing. I'm talking into my own personal Hal. And that's cool. That's just the way it is, you know what I mean? Everything else is outside my sphere of reality. I might, if anyone wants to link, I can certainly throw it out. And I have to go back to chat. I hope you enjoyed that song. Yeah, Black is the Color. Beautiful song. Again, well, yeah, it must be a Scottish song. I go down to the Clyde. Clyde is a river in Scotland. So yeah, all of these traditional ballads seem to stem from Ireland, Scotland, England. Well, a lot of them anyway. A lot of them, certainly the ones that have traveled in English-speaking countries. So, yeah, what I should do is go back to chat and pick up. I meant to, maybe I should sit a bit more upright. I look a bit intimidating there, don't I? I should go back to chat because I left off just at Jamie Brown. How you doing, Jamie? We had a good chat today, man, and hopefully some things to think about were brought up, and this is ages ago as well. So yeah, you're definitely a popular sort of host these days, and I'm holding you to that, Jamie. I'm going to play that. I didn't give a shit. I'm holding you to that regarding Noel Fielding and the Mighty Boosh and the moon sketch. So I'm going to go in there and I'm going to play that. I could see you playing that part perfectly, Jamie. And no offense, obviously, or anything. It's just one of those similarities, you know. What am I looking for? The Mighty Boosh. Oh, I have it here. I wonder how I'd get away with. I wonder how I'd get away with. Yeah, that's what I'll do. If I took it from the side of somebody who posted, he'd be less prone to make a strike. He posted in 2009, and funny enough, the first guy I picked on Dan Evans, Sky 666. Get the fuck, especially in light of what I've been saying about 666. So this is for you, Jamie. I haven't heard these in yonks now, so I'm going to get a good laugh out of this. The Mighty Boosh was the ultimate sort of trip into surrealism. If you haven't seen it, Jamie, especially, go watch it, man. I'm not sure if you said today that you put 1 ounce or 2 ounces of cannabis, according to THC, of course. Australian Anthony, isn't it? THC. So I'm not sure whether you said today you put 1 ounce or 2 ounces of pure cannabis up your arse for the medicinal value. But the next time you do, anyway, you should definitely tune into some of this. It'll have you in stitches. So let me share that. Let me share that. And let me just. Oh no, I better leave the broadband alone for a second. Excellent. I won't have any. And look, I guess if this Hangouts gets taken down, and look at the number of viewers as I look down, 27. So 27 is 9 times 999, which is 9 plus 9 plus 9, which is 666. So that's, fuck. I'm telling you, something else is going on. So I'm going to share that. So here we go, Jamie. Hope you can hear it. Hang on a second. Let me change the volume. Let me change the which settings am I looking for to change? Oh yeah, the sound settings. Speaker. No, is it speaker go? Oh, the voice. It's the voice, isn't it? It's the voice. Studio. So if I go to studio, then I present to everyone. Then it might come through. I hope I've been presenting stuff. All right, here we go. Just in case if you can see my screen, look at what my volume is at. 64%. 64 is 8 times 8, which is HH, which is hidden hand. Excellent, excellent. So here we go. I want you to pick out. Look, there's loads of clips on it, Jamie. It's just it's the Mighty Boosh, the Best of the Moon. There's 19 minutes, but look, I want you to pick out a few clips and entertain me, man. Let me turn it up a bit more.
And when the specimen come, you did experiments with a hammer and a feather, and seeing that which one would have done the first. And you know, under the moon's surface, the land is exactly the same time. It could have done that with anything. Baseball, tag, magnet, a little drawing of some chicken. It doesn't make no difference. When you're at the moon, everything comes. Saturn, Jupiter, Pluto, Mars, Venus, George, Christy. That is a list of my best friends in all time. Photo preference. I went to dinner party for the planets and Uranus in spaghetti bolognese. But what happened was there wasn't a pub and I said, I'm the moon, I made a cheese, why don't you grate off a portion of my head? And they did, and it tasted the baby sick.
Uranus knocked up some spaghetti bolognese, and the moon went to dinner and said, "Why don't you take some I made a cheese. Take a portion of cheese off my head." Added to spaghetti bolognese, and he did, and it tasted like baby sick. I haven't looked at this in, it must be 10, 12 years, man. Shit. Jamie, this is you, man.
There is a person people say is the sun. I saw this one once. It became a part of me really fast. And it was the course the eclipse. And it came past. But as it came past, I licked his back. He doesn't know I licked his back. All on his yellow throat. Not the moon. He's so bright and milky white, shining down upon the ground. He's so bright, milky white, shining down upon the ground. Everybody look at the moon. Everybody see in the moon. The moon is bright, the milky white. Everybody look at the moon. Oh. I did a song. Jupiter, I did a song. You ain't got one. Yeah.
Jupiter, Jupiter, I did a song. You ain't got one.
One time, I saw a man look at me, with his eyes, and then he picked up a tube, and he looked in the tube, and he made the moon big inside the tube. The moon big inside the tube. I like Saturn. He's lovely. One time though, he got all space dust on his room, and he had them dry clean. And when they come back, they'd all shut down, all shrunk, and they were all tight to his head. I ain't learned that being bored. Shooting star, look at you. Shooting star, you're a beautiful ball of light. Shooting star, get out of the way, I can't see nothing. You're all in the periphery. You're in my peripheral vision. Well, how can I concentrate? You're all over like a blue bottle, getting in.
Peripherance vision.
Getting in all about it, the place. Flipping idiot. If you are a moon, you don't have a mirror, so you have to, if you want to see his face, you have a little look in the mirror. I had a look in there. I'm flipping beautiful. I'm all a handful. And then the smooth, white smooth, and it's all, I haven't got any eyebrows, but I think that only gives me a bit more of an edge. When you are the moon, the best part you can be is a full moon. And then a half moon is alright. But the full moon is the famous moon. And like 3/4, no one gives a shit about him. When the day comes, the guy in the month is useless. The moon. The baby. And people will say, if you look at the moon for too long in the telescope, that you can go mad. I think that is...
I just looked at the clock as I stopped it, and it just moved on one, but it was 5:42. I challenged Jamie to make up your own sort of moon little, I guess, the 30-second sketch or something. That's what I challenge you, man. I can see you behind. I can see you behind the man in the moon. I can picture you there, man. Again, all meant in jest, Jamie, so don't take it to heart. I'm going to play this for a little bit more because it's funny.
But true, because you know Patrick Moore, he's been looking at me for years and years, and yesterday I saw him do shit on the salad. So the moral of the story is that what's happening in here? You can't come into space for stepping to me. What's happening? Things have changed. I'm a new moon, and I'm going to clip you. Oh, really? Well, we're going to do about that, my friend. Jupiter, need your help. I am Jupiter. I will munch you up, you imposter. The imposter ain't got much there, like a Kit Kat. I'm the moon, you're listening. Bye. me is you have such a chunky white face. It makes you sick of yellow. And I went to the dentist, and he said, "Oh, your teeth are yellow." I said, "No, only when you compare them to my chunky white face. If I had skin like yours, they would not look yellow." I've seen 15 films, and he said that would be £500. And I said, "I don't pay for nothing. I'm the moon." And I ran out of the chair, and I went off back up, and he couldn't stop me. Every now and then I receive letter, "You still owe that money." I say, "I might pay it, I might not."
When you were pushed for an answer as to why you didn't pay it, you said it was just the phase I was going through.
Oh, I don't pay fucking dental fees.
I think that's a live version at the end.
It's so wonderfully, wonderfully, oh, wonderfully, wonderfully pretty. You know how to most anything for you. We could have each other for tea. We could have each other for cream. We could cuddle by the fire and sleep for a while. It's the perfect thing. It's the grooviest dream. Love cats.
I hope I don't get any copyright strike. This is just for entertainment and educational purposes only. There's no money to be made from this at all. Jamie, you gotta come up with your own, especially now that I'm gonna say I shouldn't. I think I know what the moon is or isn't. The moon is not solid. The moon is the face of the sun. It makes great sense, and I think I should be able to prove it soon. And if I can prove it like that, well, that's game over, isn't it? And the more I think about this proof, the more solid I think it might turn out to be. But now that we know what the moon isn't, I say it's a reflection. Watery. We're dealing with a hole of mirrors, a contoured hole of mirrors, mind you, up there. So we have to take that into account. When the moon shows more than 50%, 56%, the polar antagonists tell you that must mean that there's more than 50%. Well, imagine shining a spotlight or a torchlight, lightsaber, if you will, onto a contoured surface. Then, depending on where exactly it is in terms of the contoured surface, you will get more or less apparent area coverage. So I'm having a cigarette as well. Misty night in the west, which isn't the west anymore. It's more the south of Ireland. We're facing south, relative to the north, 0-0 Cartesian position. And misty night. Yeah, I talked earlier on, Jamie, about the rain and about the water layer, cloud layer, exactly what it is. It's just a resonant layer within this magnetic field that is all pervading and is unnatural to us, and that's all it is. It's perfectly natural. It will happen every time. As it's raining now, even if the temperatures are still balmy enough, they're maybe 12, 13, 14 degrees Celsius as they measure it. You might expect some evaporation. You won't get any tonight. You won't get any. It's only when the sun comes out in the morning evaporation starts to happen. That's because of the frequency of the sun. This frequency excites the particulates. Particulates is all I can say. You just can keep dividing water into look up the Tibetan water bowls. This is what you can keep dividing it. So this is what light is. It's the interaction of this energy of the sun interacting with these particulates of water and luminescence effect. This is what's happening on just a sort of a mass scale, if you will. But yeah, regarding the moon here, And I guess these guys are insiders as well. Noel Fielding is definitely an insider. Um, I noticed a few hints and subtle jokes within his sketch here, which I don't think would be too hard to do as well. Actually, I thought about going into writing comedy before. After I got to a certain point, I said, "Fuck it, this world is so much greater. Everything is so much greater. What's the point in focusing on that?" You know what I mean? I sort of gave that up a good few years ago as well. And maybe I shouldn't have, because I do have sort of a certain creative streak in me. But yeah, these people are insiders. They know the ultimate story. I don't know if they know the ultimate story. They most certainly know the Earth is flat and stationary. And moon landings are fake. That sort of thing is bread and butter stuff to them. Do they know the ultimate story? What is the ultimate story? Well, that's a different question, isn't it? I think our ultimate story is concerned with our direct and immediate history and what is our true origins. And that's a different story indeed. But yeah, I think they know the basics anyway, for sure. We live in a flat and stationary Earth, and nothing has a set on the tin. It's just it's almost perpetual twilight here beyond a certain point. The stars are never too distinct these nights, and you know, we have 20 hours of sun. Again, the globe is busted, so what we're left with is trying to define a model which describes what's happening here in the regular clockwork fashion that it seems to be behaving in. Again, we don't need to invoke like extra dimensions or Pac-Man type of departures and exits and entrances the opposite sides. We don't need to invoke these things, I think. I don't think it's necessary. What we just need to do is define some basics: landmass arrangement, the nature of the barrier above, the nature of the light show that has been projected around. That will do. And for me anyway, I can accommodate all that in terms of the dodo, in terms of the Orlando Ferguson map, and in terms of the big G, the capital Masonic G, which is the sun, which is a floating island at the giant whirlpool at the north. How ridiculous is this? It sounds like something from Homer, you know, but listen, fuck it. What are you going to do? I'll tell you something. And I look in the chat again. I know I'm miles behind. I'll tell you something though, as true as I'm standing here at the window. Anyone who wants to challenge me in chat and come in and say that I'm wrong, but then answer some of my questions and maybe ask some questions of their own, you're more than welcome to. Because as far as I'm concerned now, after going through everything, and it's pretty much everything at this stage, yeah, this fantastical as it sounds, that's just the nature of things, is honing in on the best explanation about what's really going on. That's another, sorry, I'm just finishing a cigarette at the window, I'll be with you. That's another Douglas Adams connection. And Rob, fuck it, his name is Rob. Gravity Sucks. His name was Rob. If you read, I think it was So Long and Thanks for All the Fish, maybe the fourth installment of the trilogy that was supposed to be the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. But the rain loved him. Anywhere he went, the rain followed him around because he was the rain god and he didn't know it. I think if his name was Rob, specifically to Gravity Sucks, I'll crack up if his name was Rob, because I know Douglas Adams has a major part to play in all of this. Anyway, the reason I mentioned that, and I think it was Sam that said I'm all over the place. I know that, but listen, don't worry about that. This is what happens. Within the incoherency lies coherency. Maybe in one fashion anyway. Look, if you can get one valuable thing, or one thing that will cause you to think further from any conversation, I think that makes it worthwhile. I keep saying that. I think I should be back. I hope everything isn't. I hope everything isn't jeopardized now because I played those clips there, and no, they won't be. I deem it to be so. It won't be, because it's for the purposes of education for Jamie. This is a new path he can take now. He can be the moon. Be the moon, Jamie. Be the moon. Actually, don't be the moon, because of course I tell you that the moon doesn't exist, so I can't tell you to be something that doesn't exist. It would be impossible for you, Jamie. It'd be like imagining what it was like to be having a shit in the toilet of a TARDIS within another TARDIS. I mean, that's fucking confusing enough, having a shit in the toilet of a TARDIS alone, not to mind having to imagine that you're having a shit in a TARDIS within a TARDIS. So you're sort of throwing turds in a TARDIS within a TARDIS. So, man, that was a bit unfair of me, Jamie. But I'm kidding, man. I'd love to see you making up a couple of sketches yourself, just in terms of the vocals, anyway, regarding the moon. You remind me so much of Noel Fielding, and he's a talented man. Very funny series, The Mighty Boosh. Very funny, and you gotta laugh. I also liked. It's another show I liked. Whose Line Is It Anyway? It's hilarious. That's funny stuff, improvised comedy. But of course, you realise later on, all of these people are interconnected insiders. There's two different realities going on. You imagine it. If I'm going to tell my son about the flat Earth now, right? I don't give a fuck about anyone else. I don't give a fuck if I'm in. Well, maybe that's the reason I haven't joined any societies. I said that before. Not that the opportunity ever arose either. No one ever came along to me and said, well, where do you see yourself going with this, or that sort of thing. I don't recall anything like that happening. But even if I was to do that, I still retain my integrity. That's the least you can expect of a man, isn't it? To retain your integrity. And as regards to any children of mine, this is why I know Shakespeare was a fraud as well. And let you know Shakespeare was a fraud. The people who wrote, here's where you go again, I'm going to say it. The people who wrote the Hidden Hand, HH, the 88, they wrote the Bible in 1611 and the works of Shakespeare. The same people who wrote the Bible wrote the works of Shakespeare. And they're the same powers that, I don't know, The Return of the King, Lord of the Rings, who knows what's going on behind the scenes? Who knows what the real battles are? I think ultimately we are the power. No one has authority over me. That's all I can say. I have authority over no one. I go back to the chat again, exercise my authority, which is what? I never banned anyone. Anyone who's been banned, Captain Bullshit, for instance, I've unbanned him. Because, as I said, I'll unban you, man, but I know you're going to be banned again, and I'll just unban you again, which is fine. We know the situation. But again, we also might know that there's a greater game at play here. So we can view things differently and take different actions, especially regarding any perceived power that we may have. And we don't have any. We have ultimate power, really, over ourselves. But over anyone else, you can't. How can you claim it? Who am I going to claim to have power over? I remember when I was growing up, right? I don't mind saying this. I don't mind. I don't fuck, and he fucking hit me, and what the fuck am I gonna do? I'm kidding. I remember growing up with chess. Anthony Riley, man, I hope to God you're genuine. I honestly do. I'm a bit concerned about certain things that you sort of you brush off too lightly, you know. But I do hope you're genuine, and that's cool. Even if you're not, it's cool as well. But I did say genuinely to you last night. Pick up chess, man. You have to play chess. You know, you definitely have to play chess. So if you are genuine, you need to play chess. If you're not genuine, and you're an actor as well, it's cool. You'll already know the values of chess, and you'll already know the power in real terms as well as in symbolic terms within the idea of chess. And yeah, this is all child's play to us ultimately. I really believe that. If we use 10% of our brain, how can you say that in the first place? It's all about quantification, isn't it? We'll quantify this and we'll describe this and we'll tell you this. Nonsense. I've often said about our brains, or I've often thought about it actually. You're lying down in your bed. We can all relate to this. You're on your own, perfectly at peace, perfectly calm. You're not in the light, by the way. Not in the light. If it's light outside, you'll put shades on. You see, so the light isn't a natural condition for us. But yeah, you're lying down in your bed, perfectly at peace. You're just at one with everything. You could do away with pretty much everything, couldn't you? Even massive portions of your brain, and still retain that core individuality, that core being, I suppose. So this is the point. We're not our bodies, you know. All you need is a blood flow from the heart to the brain, and to particularly this tiny section of the brain, and you still retain all your completeness from that perspective. You know, obviously, if that's all it was, you wouldn't be able to get up and play a game of football. You know, you're just heart pumping some blood up to this tiny portion of a brain. But you know the point. We'll get back to chat now, and I might sing another song before it gets too late. So 11:21 as I look, just when I said it might get too late. 11:21 as I look. 11, of course we know 9 to 11, so we bypass 10, bypass the binary. But 21 is 777, which is 666. The interesting thing about 777, the 343 firefighters died on 9/11, they say. Well, 343 happens to factor out 7 times 777. 7 plus 7 plus 7 is 21. Isn't it interesting? I left a comment with IPS. I said, isn't it interesting, when you were pushed for your name by the Moore guy last night, you can call me Jack. I said, of course it had to be Jack. I said, is it black? Is it a blackjack, Mrs. IPS? Yeah, because it's all about blackjack. It's all about the sun. 777 is GGG, the alphabetical terms. G looks like a 6. G also is a late addition to the alphabet, and jumped in at the 7th letter. So yeah, that's a reference to the sun. 3 movements of the sun. So of course it had to be Jack. All these different little clues, little giveaway, and again, they want you to know. They want you to figure it out. So then there's a sort of an onus on you to maybe figure it out. What do you think? I don't think you're going to figure it out if you don't move on. Honestly, we have to move on. we have to move on. Ask yourself, what different questions am I asking now as opposed to maybe what I asked when I came into flat Earth, first of all, and see what sort of answers you come up with. Me, myself, mucho different. Mucho different. Because we know the Earth is flat and stationary. What else are you gonna... What else are you gonna... You know, how else are you gonna prove it to yourself? I mean, well, how many times are you going to prove it to yourself before you move on in your thinking? You know, and again, greater thinking applies to all of us. These are areas we're destined to go to, I think. That's all I'm saying. That's where I'm coming from when I'm doing these talks. Whatever. When I'm just coming on air like this and just talking to myself, I guess. That's what I'm thinking of. It's a sort of a step beyond flat Earth in a sense. Everyone knows the Earth is flat. Everyone of import knows the Earth is fucking flat. You know. IPS trying to paint a certain picture of Freemasonry as if it was just like antiquated sort of stuff. It's just a few old men sitting around. No. You with those with ears here, this is not the situation at all. And we have to understand that before we can progress, I guess. Or otherwise you can stay where you're at. Do nothing pretty much with the information that we have. What the fuck am I going to do with the information that I have? A few things in mind. I have a few things in mind. Yeah, I guess I'm looking at myself here because I have the main page open. I guess it's always I did that for a while as well. Just looked at myself in the mirror. What happens is, right? Oh, that's another interesting story. Anyway, so just because I know I have a habit of drifting, when I played chess when I was younger, played drafts, which is checkers. Again, all games given to us as children. Yeah, played with my father. You know, I was the oldest boy. Played with my father, and that was grand. Then we came to chess, and you know, just teenage years, maybe 12, 13. We played a few games of chess, got the hang of it, and after a while, then I started getting a bit good at it. But the one thing that did happen was the first time I beat him. That's the last time I played him. You know. So he had such an adverse reaction to it. But when I was teaching my own boy chess, I certainly said that to him. But I said, I can't wait for the day that you beat me. I'm just, you know, so it was a complete polar opposite attitude towards it, and it was a genuine attitude as well. I couldn't wait to do it, and I maybe can't wait for the next time to play my boy game of chess. But you know, I've often thought about, you know, how you come to having the point of view that you have, and unless you experience the sort of opposite, then you wouldn't appreciate. I'm not going to say the real of it, the ideal of it anyway. You know, that's what you should all, and no matter who, if you're teaching children or you're teaching anybody anything with your heart in it, you should always hope that they'll make it to a higher, a different stage than you. You know, I think that sort of feeling comes natural to me anyway. But yeah, that was interesting. And again, people are caught up in life. We're all victims in a big sense, you know, and everything working in an ideal sense would be working in a completely different sense. So just for Chris, this is my fourth, and I'm going for a little change this time, Chris. Now I'm not sure how that will affect my overall balance and overall being. This is sort of a kind of grolsch. Sounds good anyway. Grolsch. So it is what it is. Let me just, if you don't mind, privately express my thanks to the substance or the water for the nourishment and the happiness it's going to bring me, no matter how temporary. and I'm glad to be the one to set it free from its unnatural confinement. Again, I'm going to have to go through the same rigmarole now, because you see, the contents of this can, as I'm covering it here, contents of this can are not aware of what I said to the contents of the other can. So I have to go through the same thing, but I'll do that sort of telepathically. So I love you, Steve. I tend to, just in case you think I'm an alco as well, I tend to drink in threes. I said earlier on, tree is the magic lumber. I haven't heard anyone else say that, but it's just a sort of habit you get into, you know what I mean? We have the 3 in 1. I talked about that earlier on as well, that the ideal, all of us, the ideal unified whole is a man, woman and child in one. And these are the realms we're entering. I mean, if you can't see this by now, I don't know what to say to you. I really don't. It is a reality. The most difficult part, I think, is knowing what to do with this new reality. These are questions we all face, you know. Just because that moon clip, and honestly, I'm sorry about the chat. I apologize for the chat. I haven't made it down, but that's cool as well. I think everyone I've given a wrench to, again, I have no authority, but I think I'm fairly fine with everyone there. So I think that's, they know the lines. I would stress maybe to someone like Yude. I'm sure if you're here, Yude, I'll come across and say hello to you later on. But just to have that little bit more tolerance, just based on my own philosophy regarding wrenches anyway. But yeah, we know there's a line there. And once people like Mark Taylor definitively cross the line, then they're out of here, of course, you know. What I would like from you as well, especially you, I mean, I've seen, you know, I said what I said the last time, because, you know, I don't have any connection to make other than the name, you know. You, which is a very witty pun and play on words, and you know, I say it's all about plays. This is how I've got here, because I followed the play on words, and that is a very funny play on words. But other than that, I have very little to go on. But I would definitely like your opinions more on what I do talk about, for sure. You know, other than that, yeah, no wrenches on flat Earth. But we do realize the arena we're in. So let me just, because we were on topic, I look forward to going down to see what Jamie has to say about the moon clips there. Jamie, honestly, I'd love you to make just a couple of clips yourself. A couple of 30 seconds is all it is, you know what I mean? But in light of information that you have, I guess, well, first of all, we know about the fake moon landings. Next question you have to ask yourself, why did they call it the Apollo? Apollo is associated with the sun. Yeah. Apollo 13 then, out of the other 6 missions, 6 again, that succeeded, Apollo 13 was the one that was unlucky. So again, all of these things, this is a narrative. So if we know they didn't go to the moon, something else has been told to us within the narrative. And this is what I talk about when I talk about the dodo being a narrative as well. If it's not a reality, then a different story has been told. So this song, so I hope this goes okay. And I haven't sang this in ages, so I'm also reading out the lyrics. Yeah, I think it should be alright, but it's a cool song. So on theme. Oh, I'm being followed by a moon shadow, leaping and hopping on a moon shadow, and if I ever lose my plow, lose my hands and lose my lands. And if I ever lose my hands away, I won't have to work no more. Well, I'm being followed by a moon shadow, moon shadow, moon shadow. Leaping and hopping on a moon shadow, moon shadow, moon shadow. And if I ever lose my eyes, if all my colors all run dry, and if I ever lose my eyes, oh, I won't have to cry no more. Oh, I'm being followed by a moon shadow, moon shadow, moon shadow. I'm leaping and hopping on a moon shadow, moon shadow, moon shadow. And if I ever lose my legs, no, I won't moan and I won't beg. And if I ever lose my legs, I won't have to walk no more. Did it take long to find me? I asked that fateful line. Did it take long to find me? Are you gonna stay tonight? I'm being followed by a moon shadow, moon shadow, moon shadow. Leaping and hopping on a moon shadow, moon shadow, moon shadow. And if I ever lose my mouth, all my teeth north and south, and if I ever lose my mouth, oh, I won't have to talk no more. I'm being followed by a moon shadow, moon shadow. Leaping and hopping on a moon shadow, moon shadow, moon shadow. 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 Cat Stevens, Moon Shadow. He definitely an insider. Remember remember all the controversy with Salman Rushdie, the Salmon of knowledge. Douglas Adams had the Salmon of doubt. It's all high farce. People don't take any of it seriously, but there's all clues leading you, the unattached investigator, to try and figure it out. And I think there's a greater prize to be had if you, in a general sense, I remember being at university, right? And I quickly realized if you put the time in, go through the rigmarole, you can do very well. But my heart wasn't in it, you know, and I knew early doors that, man, all I have to do is fucking put the time in, and then what? You know, you could do anything. But yeah, my life took a different course. But then I think, I mean, who am I? What am I doing here? How should I evaluate myself now? Through whose eyes, you know? And the information that we have now as flat earthers, how groundbreaking, how monumental is that? What would you exchange that for? I asked, I remember, fuck's sake, it was only a few hours ago. I asked Jamie if you could go back 5 years. Do you remember Jamie's only 22? If you could go back 5 years or whatever, three, whatever, when you come into this sort of conspiracy world, and just not go there, not knock on that door, or barge your way in or whatever, would you do it? And I'm glad to hear that he wouldn't do it as well, even though it changes everything. It absolutely flips our reality upside down. Um, we understand, I think, at a core level that we're still within that process of transformation. And this is why I keep reiterating that we have to reserve our judgment, reserve our emotions, sort of step aside and I'm not going to say take stock, because we don't know what to take stock of, but just in a big sense withdraw emotionally, certainly, from making any judgments on anybody or any greater topic, because we're not aware of the potential greater picture anyway. So yeah, I hope that came through okay. Lovely song. I was trying to, I couldn't, I can't, I can only go certain, especially when you're singing low, moon shadow, moon shadow, moon shadow, moon shadow. Let me just say about the musical note as well. I got to put more attention that way. That when you hit the right note, you can feel your whole body reverberating, and every individual has the capabilities of finding their own notes. So just you can start off in your own. You don't even have to verbalize it. This is the thing. You can do it in your own brain. So think of an extremely low tone and go up through the different degrees. Every discrete division you make can be broken into other discrete divisions. So this is up to you, and that fine tuning instrument, that is our heart. You thought I was going to say your brain. It's your heart. Will guide you. Will hone you in on. Will focus you in on that harmonious, sweet note, I suppose. But if you think about it, I could still, for instance, if I stick on that note at the highest one, so if I kept at that, right, and you can, honestly, if you just a little bit of practice, you can do that for ages. You can do it for absolutely ages. I challenge anyone who's listening now to try and do it. The idea being that if after a certain amount of time that particular frequency seems disharmonious, you can adjust it slightly until you find an harmonious frequency, and then you will see that, or you will experience that sort of vibration that will permeate through your body. Everything is vibrating in unison. And then this is exactly, again, remember, particularly I mentioned the heart just moments ago. Yes, this is where everything stems from. And this harmonious vibration, if you can hold that note, you don't have to sing it, you don't have to hum it. If you can hold that note in your head, or know how to find it each and every time, in your head first, but again, it comes from your heart, and then project it from your heart. This will actually create a harmonious, literally, this is all literal. It will create a harmonious field about you, and this can help us counteract. It's not counteract. The electromagnetic field that we're under is easy. It's easy. A bumblebee can overcome it. Not to say that the bumblebee is stupid or anything like that, but yeah, stupid fucks they are. They couldn't even add 1 and 1. you know, that's the last bumblebee now, so I shouldn't judge all bumblebees by the same standards. But no, it's all about vibration. So if you can vibrate, the bumblebee vibrates at its core, as does the beetle, the scarab beetle. They're telling you it's all about frequency, right? It's not a mystery. It's not a mystery. If you understand, so let's imagine I blindfolded you, right? And I took you away and put you in this environment that was completely strange to you, and your job was just to work what the fuck was going on, what the fuck was happening here. You know, given enough time, you would work it out. We are under the invading influence of an electromagnetic field that was never meant for us. We're under a collapsed barrier. The sun is part and parcel of a broken system. All there is the sun. Everything points to all there is the sun. Revelations 22 tells you that all there is the sun. Jesus is the root of the morning star. Jesus is the sun. I say the morning star is Venus. All the stars travel in unison for all intents and purposes, along together with the sun, with the moon, with the planets. Right, the variations that we see is on the back of the. It's fucking simple. It's on the back of the contour, the nature of the contour. If you change the contour, make it fatter in the middle, and then shine those lights upon it, those lights will behave in a different manner. The southern star, southern celestial lights, easy, man. These are all lights are observer dependent. All the luminaries are observer dependent. The sun energies. So once you understand that your particular position in relation to the luminary, in relation to the contour of the barrier, will vary, then you know it becomes a much easier hurdle to climb. That's what I say about the globe Earth thing. That's how I busted Soundly's curvature evidence so easily earlier on, because I know it, man. I know it's true. They have no argument. I did it last year. I busted it. I spoke 100 times about why the sun disappears. The angle of the observer that you're receiving the sun's rays diminishes as the day goes by. You know, someone else along the line is experiencing high noon now, and you're experiencing sunset. Why? Because the angle is constantly diminishing. It's at strongest when it's overhead, or relatively overhead, or at its most overhead point, because these energy vibrations or frequencies are more direct. As it's at a more acute angle, you're here, you know, and gradually as you come down, but after you get to a certain point, they go over your brain, they go over your head, they don't hit the ground, they don't interfere with the water particles here and create luminescence on a particulate level within the water. No. What they do, remember, they don't do that, but they do this. The sun's rays are still projecting. It does, just because it's gone dark on you and it's got nighttime on you, doesn't mean it's gone dark on everyone. Yeah, that's how it appears. When the sun goes away, what happens? The stars come out, while the fucking sun is still broadcasting in its usual manner, 180 degrees in all directions. It's a focused reflection of a central project. I have to write that down. It's a focused reflection of a central projection. I think I wrote a few rap songs before, actually, and I have so many songs and so many. I've never shared them with anyone as well, but I have so many songs, and I've got to a certain point in them, happy with it. Knew that if I put a little bit more time into it, I could have an absolutely complete song, and just left it there. I mean, I'm talking about in the hundreds. See, just after sun, a projection and focused reflection. That's exactly what it is. It's a broken sun tree. Look up and isn't it funny, when I talked about it, Isn't it? I mentioned about Martin lead key. I'm not going to say anything about it, Martin, but you came along there and said that. Of course, I know you're an actor, and I called you out. You're the lead key. But when you said, Pete, it's funny when you were talking with Jamie earlier on, the stuff you were talking about, I was doing something. I was at the exact same time, almost word for word. I was doing a live video. I said, "Isn't that interesting, Martin?" Only because I understand what Martin is doing here, and he's responding to me as well in the sense that, Martin, I know you're the lead key, and you know where I'm going with all of the stuff here, and you know it has validity. I won't back down from my position, but yes, I appreciate it. Yeah, sorry, that's not. That's, I said that differently now. The sun is a projection, and what we see is a focused reflection. Yes, that's what we do see. The reason why that it doesn't offer up a face for us because it's too intense. Again, it's a broken system. Okay, we've all seen those optical. I mentioned this last fiber optic. I remembered it this time because it's the F. So I straight away got a fiber optic bunch. So you hold it like this, hold it together, right, and you see all these different lights coming through it. And then you let it like flop down, and it has a distribution system. You know what I mean? You get a different sort of effect. Well, if you were to cut everything at a root level or a base level, and you're left with a stump, those light energies still projecting will be incoherent in a sense. It'll be a sort of a unified whole, but they won't be distributed as designed. This is what the sun is. The sun is part and parcel of a broken system. It's too intense to identify any of these features. Maybe that's what some of the sunspots are as well. You're just peeking through that intensity. But we can see that face when we look at the moon. I don't know if anyone has said this before. The idea certainly came to me from myself. So, and we understand as well. There's nothing new under the sun, right? You know, so all our ideas are contributed towards, and I've often said it before as well. Everything that we are trying to find out is known and is well known. So, but the idea that there's only one luminary, and that's the sun. There's no moon. There's no stars. There's no planets. That occurred to me. The more I think about it, the more it makes absolute sense. The only slight variations can be accounted for in terms of the contour nature of the mirrored, watery, reflective barrier, which is very near up. Again, just defining the dimensions of that contour. And then that's where we can go to the Orlando Ferguson map, which Mark Sargent points us to. If you take Mark Sargent's clues at the superficial level, the level presented, okay, you'll get somewhere, but you'll be missteered, right? But he's telling you as well, there's always different layers. You look at the layers of clues in the different from a different observer position, then you see there's something else going on. And he talks about there, why let me ask you a question, right? And I go back to the chat now. I will do. Let me just ask you a question now. Anyone out there, please answer me this, right? And I want a fucking serious answer as well. You know, I mean, I might have got a bit of a reputation. I'm honestly a decent man. I mean, if you met me here and we had a one-to-one correspondence, it's grand, you know. We understand the nature of the arena we're in, because we have to ask the questions. If you don't ask the questions, you won't get the answers. Why the fuck would Mark Sargent, with his flat earth clues, as mentioned this to Jamie earlier on as well, imagine cast your mind 20 years down the line, flat earth going to be a reality, the biggest revelation ever. Who are we going to put on a pedestal? let's look back. Mark Sargent, you know, they would have put anonymous guest on the pedestal, except even though I knew it wasn't true, he just sounded too much like some character called ARD, and you know that would just kind of stir more conspiracy. So they went to Mark Sargent, but yeah, what initially anyway, especially what, and he left it aside, but what model, what flat Earth map model did Mark Sargent adhere to? Well, he picked the Orlando Ferguson. What the fuck, man? Have a look at the Orlando Ferguson. You've got a mishmash of a flat, concave, and convex. So, Mark is not that silly. This is another clue, a proper clue. So let's look a bit deeper into it. He says he didn't realize that, he called it the roulette table model. He didn't realize that all of the numbers on the roulette table added up to 666. Yeah, right, you didn't, man. So you cast that model aside. So yeah, what's going on here? We're faced with sort of a puzzle. Why is this anomaly, inconsistency made so apparent? It's just too apparent, you know. So we look a bit deeper. Then we see 666 refers to the movement of the sun again, but Orlando Ferguson, our land though fear go sun. We look at the map itself and the projection itself. We take it that the Earth is flat. The Earth is flat and stationary is a give me. So therefore, the curvature refers to something else, or the contours of the map as we're showing it refers to something else. Maybe it refers to the contoured nature of the barrier above. And as we look closer at it, we see that America is closer in the map. Africa, Central Africa is further deeper down, and then it rises back up as you get to the peripheral, Australasia, that sort of area, and all the way around. Well, maybe this is referring to the contour nature of the barrier. And yeah, there's angels on the side of the map then telling you that in one way they're not mirrored vertically, but they are mirrored horizontally. So if you mirror the picture horizontally, understanding the Earth is flat and stationary, you get a perfect contour of, well, from what I think anyway, is what's going on in terms of the bi-ball or the double barrier. You have a separate north center zone, and then that's one barrier, and then you have a second barrier which surrounds the rest of us, which begins low in the north. This is verified as well. Begins low in the north, rises high at the equator, and drops low again. Now the difference between what type of gradient is that? Well, 23.4 degrees comes into question. Remember, we can't throw everything out that they're telling us. There are certain observable facts in inverted commas that can be repeated and can be accounted for by numerous independent observers. Yeah, so everything is relative in a sense. We know the Earth is flat and stationary, so if we flip everything, flip all the information 100 degrees and apply it to a flat and stationary Earth, we'll be getting a better visual on things. So this 23.4 degrees is at the slope of the barrier beyond the Tropic of Cancer as it rises towards the equator. Now, none of these tropics or the equator mean any great sense in terms of a dodo map or the way I look upon it. The track itself is elliptical. It's like a racetrack. Think about your racetrack. All these things referred to, like I mentioned golf earlier on. Jamie talked about tennis. Rugby. Rugby is another brilliant one. An oval on the cover of 2016 Economist magazine. They had a rugby ball with a map printed on it in 2D, and that coincides with the dodo. It does. The dodo is oblong. If you think about the tip of the dodo's nose representing the tip of South America, as it wraps around Mexico, and it sort of wraps back on itself. North America then wraps around the North Pole. Then you have Canada at the north, and then wrapping around Asia, Eurasia, or not Eurasia, East Asia, the Middle East, Africa. Africa is going from, so the Nile flows from east to west. Chessboard over the dodo. East is on the right side, west is on the left side. Any parallel lines will always take you from east to west. The North Pole center, the X, is just a 0, 0 reference point. You always have to have a reference point. So once we take these things into consideration more than into direct account, things will start to make a lot more sense. And ultimately, man, it's fucking pretty simple. I'm thinking it fucking is pretty simple. And why wouldn't it be? Like children we must become, you know. I knew when my child, my Steve was 3 or 4, how much more he fucking knew than me. I've always said it to him as well. You know, how dumb I am in reflection to you, you know. And I know it. It's not because I was just picking him up, but, you know, just feeling shit about myself. No, I knew it, man. I knew it. That's the innocence within us all, you know. And that's the thing. It can never be corrupted. It can never be corrupted. It can be waylaid. It can be missteered. It can never be corrupted. And remember this, like, unless we're challenged, you won't find out the metal of your medal. That's a good way of putting it. You know, you gold, silver, bronze, whatever, you know. It's just an analogy, but, you know, unless you're challenged, unless you know what hate is, how are you supposed to know what love is? You know, a sort of flippant love is no love at all, is it? Or a limp handshake. I always told Steve as well. I mean, look, if you're relating to someone else, you know, mean what you say. If you don't want to shake hands with someone, don't shake hands with somebody. If you do, then do with conviction. You know, so it's like that. You know, these are the challenges that must be faced. You know, it's via contrast. I might talk about contrast as well. When I don't know what more to say about what I did earlier on Jamie's channel. I might do it myself. I won't do it now, but I will do it the next time maybe. Talk about this mirror horizon line and how it plays a direct and immediate effect on all observations made over distance, especially over water. But setting itself up when there's contrast introduced. We don't see it otherwise. We can't resolve it. But again, it's all simple. It's all simple. It's like your friend is standing at a fucking puddle. Think about it. Go back to a child. I dare anyone who's listening, again, another dare, go back to when you were a child. I'm going to say 5 years of age, right? There's a big puddle in your laneway or in your street, and your friend is standing at the puddle. You're standing at the other side of the puddle. You can see your friend, and you can see the reflection in the puddle as they walk and back off from you. You can still see your friend, right? But what you see in the puddle, because your eyes and that angle is fixed between your eyes and the extremities of the puddle or the reflective material, that's not going to change. So as your friend walks backwards, that's what you should expect to see, and that's what you remember seeing, is them gradually disappearing from the reflection, and the last thing you see, if you're solely looking at the reflection, is the top of their head as they're walking backwards. It's all pretty simple, and that this isn't taken into account at this stage on a grander level is crazy to me. I don't know how many times I've said it. I used to have it as my avatar. Then the dodo came along, but I used to have the picture of the sun, and this is what's happening. This mirrored layer is in existence, and it's something you have to take into account in your reckoning. Moon shadow, yeah. So anyway, moon shadow. Cat Stevens, Salman Rushdie, the Muslim inundation with Muslims now. Again, all religions are cons and scams. you hear more about Jesus. You hear more about Jesus in the fucking Quran than you do in any of the Bible. It's ridiculous, you know. And again, all fabrications. Nothing for me. Nothing. I'm set in it at this stage. The more and more I think about it, the more I'm set in it. Nothing goes beyond 420 years, 419 years ago to 1598. Everything beyond that, fabricating, according to a fabricated history that we're presented with. But before that, in real terms, you had a completely different realm in existence. Completely different conditions. Time didn't exist. Just you name it. You know, you go there. So, yeah. I've been followed by moon shadow, moon shadow, moon shadow, leaping and hopping on a moon shadow, moon shadow, moon shadow. If I ever lose my hands, lose my plough, lose my land. If I ever lose my hands, ooh, 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 I won't have to work no more. If I ever lose my eyes, if all my colours all run dry. Yes, if I ever lose my eyes, ooh, 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 I won't have to cry no more. Well, still feel sad though, cat. So how does that sadness express itself? Why do we cry? That's another interesting one, isn't it? Why do we cry? Again, it's the power of the mind, isn't it? It's the power of the mind, and this is where they've tried to take control, is by giving you, this is what I talked about hope earlier on, as used in when you walk through a storm. A word sets up an association to a feeling, and that feeling can very easily bring you down. We've all been through tough times, you know, so all it takes is one quick reminder, and then you're engrossed in that emotion. That emotion is relived, especially the more traumatic of emotions. You know, we've all experienced trauma, loss, whether it be personal, familiar, etc. So this is where they catch us with their words, you know, and they manipulate us with their words. So I'm being followed by a moon shadow, moon shadow, moon shadow, leaping and hopping on a moon shadow, moon shadow, moon shadow. I wonder if this come around at the same time as the moon landings as well. You know, sort of subtle promotion, the idea. So again, Cat Stevens was certainly an insider, but pretty famous insider. But if I ever lose my legs, I won't moan and I won't beg. And yet if I ever lose my legs, ooh, I won't have to walk no more. If I ever lose my mouth, all my teeth north and south, and if I ever lose my mouth, I won't have to talk no more. Did it take long to find me? I asked the fateful light. Did it take long to find me? Are you going to stay the night? Ooh, I've been followed by a moon shadow, moon shadow, moon shadow. I'm leaping and hopping on a moon shadow, moon shadow, moon shadow. Moon shadow, 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 moon shadow. The moon doesn't exist. The moon can't have a shadow. It's a reflection of the sun. People ask why. Well, how come the sun is hot and the moon is cold? No, the sun isn't hot. The sun isn't hot. The sun excites the particles. That's what creates your light. The sun's energy, whatever the energy of the sun is, however it's been generated, whatever the motivation and the mechanisms behind it, it is a powerful. I said divine energy because we can't describe it, and it does bring wondrous growth and sustenance, etc. Yeah. So that's all there is. The sun is not hot or cold, it is a frequency, and what it does, how we experience hotness or coldness, is because it excites the molecules. Have you ever put your hand into hot water? You know, not molecules even, whatever, just the particulates. Water will continuously break down. How far can how far can you divide a bubble? A bubble, you know, how far can you do it? That's what I was talking about. Again, apologies, Sam. I always get back to the point. Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, the rain. I think it was Rob, yeah. I think it was Rob, the rain god. So the rain loved him. It followed him everywhere. For all of his life, he was a trucker. He drove everywhere. Wherever he went, the rain followed him. And he'd made a big list of I think it was 72. I'm be surprised it was 72 types of rain. I'm actually going to type that in now because there are 72 names for God, right? 72 types of rain. I'm going to type into Google 72 types of rain, Douglas Adams. So long for all, and thanks for all the fish. I'm pretty sure that was there. And thanks. Just to check there if my numbers are correct. It was Rob McKenna. Fucking hell, gravity was Rob. So that was the connection I was making there, and his 72 types. So I was right. Let me just briefly say it then, what it says. So I don't think the number might have been right. Okay, let me. Anyone who hasn't heard this, let me just. Shit, the whole novel is here. I can't go through the whole novel. This is so long, and thanks for all the fish. I'm just wondering, he had every type of rain possible described. You know, he talked about the or not the Mexicans, what do you call them? Fuck. The Eskimos. Shit. Took me a little bit, didn't it? The Eskimos. Yeah, have so many different words for sun, for snow, I should say. Yeah, that's where that connected to that Rob, the rain god, in So Long and Thanks for All the Fish. The rain followed him everywhere, so he listed 72 different types of rain. And the reason that came to mind was as I was looking out the window, it had this misty rain, you know, and the droplets and the particulates are so fucking tiny. You know, we're just dealing with a constant division. It's, you know, how far does it go back? Maybe potentially could go back to the Planck length, you know. So within every lie, there's a truth potentially, you know. And the Planck length is pretty small, isn't it? I think it's no, that's way too small. Something like fucking 10 to the minus fucking 15 or 20 or something like that, which is tiny. But look, we have no hope of quantifying what, you know, water is, or qualifying even it. Each individual fractal contains the whole, and that's what I'm talking about. This is what light is. It's these fractals, these divisions of the water being bombarded with this energy. So it's luminescence on a mass scale. I should definitely go back to chat. And I will, sure, let me go into Wikipedia actually for a second just to see if it makes it clear. The Vogons were pretty reptilian as well in Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. So there's many different clues that all of these insiders divulge to us. Within the salmon of doubt, Douglas Adams talked about, he did a conference or a lecture before Oxford scientists, and he talked about predicting a fourth age. We've had the Bronze Age, Stone Age, the Bronze Age, the Iron Age. Next we have the Silicon Age. So what I think he was trying to tell us here is that as opposed to the Silicon Age, Back to the Future in a sense, as opposed to the Silicon Age to come, sand, you know, the age of sand. What is sand? That's already been in existence, and that's what we're sort of what we have left or departed from, for whatever reasons. No, I can't find immediately anyway. Okay, that doesn't matter about Rob, but I'm delighted that was only something between me and Gravity sucks. Just in that link I showed earlier on, that weird and cryptic link, and the first thing that came up was preservation or conservation. Alice and Rob asked, and I know we've been talking about Alice, all of us in Wonderland, but what did Robert represent? Well, I was thinking Robert, or Bob, it said Bob. Bob is short for Rob Earth, and then this character, 72, or whatever, however number types of rain, he lists, his name is Rob as well. So just vague connections. Better go back to chat and fuck the shut up. Yeah. Okay. I'm way behind, man. I'm absolutely way behind. Flatfish says, a real man drinks from a can. What the fuck, bro? Glass. Where it's at cans just pollute. Okay, well, I don't see the difference myself, but if you're so passionate about it, Flatfish, I guess you're free to make that choice yourself. But what are you doing? That's going way back, so he's probably disappeared long since. Just on the basis there, a real man drinks from a can, right? Well, so I made a sort of variation on a theme with, sorry for the rudeness of it, but it's not meant in any bad sense. But I think we'll all be able to relate to it, though. You give a man a fish, you feed him for a day. You give a man a smell of fish, he gets a rod. Nice. Okay, that's my variation on you give a man a fish, you feed him for a day. You give a man a fishing rod, you feed him for a lifetime. So yeah, I hope you like that. Fuck it. Okay, Shrew Maddie, how you doing? Flatfish says, "You Pete, you're a drunk arse spouting shit." Okay, well, that's okay, man. You don't have to listen in. One man's shit is another man's fertilizer. How about that? So, I'm not drunk as well. I'm perfectly reasonable. I've had 3 cans. This is down to about here. On my 4th can. So what are you going to say? What's your beef, man? And no matter what your beef is as well, do you think I'm going to get emotionally involved with someone called Flatfish, who has no face, no name? Get the fuck Flatfish. You don't have to listen in. And again, you might have just arrived in and said, this guy's talking shit, and then listened in for the last maybe half an hour, and then I'll scroll down, and suddenly Flatfish, you'll either be absolutely more aggressive and convicted in your point of view, or else you might have changed your point of view slightly. You know, the big question is, where do you go from here? Where do we go from here? Yeah, where do you go from here? No one has to be here. You know, who am I broadcasting to here? Myself, I'm telling you, honestly. And if anything occurs to anyone in what I've been saying, well, that's cool. And if anything occurs to me myself, that's extra cool. Because some things definitely do occur when I speak out loud. So yeah, don't worry about that. Shrumati, how you doing, man? I know you're one of the gang, so yeah, same rules apply, I guess, in a sense. Just be respectful, and everything should be cool. Cigar face. It says, why does it sound like Pete? Is that Pancho Pete's house? I've never met Pancho Pete. I'm in Limerick. in on Limerick, I guess. If you the geographical location that's allocated the name Limerick, that's where I'm at, which is according to your understanding of a map in the west of Ireland, but not really. It's in actually the south of Ireland in relation to the real north centre, which is 00 on the Cartesian coordinate system. That the dodo address expounds the checkerboard dress. So yeah, don't know where you got that from. How can you sound like you're in someone else's house? So that's interesting. Jesus, you were talking about Marilyn Monroe. That was ages and ages ago. Fucking hell. I lose all this chat as well. When I scroll right down, I lose all the chat. Fuck. And I don't know how to retrieve it because I know that sometimes there's little gems thrown in. So I'm after moving straight down. If I miss anyone, I'm sorry. And let me give me a few minutes, Del. I'll throw the link into your chat. And how you doing, my friend? It's been a while, buddy. I hope you're well. And keeping the sunny side in, man. That's important. Drade, how you doing? Drade, that's Drade. I haven't seen Drade in a long time. Always a sort of a solid flat earther to me. I remember you came along with that. Your direct evidence Drade in Canada that you were looking across the lake, and we confounded the fuck out of whoever was arguing the case, because it was all about curvature they were talking about, whereas as you said you could see a direct light across the bay, maybe 22 miles or something in the distance, and it was instantaneous. So again, they have no argument, but they're still here with the same arguments again. Drade, you know the story. I sort of moved on a bit in my own thinking, and I certainly invite any investigators, honest investigators out there to join me, because there is a substance to it, there is solidity to it, and it is a puzzle for us all. Millennium, how you doing, man? $88. Well, interesting that 88 is your favorite number, and what I've come to, I guess, realize about the hidden hand, HH, 8 is HH, hidden hand, encoded within the dodo as well, with the dodo hand, so everything connects. I don't take anything back, Millennium, but I do understand the same thing applies. I do understand that very realistically a greater game going on, and I'll move forward in that light. So again, don't take anything personally. If anyone should take anything personally at this stage, I'm thinking it's me, because I have certainly never intended to, not particularly talking about you, Millennium, but I've certainly never intended to deceive anybody. I'm not playing any role. I have no affiliations. I'll talk about anything, I'll ask any questions, this sort of thing. So yeah, just scroll back up a small bit. I'd say hello to Dave. Hi, how you doing, Dave? You're definitely someone who took a little bit of interest in the dodo. Definitely like a bit more, again, this is about all of us, so a bit more maybe curiosity, a bit more questions, a bit more oddities in itself, an oddity. Yeah, I mentioned that before, a space oddity. Yeah, or space odyssey. You can see how dodo could slip in there quite easily, couldn't you? So I'd say, how you doing? Captain Bullshit, how you doing, man? You're unblocked again. Keep it respectful, and you're doing fine. That's honestly the way I think. We know what you are, but we can all get along. But there is that line there. So how you doing, man? And I've definitely been. A few videos have been made about me, and you made the one about Stan. I fucking like that, man. I like Stan. Imagine I got the right key there. I could sing Stan well, but yeah, I liked your effort as well. Same with the Johnny Cash thing. I kind of came to a premature ending with it, but that was posted as well. And I mean, honestly, considering that I'm just here with a 2-bit guitar, no equipment, and just a basic computer, I think it sounds okay, man. But I'm not too. I don't have much of an ego left anyway. So my ego will never be. If my ego was sensitive, I would never do any of this. I would never play any music or, for fear of being ridiculed. I don't mind fucking up. Doesn't matter, man. When you do it, it's past. As long as your intentions aren't bad, as you attach them to anything, that's fine by me. But yeah, I will say welcome. How you doing, Charlotte? How you doing? Um, yeah, good to see you. I hope you're well. I didn't give you a wrench again, but I hope again anyone who does have a wrench, keep it to a minimum. Charlotte here is always polite. We know she's an actor, sorry, Charlotte, but yeah, if you're going to be polite about it, then we can deal with that. And if there's any problem there, it's only when you start getting nasty or ridiculing, etc., that it runs into trouble. So we all know we're on the same level, same wavelength in that sense. Um, yeah, how you doing? And good to see you again. It's just the name, and I can't. I did say that to you about the rose before. I do associate that now with the whirlpool up north and the sub rosa, the land beyond the north centre, which is very pertinent. Anyone who isn't considering this and has a mind to figure all this shit out, you definitely have to be considering it. So riddle me this. How you doing? Seen you around as well. Not sure about you. I don't even know if you. I can't. I know I've seen you around, but I don't know if you're a flat earther or a globe earther. I think you're sort of on the fence in some senses, or how you present yourself to me. Anyway, that's my impression. But no worries. I'll say welcome. How you doing? I think it's about it. I'll throw you a link in a few minutes, Del. I'll just have a cigarette first. And I hope I didn't miss anyone. If I missed anyone, okay, my volume is down a small bit, is that? I have it up to 89, man. I can't turn that in any other way. Okay, I gotta go to the men's toilet. The men's toilet. I gotta go. Give me a second, I'll be back. Okay, this one goes out especially to Chris, Truth Seeker. Um, this has happened to me, Chris, loads, not just once, loads of times. So I can, when I sing this song, I sing it from my heart as well, you know. So anyway. Oh, I put the lyrics up on the screen if you want to sing along. Millennium. Oh, Ardell, how you doing, buddy? I don't mean that in a bad way to you anyway, Dell. Oh, as I went home on a Monday night, as drunk could be, I saw a horse outside the door where my old horse should be. Well, I woke my wife and I said to her, will you kindly tell to me who owns the horse outside the door where my old horse should be? Ah, you drunk, you silly old fool, for still you cannot see, for that's a lovely sow that me mother sent to me. It's many's a day I travel 100 miles or more, and a saddle on a sow sure I've never seen before. Well, as I went home, that was just a Monday night, Chris. Wait to hear what happens next. As I went home on a Tuesday night, as drunk can be, I saw a coat behind the door where my old coat should be. But I woke my wife and I said to her, will you kindly tell to me who owns the coat behind the door where my old coat should be? Ah, you drunk, you silly old fool, for still you cannot see, for that's the woolen blanket that your mother sent to me. Well, it's many's a day I've travelled 100 miles or more, and sure buttons on a blanket I have never seen before. Oh, as I went home on a Wednesday night, as drunk can be, I saw a pipe upon the chair where my old pipe should be. Well, I called my wife and I said to her, will you kindly tell to me who owns the pipe upon the chair where my old pipe should be? Ah, you drunk, you feckin' old drunk, for still you cannot see, for that's the lovely tin whistle that me mother sent to me. Well, it's many's a day I've travelled 100 miles or more, but tobacco in a tin whistle sure I've never seen before. It's a pretty tough week, Chris. I did a all-nighter on Old Dare, and I went home on a Thursday night, as drunk can be. I saw two boots beneath the bed where my old boots should be. Well, I called my wife and I said to her, will you kindly tell to me who owns those boots beneath the bed where my old boots should be? Ah, you drunk, you feckin' old drunk, for still you cannot see, for they're two lovely geranium pots me mother sent to me. Well, it's many's a day I've travelled 100 miles or more, and laces and uranium pots I've never seen before. Oh, Friday night's the big one, Chris, come on. As I went home on a Friday night, as drunk can be, I saw a head upon the bed where my old head should be. Well, I called the old bitch and I said to her, will you kindly tell to me, who are you giving head upon the bed when you should be giving head to me? Sorry about that. I'm drunk, I'm drunk, I'm a silly old fool. I did not see you come in. What did that? You drunk, you silly old fool. For still you cannot see, for that's the baby boy that your mother sent to me. Well, it's many's a day I've travelled 100 miles or more, but a baby with whiskers sure I've never seen before. Sure, a baby with whiskers I've never seen before. I think there's another verse, there's a rude verse. Of course, that's not 7 drunken nights. I was taking it easy that week, Chris. I just went for 5 drunken nights. It's a pretty rude one after that. I made it a little bit rude when as I came home on a Friday night, as drunk could be. I saw her giving head to a fellow on the bed where she should have been giving head to me. But I called my wife and I said to her, will you kindly tell to me, who are you giving head upon the bed to when you should be giving head upon the bed to me? Oh, it's so rude, isn't it, Pete? It's so disgusting to say these sort of things. How funny it is. It's like cunt. I love the way Felix says cunt. She can't say cunt. She can't C-O-N-T. But yeah, I mean, it's all of these things that are natural that we've been made to feel on edge about, you know. So fuck that. But yeah, there's definitely another verse there. It's let me type that in, the rude verse. Rude verse of 7 drunken nights. Oh, hang on, what am I doing there? Rude. There you go, 7 drunken nights. Rude verse of 7 drunken nights. I think it's something to do with a horse anyway. I don't know, a horse and a chicken. A horse and a shaved chicken with lots of grease. I don't know. That's just... Hang on. Oh yeah, we have it here. So we got the baby, so okay, here we go. While we're at it. Sorry about this, Chris. I know you're innocent and God-fearing ears are already damaged. But I mean, listen, if you're going halfway in, you might as well go all the way in. What do you reckon? Yeah, you might as well be hung for fucking a sheep as fucking a lamb. Excuse me. Okay. Anyway, I think this is along the lines that it's going to go anyway. This is the other 2 verses. Okay. Anyway. So it does go to Saturday night and Sunday night. Oh, as I went home, so I'll sing it a bit more lively then. Oh, as I went home on a Saturday night, as drunk can be, I saw 2 hands upon her breast, where my old hand should be. But I called my wife and I said to her, will you kindly tell to me, who owns those hands upon your breast, where my old hand should be? You're drunk, you silly old fool, for still you cannot see, for that's a lovely nightgown that my mother had sent to me. Well, it's many's a day I've travelled 100 miles or more, but fingers in a nightgown sure I've never seen before. Chris, you definitely want to put your fingers in your ear. Well, I was going to say some other place, but yeah, definitely put your fingers in your ears for Sunday night. Sunday night is the sort of the be-all and end-all. Of course, it's all about the sun. So yeah, You don't want to hear what went on Sunday night, but I'm going to say it anyway. As I went home on a Sunday night, as drunk can be, I saw a thing in her thing. I don't know this one as well. Let me do it again. As I went home on a Sunday night, as drunk can be, I saw a thing in her thing where my old thing should be. See, embarrassed. I'm going to go it again. I saw a thing in her old. No, I'm going to start again. As I went home on a Sunday night, as drunk can be, I saw a thing in her thing where my old thing should be. Well, I called my wife and I said to her, will you kindly tell to me who fucking owns the thing in your thing where my old thing should be? Ah, you drunk, you silly old fool, for still you cannot see. Ah. Oh, I just, ah, you drunk, you silly old fool, still you cannot see, for that's a lovely thing, that's a lovely tin whistle. That's a lovely tin whistle I have stuck inside of me. Well, it's many's a day I've traveled 100 miles or more, and sure testicles on a tin whistle sure I've never seen before. And sure testicles on a tin whistle I have never seen before. It says hair on the tin whistle here. I know testicles would fit well there. In view of my my new theory on everything that's going on, the spesticle Earth theory, I think we live on a giant testicle, which is part of a dual system, and spesticle Earth model, I call it, and it's definitely something to sort of wrap something around, wrap your mind around, wrap your hands around, whatever. But that's the last one. As I went home on a Sunday night, as drunk could be, I saw a thing in her thing where my old thing should be. Well, I called my wife and I said to her, will you kindly tell to me who owns the thing in your thing where my old thing should be? This was the verse that was banned from Irish listening when the song came out itself. Are you drunk, you silly old fool, still you can't see. That's a lovely tin whistle. I said that stuck inside of me, but that my mother sent to me. It's many days I travel 100 miles or more, but hair on a tin whistle, sure, I've never seen before. And I said testicles on it. I think that sounds better, doesn't it? Testicles on a tin whistle. Testicles on a tin whistle. It's that sort of alliteration and that flow to it. So I hope you enjoyed that. I hope you came through. If you didn't, no worries. I enjoyed it myself. So that's two things I had to laugh at tonight. It's good to laugh. I definitely am capable of the biggest of laughs, and I haven't laughed in a long time, I should think. Yeah, much to talk about. Much to... which way do you go? Where do you fucking go? This is the point, isn't it? What to talk about? The only thing I'm focused on when I'm coming on here now, honestly, I'm going to repeat myself a lot. However many other times I come on here, because I think it bears repeating. So it'll be sort of trying to get the idea into any people's heads, and as I speak, who knows what ideas will occur to me as well. I'm just looking on Google Hangouts to just pass the link on to Dell. but there is a bolt of lightning. So I was only considering the other day, what is lightning? Well, clue is in the name, isn't it? Lightning, light. What is light? Just to explain what I think light is, this kind of luminescence on a fractal level, you know, whatever, you know, it's just taking the tiniest particle. It's like, how would you put it? The tiniest drop of water, planting it onto a hot ring, hot iron, for instance, it will just immediately evaporate. It will immediately disintegrate. And it won't even really disintegrate fully. That bubble, which you thought was a sort of minuscule particulate of water, will just disintegrate into a million other particulates of water. You know, will just keep breaking down. This is what I think is happening. And when this light energy from the sun arrives around, it's interacting with all of these particulates, and hence we have luminescence on a sort of ground level. And we have light, lightning, different matter. You have all of this build up. Yeah, the reason, think about the conditions when lightning occurs, you know, you have really heavy charged clouds, you have a super saturated situation above you, and again, who knows what's going on beyond the clouds. The sun is still in range, generally, isn't it? So it's still providing a sort of an excitement to this amalgamation of particulates. So it's something along those lines that I see it, and it's just daylight in a sort of a focused sense, you know. That didn't even make too much sense to me, but I understand myself where I'm going with that. I should fucking go, yeah. I should go to chat, really. Hey, you got that right, PC. Don't spill your seed, man. That's why. This is nothing personal. It's nothing personal. Like I mentioned it when I played yesterday by the Beatles. I always took it as if it was a personal love song of love lost to a man and a woman. No, there's a grander picture here. You know, so this advice applies to all mankind. We hang on to our seed, we can imbue it, and it has amazing power, and we can use it to, I don't know, in one sense, overcome the. I guess you can overcome the infiltrating forces, if you will, or you can succumb. Sorry for that, Chris. That was going on to the following Monday. That's the next verse. That's the 8th. I think there's a new version coming out shortly. It's the 18 drunken nights. So it gets pretty nasty from there on in, I should say. I should imagine anyway. But succumb, isn't that a funny word, isn't it? Succumb. Again, it's all about suggestion. I remember asking my mother one time, just to illustrate, just to illustrate the power of words in one sense. But where do you live? Or language, yeah. I might have said F, or I might have said fuck, or shit, or bollocks, or something like that. You know, in a completely casual way. Bollocks, I think it was, yeah. And I pointed out that, look, bollocks, I mean, you know, if a child is sitting down to dinner in England, for instance, and the mum or dad asks, well, how was your dinner, love? And the child, maybe they might say, oh, it was the dog's bollocks. It was the dog's bollocks, Mom. You know, in other words, it means it was lovely. You know, that's just an expression. And I'm going, well, how come they can use that and I can't say bollocks without it causing an adverse reaction? And she said, that's just the way it is. And I said, I'll show you how words can be corrupt then. I said, where do you live? And she went through, like, in a land, in a nation, in a whatever, until eventually she came to country. I said, right, country, excellent. I agree with you. Now, can you break that word up for me? She said, what do you mean? I said, break it into its component syllables, 2 syllables. So she just had a little brief think about it, and she said no. I said, what? She said no. I said, what? I said, why can't you just say so you live in a country, so just break it into the syllables. She said no. She just wouldn't say it. That's the power of words, isn't it? Country. Country. She just wouldn't say it because it would involve saying the word cunt. No problem saying country. So again, this is the power of words, or the perceived power of words anyway. They set up an image in your brain, and you sort of react accordingly, you know. So that's 4 cans gone. I think I'll open the other one. It's rainy all night here, Dal. A few short miles away from you. I'm sure it's pretty much the same there. I hope you're doing well. Let me just go into the chat again. Yeah, I could talk about so many things really, but there's no sort of a fixed agenda. Any questions in chat? You can fire them out. No problem. Anything you want me to talk about? No problem at all. There's so many things I could talk about. I mean, I could bring up this minute. Let me bring up a few. Well, again, for me now, right? Within Flatter, if anyone saw the Morgile and Journalism and Bob and IPS last night, if you can't see it, there's a massive acting performance going on here on all fronts. The Morgile, I would tend to maybe separate from the rest. In terms, he was asking some sort of pretty biting questions, but they weren't getting answered, you know, and he didn't push for an answer. And that's the whole reason that this controversy arose in the first place, because he threw out certain accusations, which is fine, you know, or certain suspicions, certain fair questions that you would ask. And all the questions that he asked last night were all the questions that I said should be asked, or should have been asked, when this character came on the scene and told you he was this and he was that. Should have been asked right then, before a following was allowed to be built up. But I understand there's a different game going on, and I sort of see, in a sense, again, who else will pass my Delquoc will give. I'll give Delquoc 3 out of 3 for my litmus test. Or Joe, he's a flat earther because he's done the necessary research, right? He's aware of 9/11 media victim, complete victim and media fakery, because he's done the research, right? And he's also aware of the legal name fraud because he's done the research, right? And he lives it as well. So he's a 3 out of 3 in my litmus test. I can't think of many others. I can't really think of many others. I'm especially talking about people who are up for suspicion on one form or in one form or another, you know, on one sort of level or another. And these are 3 things that absolutely every truth seeker should have come across and should have investigated and should have come out the other side, you know. So that's the way I look upon it. So many people are presented to us as being leaders of the pack, if you will, and you can accept them if you like. It's never one to accept leaders. I hope that most people here are of the same mind, so we can see what's going on somewhat, I guess. This is all big. Del describes it as a big troop of actors. I agree, interconnected, privy to the greater sort of game, I guess, but playing a role. An interconnected role at the same time. So yeah, we have to realize who and what. I'm not going to say up against. That sounds very combative. But yeah, we have to realize what, I guess. What do we have to realize? We have to realize the gatekeepers. We have to realize the actors, the people who are put here to play a role or to guide and lead in a certain direction. We have to realize that, and then once we do realize that, we can take on board what we're saying, but we can learn more from what they won't say, or where they won't go near, or what sort of strange, inappropriate reaction they have to something that should be par for the course with them. For instance, I said 9/11. He wants to punch me regarding 9/11 for saying that it was a media and a victim hoax extravaganza. Well, that's a crazy position to have. He's not a stupid man, and to me, not knowing the man, but knowing that he's not stupid, I'm saying to myself, he would have gone down the no planes route. He would have gone down the Judy Wood route. He would have gone down all of the different routes laid out for you, and needs must you come out at the fakery angle. It's ingrained within the fucking narrative for you. So for him to react so vehemently against that idea, immediate red flag. Therefore, Ice as an actor, he knows the truth. He's protecting certain layers of it, and that gives it away. And it's not as if he slipped up. I think this is the whole point. It's not, and I'm just talking about Ice. It's not as if he slipped up. These are signs for you. These are immediate communications with you. That, listen, this is where I'm stuck now, and I'm stuck here. I'm going to be saying the same thing endlessly and doing the same thing endlessly and not moving beyond that in any great sense. And your role is to move beyond me and take it where you take it. And especially if you have no affiliations and you're working all this shit out, or you're trying to work all this shit out yourself. I mentioned earlier on, it's one thing when you... yeah, that's when I went back to university. One particular guy, I won't mention any names, but yeah, I soon realised that it's you know, you can actually cheat your way through very easily, and there'd be no consequences to it except personal consequences, you know. So I never cheated, didn't like the idea of it. I knew someone who did, and would have no problem. He sort of cheated at everything actually. But he'd have no problem sending his older brother in with his IT to do the exam for him, and his brother would have done it years later. I think one of the lecturers applied to him or gave the name to him as the man of 1,000 excuses. You know, so it's that type of character. Do you get on better in the end? I don't think so. You know, I think if you're motivated by sort of materialistic profits or benefits, and you're willing to step on your fellow man for those gains, there'll always be a bigger price to pay. I do think that. I think ultimately at the end, I mentioned this with Jamie earlier on, no man can look upon the face of God and live. Well, you can't look upon your own face, can you? You know, they talk about near-death or post-death experiences where the body rises from the body, or the entity or the being rises from the body and sees everything that's going on. It's only then that you can look down upon your own face in any real terms. So that's an interesting concept. But I think at the end of the day, yeah, we are probably our biggest judge. So whatever punishment we're in line for, we will sentence ourselves to it. We will drop the gavel on ourselves, you know, and just a thought. Yeah, but so the choice is always with the individual. Easy to cheat, but yeah, there's something not quite right about it, is there? I mean, if you can't, and of course, yeah, nice guys finish last, they say sometimes, but yeah, I guess it depends on how you define the finishing line. That's one thing. Certainly, recognizing at this point, it's all about defining shit. We can't define nothing. We can't define what is real, even. I could talk about loads of stuff. One thing that is prominent at the minute is the HH, the hidden hand, the 8864 random 64. If there's a hidden hand going on behind the scenes in operation, always operating towards a greater goal, we should expect contemporary leaders to to be showing the hidden hand. So that's what I'm going to do. I'm just going to type in brief. What I type in? I'm going to type in George Bush hidden hand, right? Google Images. So let me share my screen. So yeah, I think this is honing in. This is what we're honing. This is what is being honed in on. The hidden hand. It's HH everywhere. 88. Hail Hitler. One ball. Einstein. So let me just type in hidden hand. Let me just Tony Blair. Right, hidden hand. And Tony Blair. Tony Blair. Tony. That's a liar encoded in Tony Blair. Again, it's old theater. So I'll just go into images, hidden hand and Tony Blair. Maybe that's not the best search term now, is it? And I know it's vague, you know. But Tony Blair puts his hand in his breast pocket, and there you have the hidden hand. You know, it's that's probably not a good search term. Maybe put Tony Blair and the hidden hand in. He's another one. His whole story, how he came to power, everything is put in place. Every political leader that you have is picked for the role well in advance. Make no bones about it. This is a worldwide sort of operation, and if you don't think it is, well, can't help you. Okay, well, nothing is coming up immediately there, I see, anyway. Pretty sure that there would have been some instances anyway. I'll have a closer look at another time. Some instances of Tony Blair with the hand inside the jacket, but maybe he's not big enough. You know, maybe he's not allowed to do that as well. Again, when you think about it in terms of the images associated with the hidden hand, it's always fucking pretty very prominent historical figures. You know, pretty powerful historical figures, and maybe Tony Blair is more of a lightweight. Let me type in George Bush in the hidden hand. I think George Bush might possibly come up. You know what I mean? So unless you're beyond a certain level, you mightn't be able to express that particular form. Like here, for instance, you know what I mean? Well, who's this guy? What's his name again? Well, it is everywhere, as you see, but in terms of George Bush, what's his name again? How you doing? Is there someone joined? Okay, that doesn't seem to be any prominent there, but obviously you can see different figures, different.
No PM just here, but walk away. I didn't want to interrupt your presentation. I'm here.
Oh, Del, how you doing, man? No problem. You're not interrupting anything.
Yeah, go on, walk away, man. Sorry.
No, you're grand.
No PM just here, but walk away.
No, you're grand. Your volume is a bit spiked, I suppose. But no, I'm not doing anything. I'm just as I was talking there. That's what all I did was typed in hidden hand associated with Tony Blair or George Bush. You can see here. Is this Jonathan Price or Jonathan Prine? Is it? I think it possibly is. But you can see he's a prominent figure. He has the hidden hand. So maybe these characters, George Bush or Tony Blair, are less important figures. You know, they don't qualify to give you that.
Man, even if the name, if you think about it, the price.
Right.
The very fact that you got to meet somebody and their name is Price. What's that about?
Yeah, all encoded, Del, isn't it? I mean, if you're an actor on the stage, you will pick an acting name. What do you think of the idea that the Pope himself is Jonathan Price, the actor?
sure you must have come across that possibility.
I've seen it. I've seen it before, P.
Do you
I've
think?
seen it already. Yeah.
What do you think? Yeah.
It's like everything else, isn't it? It's like the Dallas bug uh,
Yeah.
concept. Not to just write it off as that, but you know. Um,
It's hard to
anyway,
know
man,
what
I
to.
don't. I didn't. I thought you were.
No, no, man. Let me go off this. That doesn't matter. That's. I'm just chatting away. There's no. How you doing, Joe? Big hugs to you, man. I haven't spoken to you in a long time.
Oh no, yeah, a long time. What? 2 weeks?
Well, that's long enough, isn't it? Hey,
Hey, I'm here.
how you doing, man? Ovel, Joe, Ovel, man.
Yeah. What's the story, man? What the fuck is with the echo as well? Seriously.
Well, you're coming through grand and clear for me anyway.
Yeah, I'm hearing bloody echo here on my end.
Okay. Um, I don't know what to do about that because you're. It's perfect. It's perfect. Where what I'm hearing.
Testing, testing. 1, 2.
Yeah, perfect. No echo. No echo for me.
1, 2. Yeah, I hear it, but it's not. It's not a.
No,
Well,
no,
it's annoying, but like,
yeah, that'll bug you, man. So I don't know what. I think because I can't hear an echo. Um, I don't know. Maybe if you just try quick refresh there or something, that might solve your problems because you know how annoying
could
this
quite.
stuff is.
I'll knock off my camera maybe and just rejoin the call.
Right. I was hearing you fine anyway, just to let you know. And okay, hang on. Where have you come in? So does it? Hang on now. What's going on there? Oh, hang on, Del. If you're listening, you're calling me privately, man. And if I answer that, I think I won't be able to answer it because I'm already on a call. Shit. Don't know what to do here. Don't know what to do there, man. I don't know why I would have rang you. You would have rang because if you just went, let me put the link in again. Because if you just put the link in, obviously normally you just go straight into the Hangout.
Is that any better, P? I'm
Yeah.
here, man.
Well, okay. That's you seemingly rang me there and sort of a.
I know, but I hung up because I clicked on the wrong button. There was
All right.
two
That's cool. Okay.
things
That's cool.
up.
Well,
And
more importantly, is that any better for you, man? Because it was already perfect for me. I had no problem hearing you or didn't hear any echo.
apart from the echo,
Are you good now?
I'm still hearing the echo, but it doesn't matter, man.
What
I'm
can
not
I do
going to
about?
complain
Can
about
you
it.
suggest?
You know?
Can you suggest something I can do about that, man?
Yeah, I don't know what's going on there. Hang on, I might have a window open or something stupid like that. Hang on, there might be something at play.
Yeah, I can't. Everything is okay where I'm at. I have. Oh, hang on. That's why I might have been. I meant to turn it down to 144. You know when you have the main watch page up and you're looking
Yeah,
at yourself. I had it up on high definition, so I mightn't have been coming through on the best of clarity. But uh, no,
yeah.
you're good. You're.
Can I do testing? Testing.
Yeah.
I'm still
That
hearing
sounds.
an echo, P. I don't know what the fuck that is, and
Well,
I
let me.
don't want to
No,
disrupt
let.
your
No, you're
bloody
not. You're not doing anything. Let me go on. Let me go on mute, and now try speaking.
1, 2. Yeah, but you don't need to mute though, man. That's the thing. You shouldn't have to mute. Can't check it
Yeah.
from you
Well,
now.
I agree with you, but I can't hear the echo that you're hearing. So I wonder is it coming through on the
Hello?
main page?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Look. It doesn't really matter. It's in the background, P. So you know yourself. It's kind of annoying, but
I
you
know,
can
man.
live with it. You know, it doesn't
Let,
really matter.
Let me just go to the watch page and to see how it's coming through.
I didn't join your hangout to complain about your hangout.
Don't worry about it,
You know
man.
yourself, it's kind of annoying, but I live with it, no? Doesn't really matter.
Oh, I see. I hear it, Dal. It's coming through in the.
I didn't join your hangout.
Is it on your end, man?
Right, so I hear how it's coming through on the main page, but I'm not hearing that echo when I'm speaking to you directly. So I don't know what's the cause of that. We usually have problems when me and you connect like this, Dale, isn't it? And we usually have problems trying to
Yeah,
solve
we're
that.
always
Where the problem
accused of
lies.
being the same person.
Yeah. I mean, if I reload, but I don't want to maybe reload because if I do that, maybe
No,
the whole
don't.
thing will.
Don't do anything. Hang on for a minute. I've got one page open. I'll tell you what, I'll turn my camera off for starters. That might help.
Yeah, again, I can't hear it. I can hear you perfectly, and there's no echo, no delay, no nothing.
No. 1, 2.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's crazy.
No,
Hang on.
I don't know what's going on there. This usually happens when me and you have this interaction, Del, for what or
It
sometimes
is.
happens.
It's terrible, man, isn't it?
But I mean, you see, from my ears here right now as we're speaking, it's perfect. I can't hear any.
Yeah. I can hear it perfect too, except I hear myself coming back in, like at a split second, you know?
Well, then it's not perfect, but I can't hear that split second delay coming back in. So it seems like a
Fucking
good
great,
conversation.
you know?
Yeah, don't know what.
Everyone should just use, you know, fucking laptops.
Oh, hang on. Do you know what? Actually, now let me try this.
Oh, you found something, did you? You have a
Did,
page
man, I
open.
fucking did. Let me try this.
Oh,
try this.
really? P?
Yeah. How's that?
I'll hug you and say I forgive you for making me paranoid.
Right. And I'll beg forgiveness as well. Put my hands up straight away if that has fixed the problem. Has that fixed the problem?
1, 2, 1, 2. Yeah, no echo. What the fuck was that about, P? Come on.
Oh man, simple thing as well. All I did was when I was singing, I went on to settings and just the voice settings. I went from studio or from voice to studio. So I just went back to voice. So that's all my problem. Ah, well, there you go, Del. Dumbass Pete. So my problem, and you did well to stick by your guns. So
there's only so many, you know, when you know you close down all your windows. It's only because I'm here. That's why it's echoing.
hey Del, it's like when you can't. We've all been in this situation where you can't find your car keys or something, and you end up looking in the most ridiculous of places, behind the fridge, for instance, in the freezer of the fridge. You know, so
I've never frozen my car keys, but I know what you're getting at. Yeah,
you know what I mean. It's only when then you go back after all of this. Has nothing happened to you after all of it? You fucking find your keys on the fucking table.
Where you put them in the fridge.
What the fuck? Looking underneath the fridge. You're looking behind the fridge, in the fridge freezer. And you know you can't find it, but you need them, so you're going to explore all possibilities, and then it usually turns out to be something so blindly obvious as it has done. But how you doing anyway, Del? How you keeping, man?
I'm crap. I'm all right. Yeah, hang on. I'm trying to find. Oh, we're back in the echo again. What the fuck's going on there?
I didn't touch. I definitely didn't go back to video.
That might have been something I might have touched. Hang on. 1, 2, 1, 2.
Yeah, sounds fine.
All right, turn on my camera.
Lovely. Nice one, excellent.
No, it's not zoom up like you're.
No, you're good, Dan.
No,
you're good, man.
To get me picture in there, so people can see who I am. You know, well, fuck that. Anyway, but you know yourself, P.
You're looking grand, Del. What's that T-shirt you have there, man?
Jack Daniels. This is my pajama T-shirts from fucking years ago. Come on, give me a break.
Why not?
Okay.
Jack Daniels throws my mind back to my
Quarter past 1 in the morning here, man. I'm in me jammies. What can I?
lovely, lovely. It's early enough still, but Jack Daniels brings me back immediately when he said it to college days, and there was no money around.
Mhm.
And my friend brought back a bottle of Jack Daniels from the States. He was over there for the summer or whatever. And that's all we had to drink. But we knew it was going to be fucking an impossibility to drink. But we had to get drunk because it was like poor times. And we needed to celebrate. But it was like we played cards and whoever lost had to drink a short, that sort of thing, Del. But both of us were wise enough to have two plastic bags by our side just in case we sort of gulped it all up.
Pete, you know what the real meaning of bought the T-shirt is, right? I've got a bloody Jack Daniels T-shirt. I've got like half a bottle of Jack Daniels down in Cork, right? In one of my relations' drink cabinets from 20 years ago. That's down there for me, and they still joke. They still laugh when Jack Daniels is best left. You know,
Left to mature, left to
too
see
strong. Oh
time.
no, but like I was just fucking out of it, man. Right, drinking Jack Daniels. Right, that's 20 years ago. It was funny at the time, but it's still down there. I've got like
Nice,
bottle
nice. I mean,
of Daniels down in Cork whenever I want to go down and have a laugh.
would you ever? Are you a man for that sort of hard liquor, Del?
No, come
How does
on,
that
man.
hit you?
53 years of age. That's what I'm saying. I've got a half a bottle of Jack Daniels from 20 years ago down in Cork. If I was a hard liquor man,
That would have been well gone. All
you
right.
didn't get that there, man. You see what I mean? Yeah.
Well, why is it half bottle? Is
I
it?
like,
Did you
because
drink half of a full
well,
bottle, or was it
if I
half
drank the
bottle?
whole thing, I probably would have been dead by now. You know, but
Oh, all right.
the point is,
All
Pete,
right.
the point is,
All right. I'm with you, man. I'm with you.
yeah, you get me with hard liquor
I'm
now.
a bit slow there. Sorry, Dad. A bit slow on
Yeah.
that one, but yeah, I'm with you. Yeah. Oh fuck.
Irish coffee. That's the next level. Although you look like you're drinking bloody Carling Black Label now at the moment.
No, no, man.
The white feckers. Stella Artois. Oh, there you go.
I said
Tell me-
why? I said why not? I was going to go down for. I was going down for just there's a pub under Shannon here, uh, and I go down there occasionally, just overlook the Shannon, have a few beers. But I was talking to Jamie today, so I just ended up getting a 5-pack, and I was wondering there was a big, massive choice of beers to have, and I just settled on the Stella Artois. That had a bad name. Remember that originally, Del? It's how everything turns. It had a bad name initially,
They
and
used,
then.
yeah, stellar.
Yeah. Then promotion brought it from being the bums and the drunks drink and the cheapest of shit to the best of shit, So, yeah,
They nearly outweighed Dutch Gold, right? At one stage.
right.
But you see, that's the thing. The Dutch Gold is like in all the shops, right?
It is. It is
You
four
know,
cans for €4. A euro a can. Can't get much better than that. But I mean, think
yeah.
about it. What's the difference? What is it? What do you think? Like when you go in and buy four
No, I'm not
Budweiser.
being
No, I'm
like
not saying you, Dal. I know you know the story, but I mean, if we think we're sort of more sophisticated in one sense, if we buy 4 Budweiser, 4 Carlsberg, does that make any real difference? Ah, fuck, it doesn't. You're paying twice the price, and it does the exact same thing. It does what it says in the tin. It poisons your body. It poisons your system. The right way to go about it is what you do, Del, which is brew your own, and I'm sure you're enjoying your own, are you?
that's what I'm saying. Brewing your own, right? This is like an oxymoron, isn't it? If you're an alcoholic, that makes connotations of someone who can't fucking do anything, blah blah blah. So if you're an alcoholic on the internet that has nothing else to do except police other people on the internet, see where I'm going with this? P. That's a bit of weed. I'm going to make a.
Nice one.
But the point is, you see this fucking thing behind me,
I do.
right?
That's your Portaloo, Dal, is it? If you
That's
fancy big shit later on, you'll just climb up
yeah.
in that baby and
You see, that's what a lot of baller trolls would immediately say. Is that what?
not a bomb patrol now.
Do you know what?
I'm only
Do you know what that's going to be tomorrow?
Oh well. Um what is that? Tell us what that is.
Well, at the risk of sounding like someone who can see into the future, and bar anything happens to me between then and now, that's
Right,
the
right.
next thing. I have fucking 30 bottles that I was washing earlier on. You know, that's why I was going in and out of your chat. Do you remember I was saying I don't know if you even saw the chat, but literally I was going in and out. That's 30 bottles of Burgundy white wine. Now,
Wow.
before anyone in the chat goes, Burgundy is red. Oh, really? Oh, Burgundy is red, man. Yeah, good for you. I knew Burgundy was red when I was a young fella too. But guess what? There's an actual grape variety. And just a quick lesson for all you people out there, right? Merlot, Chardonnay, right? All them, they're actually grapes. They're names of different varieties of fucking grapes. So if you have a Chardonnay, that means you have a fucking, you know what I'm saying.
So what about Burgundy then, Dal? I mean, definitely
That's
Burgundy.
oh yeah. Do you know why I went for Burgundy, P? It's and this is the God honest truth. It's easier. It's easier to make. It's the easiest white wine. Now, I have that there, 30 fucking bottles. I can put that into me so-called cellar, and that's all good for when visitors come, Christmas and whatever. That is a basic wine. That's what I'm saying, man. Do you know? It's
So Burgundy is red normally. So we obviously did the
oh
one
yeah.
drinker would
No, seriously, P. Go look at it. Burgundy is the actual grape.
Okay, okay.
There's two. You Burgundy. I got Burgundy white wine, and I'm not bullshitting you, man. I'm not trying to say that white is red. There's actually a
black is white.
Burgundy.
Every other fucker is trying to tell me black is white, Dal. Why wouldn't you be? Yeah.
Because I'm not trying to deceive you, P. Maybe.
Of course I'm kidding. But no, I mean, it's Burgundy red though. I've never heard of Burgundy associated with the color white. But
I never did either.
Take your word. Yeah.
But there is a Burgundy. I've drank it. I'm making it. There's a Burgundy white down to the grape, and I'm sure.
And it's more. Is it the area, Del? Is it the area that it's? Isn't there a Burgundy in France? It's an actual area. Like Champagne is an area.
That's we're going by that.
The geographical location, right?
Agreed.
Yeah, I guess
or whatever. Yeah, Burgundy is an area as well as a wine.
Right.
Well,
right.
what is a wine region? It's a fucking area, isn't it?
That's it, isn't it? It's. I mean, again, it's just climatic conditions which give a certain quality or whatever, or just a certain distinctive flavor to the local produce. That's all it is. It's much ado about dodo
about nothing, isn't it?
Exactly, isn't it? I mean, that's what I'm saying about the difference between drinking a can of Dutch Gold or a can of Carlsberg. I drank Carlsberg years ago. I wouldn't dream of drinking a can of Dutch Gold. Euro can, get the fuck. Now, man, I know all the shit is bad. It's all bad as a collective. I'm not talking about what you're doing there, Del. There's, you
already fucking came out in the beginning and said drinking is bad.
Right. But what you're doing, right? As opposed to
that's what you were doing. You were saying drinking is bad, but you're still drinking. But I'm not saying, you know what I mean? I'm not trying to start a CTS row with you.
No, 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 no. What?
By the way, I'd love to address that one as
Lovely,
well.
lovely. I look forward to it.
Yeah.
Let me just clarify what I mean about drink. Right, drink is a poison. It's a poison for our systems. Full stop. I mentioned about it earlier on. But
Yeah.
if you use it, if you take any poison in a small dose, it's going to be good for you in a certain sense. If it makes you feel good, but you have to sort of pinpoint that exact point. But what you're doing in terms of brewing your own, having complete control over the process, that's a much better sort of drinking habit in the sense than what my drinking habit would be, like going to the off license and buying these fucking cans that have been sitting there for ages without any TLC involved. You know?
Man, do you know it's so ridiculous, right? How simple it is, right?
I know.
I'm not talking about wine, right? But I'm talking about beer. I've never tried beer to actually brew beer up until the past 6 months, right? I always did wine and mead, right? That's what I've been doing anyway. But I couldn't believe, right, when I went down to the homebrew place, right, which is literally in the next fucking county. So talking about a drive, but the first time I was introduced to actually beer, and the person who was selling it to me said that it's actually easier than wine.
Right.
First time that I actually looked at, this is what I need, and this is what I have to do, and I'm going, what the fuck? Yeah. So beer is that, but like at the same time, for anyone who's new to any of that kind of stuff,
Right.
it's a mystery, but it's so fucking easy when you know how, man. That's the thing, and everyone should know how, and they should be able to know how. You know?
Absolutely, and it's like anything else. When you put that little bit of TLC and care and attention into your own produce, whether it be your own local brew, whether it be your own local vegetables out your back, it's going to be imbued with that personality, I guess, in a sense, that sort of personal effort you've put into producing it. But yeah, brilliant. I mean, but if I was to say to somebody, burgundy, what color does that bring to mind? Yeah, that's the same.
It always brings red. Burgundy is
That's
a
not the case.
shade of red.
It's a misnomer. Yeah.
It is a misnomer when you're talking about wine, because immediately everyone goes, "Oh, that's a white wine or a red wine," and I'm going, "No, you've got a burgundy white."
So what? So you're going to have? What did you say? You're going to have 30 bottles tomorrow? Is that?
You see that behind me?
Yeah.
Right. I leave that. If it's not just say tomorrow, I can leave that for another couple of days and still siphon it off. But yeah, effectively, that's 30 bottles of Burgundy behind me.
Wow.
I did my finance the past few days, so I'm just letting it sit there. It's really sitting there, there's no blub, 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 So,
excellent. I mean, so how long is the whole process going to be? I mean, since you set it up until you finally bottle the produce? A month, is that?
Yeah, pretty much a month, right? But it's when you will drink it, the longer you leave it, the better, right? I know that sounds like a cliche.
No.
But at the same time, Pete, effectively, I could fucking scoop out a ladle out of that. No, I'm not going to do that. Disturb the sediment, because I'm going to siphon that into it. What I'm going to do with that tomorrow, right, is siphon it into another container, right, which will take. There'll be I'd say it'll be less than a millimeter on the bottom, because it's pretty much clear. I had a look at it, right? Anyway,
right.
But the point is, I'll be siphoning that into another container, and then I'll be bringing it out to the kitchen and putting it up on a high enough that I'll be able to, by the so-called gravity that doesn't exist, but it's all buoyancy, and it's
right.
And it's also liquid finding its level. So
Right.
I'll be putting the wine, and it'll be finding its level in wine bottles. And
Lovely, man. Your
that's
house must be
going on there.
filled. Your house must be filled with poor Elaine Dell. I mean, she fancies a bath. Well, you have to. Well, you're going to have to move last month's produce from it. I mean, your house must be
What are
filled
you
with.
talking about, man? I don't have
I'm just
bottles in my bathroom. Are you fucking kidding me?
saying,
I've got.
man. You just.
You're
I
just
know, man.
fucking. I know what you're doing, P.
I'm kidding, man. I'm just saying that you're always fermenting something or other. Whether if it's not, as you say, mead, it's
I've got mead. I got.
it's wine, and if it's not wine, it's beer. I'm kidding, Del. Jesus, don't take me seriously in that. But I mean, why not anyway in the first place? But
Exactly. Exactly. And
well,
yeah. No, sorry, P.
you thought I was doing something different, Del, did you? You thought I was doing a Chris Truth Seeker on you. No, no, no. So you talk about how that's a good segue into Chris Truth Seeker and what his game is. What do you think Chris Truth
You
Seeker's
want to
game?
talk about Chris? If you want to talk about all them, yeah, I'd quite happy talk to you about any of them dudes, right?
Lovely, lovely, lovely.
But I still.
That was yeah. Just
It
in case you
sounds
don't
like I'm
realize,
going out on a bloody limb here.
you're not going out on anything. Just in case you don't realize, that quip about the Elaine in the bathtub, that's a complete joke, man. You know, come on. That's a joke you know, it's not trying to cast anyone in a bad light or anything like that. I guess my sense of humor doesn't translate sometimes, but it is a complete joke, man. So it's not.
All right.
I've talked about Chris earlier on and how he's sort of you know, again, let's go there in a sense if you want. Yeah, how when we pointed out the obvious, which was that anonymous guest sounds remarkably like ADR, suddenly in swings Tarzan, and you know, starts throwing his weight around everywhere. So I mean, do you want to give your impressions of what went on there?
Well, first of all, you were in his chat last night with because you were referring to it earlier on. I didn't hear it, right? I didn't know about it, but it was something to do with Jamie was involved, and after that, I don't know, man. Right? So maybe you could refresh my memory about that one because I wasn't around in that chat that you were talking about. You know?
Oh, hang on. Well, okay, just in case there's a confusion. The
Like
initial,
IPS, and all that. You know.
well, I guess the initial was when this seeker started banning them about a few days ago, when people started saying he looked like or not, he looked like, he said anonymous guest sounded like ADR. Truth seekers kind of swept in through the windows and started banning people left, right, and center, saying
He's
it was a
always
ridiculous.
done that anyway. People should already realize the likes of Chris Truthseeker is just there with, like you said, man, fucking Antonio Subrats,
Right.
whatever he is anymore. He's famous for fucking, you know, fucking gay shit thrown
Daytime, nighttime, sexy time.
right? And your man is there. He's on the control page of the Enterprise as we're
Producer, yeah, he's the producer of.
listen, man. Go and look at that guy was around before Flat Earth in the guise of the same guy. That's how I met your man Chris Truthseeker. He was
Oh, interesting.
hey Del, can you help me do this? Put a couple of songs together. Yeah, I can do that for you, man. Don't forget, this is the guy who's telling everybody he can hear everything because he's a sound engineer and an expert, but he gets Del to put fucking some tracks together into an album because he can't do it. And on top of that, he contacts me, and it was like kind of out of the blue, but at the same time, I kind of seen you in a chat room. But this was pre fucking Flat Earth. It was all about Jeff C and all the everything is fake. And you know, P, you know, we were already looking at that shit and going,
Yeah,
really?
of
It's all,
course.
yeah, it's fake.
Yeah,
None of these people, and yet none of these people, they might pay a lip service now and again, or even shake their shoulders and go, "That's an annoyance," but they have to begrudgingly uh, recognize the likes of fucking Clues Forum or anything like that. If they
mm,
don't, well, they haven't been where we were already. And
yeah,
I know that me and you are on different levels and different wavelengths, but we've been we've been through the same fucking stuff. We can fucking see it, you know?
I mean, one thing about Antonio Subarats is when I confronted him, how come we don't talk about the legal name fraud, or how come we don't talk about 9/11 media fakery? He said, I knew about 9/11 conspiracy before it happened. He didn't quite say that, but he mentioned Tiananmen
You
Square.
might as well have.
Right, but he knew it on the day that there was a psyop. So again, I said, well, how come you didn't mention any of this stuff when, for instance, I was taking all of this flack from people for mentioning the possibility of 9/11 media and victim fakery? How come you didn't stand in for me? Like I would have stood in for you or anyone saying such truths, following relevant research. I said, oh, I left that to someone else. I leave these things to someone else. I do what I do. Well, now we ask the question, what exactly do you do, man? I mean, daytime, nighttime, sexy time, Dale, sexy time.
He's hanging around studios making sexy videos.
Yeah,
It's all about.
yeah, this character Glenn McIntosh, he was the producer and the videographer of the daytime, nighttime. He's been coming into Jamie's chat, and it's strange actually. Anything that's when he mentions Antonio, he's always going fucking idiot. He's strange in his views, but he's a fucking idiot. And I'm going, what's going on here? So again, there's a different dynamic going on here, and what's a greater play, Dal? What's a greater?
Well, I tell you what the strangest thing is that Jamie, right? Jamie knows, and it's funny that he hasn't actually said anything or done anything about it. But Jamie, I came across Jamie before he, so-called famous in quotation marks, and he was there on his thing. And the only reason I came across him was because he had flat Earth Illuminati, that, and he still has it to do to this day. And fair play to him. And I helped him, man. Right? And I'm only saying this, right? I'm not fucking, looking for kudos or whatever. But the point is, I helped him, and it was great. He had a wrench there. See, there's the old wrench thing. It's a big kind of a joke at the time, but at the same time, I'm thinking the other day, how did all the wrenches disappear from Jamie's? It was because of the usual drama bullshit. And who are they? Do they even need to be mentioned? We already know who they are. Bump, 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 bump.
Well, I guess that was. I'm not gonna say on the back of a suggestion of mine, but I guess you understand when he was giving out wrenches, he might have known exactly who he was giving them out to. So what I suggest was, in light of all of the controversy, and not just me, just remove all the wrenches and give them out again, just like I did, Dal. Just like there's no problem there. I mean, it's not as if
it's not even
for the
the
most part,
question of the wrench. It's the question of
yeah,
who the.
it's,
It's not the wrench. You see, this thing.
I know.
The wrench is like another fucking thing. Sorry, man. I'm getting a phone call.
No, you're okay, man. No, I know it's about perceived authority, and you know my feelings about wrenches. I hate that. No wrenches on flat Earth.
Feckin'
You take a minute, Al. You
night.
take a minute if you want, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, you take a minute. No problem. I'm going to take a minute myself, actually, and I'll be back in a minute.
It's actually called When the Missus Goes to Fucking Riverdance. Now go Google that one.
Okay, so your missus has gone to Riverdance.
You can't stop shit like that, man. Anyway,
No,
I'll be
no,
back
no.
in a minute, man. I gotta ring her back.
No, that's okay. I'm going to take a break for a second as well, and I'll see you in a couple of minutes.
I wonder when I was listening. I may be mistaken, but this is a little I know. You getting the feeling that nothing is quite like it seems. I guess it is only a matter of time. I wonder when no one is listening. I may be mistaken, but this is the little I know. You getting the feeling that nothing is quite like it seems. I guess it is only a matter of time. I wonder when no one is listening. I may be mistaken, but this is the little I know. You getting the feeling that nothing is quite like it seems. I guess it is only a matter of time.
Sorry, P, you're back, man.
Hey, nice one, Del. I never heard that. Dire Straits.
No, it's fucking Simon Shack.
Oh well, that
That's the thing, man. It's fucking.
that was very reminiscent of Dire Straits. Anyway, I was thinking I haven't heard this one by Dire Straits. And
Wasn't it lovely music, though, man? And the song, the actual lyrics. There's some of them on the new Simon Shack ones that I think they're really cool. But anyway, I'm not pushing Simon Shack, but
no, man. I
music
mean,
that's cool, and it's not.
I do. It was a thought in my brain. Is that Simon Shack? But then it was just Dire Straits. Okay, I just assumed it was Dire Straits then. But that it's Simon Shack. That's cool, man.
Like Simon Shack wanna be Dire Straits. I get that too, man.
Simon Shack is an amalgamation. Simon Shack is not just a man, Del. This is the thing that I know now. So even in his music, why I associate that with Dire Straits, I think there's a direct connection there. In other words, Simon Shack is a character. He's, what can you say? I mean, this is the point. I haven't spoken to you in a long while, but be interested to hear your views on how you see flat Earth at the minute. There's lots of sort of changes, I think, going on, and
Apart from the big psyop that has been
right. And I know that you are on the ball in a sense. You're aware. You're sort of
you're in a position to make some sort of evaluation, I guess, and I would certainly appreciate that. I don't get to hear from many other people as well who know the story. I think that we know the score in Flat Earth. You see, this is what I've been saying, Dal, is that it's easy to identify the bowler actors, the bowler antagonist actors. They come back with the same arguments day in, day out, hang out in, hang out, chat out.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter what you prove to them or otherwise, they will keep doing the same thing. What's more difficult to identify is the flat earth actors. But if you pay attention, they will manifest as well, So it's a minority view, isn't it? It's a controversial view. Well, it's one thing to question or criticize the opposition, but when you sort of shit in your own camp, that's a different story. Well, the big question I would ask is, what is our own camp? What are the flat earth rules? Who is deciding what can be spoken about, what can't be spoken about? Who is determining which
Yeah. You can go and watch who all the wrenches are, for starters.
Right, well.
Very interesting. Not so much as the wrenches, but who looks for them or who looks for them on other people's behalf.
Yeah.
And it doesn't matter what you see is the same fucking wrenches there. So for I know that's only one little part of it all, P, but it's an important one. It's where all the people are there, and
so go on, name names, Dal. Name names. There's no.
You can say that. Well, who?
Name names. I'll name plenty of names if you want. The fact that ISA has given wrenches to Mark Taylor and the likes, this is ridiculous. And again, it's not very subtle. So again, according to my way of thinking, this is all overt, and there's an onus on us to question it and object to it in a sense. This is not how. I mean, are we in a war here or not? Is my neighbor suffering from cancer or not? Like, who are these people and who are they? Sure, they might provide some sort of intellectual challenge or intellectual opposition.
Will Mark Taylor ever would Mark Taylor ever even look into, never mind tell anybody else about maybe the benefits of, fucking apple cider vinegar, or maybe B17, some apricot kernels into you. Whoa. Is he going to tell you about that? I don't think so.
No, he's a member of the anti-conspiracy crew, Dal, so there's no conspiracies ever. So if you mention something like that, that will go against the mainstream view, so therefore you're a liar and a deceiver, because cancer, even though it is a problem, it's controllable now. More people are living longer than ever. So your apricot kernels and your cannabis oil is nonsense. But again, we know the role he's playing. This is the idea. But I mean, what do we make of people who are supposedly on our side, like ISA? I don't want to pick an ISA, but it's going on elsewhere as well. You talked about the wrenches.
He already showed his hand along.
Ali B, for instance. But why are they? This is the question, Dal. Why are they showing us their hand? This is the thing. Why are they being so obvious? If they were being subtle about it, they wouldn't do these things. So again, this is what leads me to believe there's a different game going on. And yeah. Are we going to raise our game to meet their game? They're making it so obvious. ISIS is making it so obvious. Ali B is making it so obvious, just like NASA are making it so obvious. So what are we to make of that? Why did Chris F.E.? Let me just, for the record here.
Well, I want to say for the record as well, man. I apologize to him earlier on, even though I was 98%, as you know.
Who did you apologize to, man?
To fucking flattered Chris. Now, the only reason why, Pete, let me.
Okay, I don't know anything about this. Off you go.
Is because, like I said, I'm the 98% at that stage.
All right, okay, I'm with you now.
You know what I mean? But, like I know we're live on air and whatever, and I still say, man, the the thing with Denny, right, Millennium, and you was like at like 5 o'clock in the morning and all that, and he was fucking even more than 4 cans, as you know. And that's all I'm going to say, man. You know,
Oh no, no, no. Well, I thought you were going to say that you changed your mind. You were 98% on Chris Fe, and
no,
you.
but that's the thing. I'm still, but at the same time, I can't fucking just accuse somebody at that percentage.
Well, what percentage can we make the call? Then this is the point, isn't it?
Well, you see, who I
It doesn't
don't want to
matter.
be the arbiter of that.
This is what I'm saying.
I don't think that I am the arbiter of that, P.
You're the
Be
arbiter of
honest.
yourself and your own point of view and things.
And that's all I am, you
Right.
know. And
That's all
honestly,
I'm looking for. That's all I'm dealing with. You know, I've pointed out that I'm dealing. I pointed out to Jamie today when I'm speaking here, even though there might be 30, 40 people listening, I don't know anything about that. I'm just speaking to you, man. You know, it's just likewise, Dell.
I think
And
there's still people that are sort of genuine, but we just have to fucking.
misunderstood. Miss. Well.
I don't know.
Okay.
Look, I'm
Listen.
not trying to fucking do anything other than just talk to you here.
No, but I haven't spoken to you about that, so I'll definitely appreciate and have no qualms about speaking my mind about anything, and nor should you. But let me just, before you go to that, let me just ask you about, let's say, the likes of Chris Fe. You haven't shifted from your point of view that he and Paper Explanator and Evil Edna are the same, one and the same sort of operator behind everything. And of course, if you have, Dal, obviously say so. You know, I mean, this is we don't know certain things, and just like when we recognize the similarities between anonymous guest's voice and ADR's voice, and we have to say it.
Right. If
So, no fault in it. We're just pointing out something that's obvious.
right. If you want to deal with 100%ers, that ADR, right? We know ADR. You see, a lot of people are listening. In fact, most of the people on that chat, man,
No, I know.
fucking who the fuck are them? Who are
Actors, every one of them.
these new people?
Every one of
They're
them.
there with the wrenches and what the fuck? I don't know them from Adam, but at the same time, ADR and that anonymous guest, even youth was going, what the fuck? This is like, that's taking the piss, right? That goes without saying, man. You know, really.
I'll tell you something, Dal. I'll tell you something for nothing, and I mentioned this earlier on. I think it's got to do with, you see, okay, let me put it in more cryptic terms. As we reveal the hidden hand, then the hidden hand reveals itself a little bit more. Everything's become a little more obvious. Why would ADR come along and make this sort of situation so obvious? What's the purpose behind it? This is the ultimate question that the individual must ask if you're going down this path anyway. And yeah, this is what we're trying to answer. The one thing that showed Chris Truthseeker up was the vehemence that he came in and denied our senses. You know, he was a newcomer in terms of the hangout, pretty much.
For anyone that would like Chris Truthseeker and you know, or Antonio, right? You go and look up them anyway, right?
Yeah.
But here's the thing, from my angle of it, man, is that fecker was around during the time of the so-called hoax people, which was like Jeff C. Do you remember all that? They were, every time there was a psyop, you'd have Jeff C. there saying, oh yeah, look at the angle of that, right? Blah, blah, blah. At the same time, he'd be the first one to denounce Clues Forum. You see where I'm going there?
I do indeed, yeah. So
Chris Truthseeker was
right, it's all in the name. It's all in the name, Dal, isn't it? If you have
no, but back then he was also self-appointed kind of you know what I mean? A moderator of everybody else, you know?
Right.
Uh, right? And that was before Flat Earth. So,
Mm.
if anything, that fucker was around already trying to, tell people what to do. And come on, even before all the latest bullshit, you've seen the videos he put up. Come on, if I put up a video like that, I'd be quite happily be led away. You know,
Mm.
just that's called losing it. But
Especially when you have control over the video you're putting out. The very fact that his name is Chris
yeah,
Truth.
but you lose control out of a few
Right.
fuckers that have a few sock accounts. What?
Right.
What's that
It's
about?
it's a
Oh,
controlled
you're trying
control.
to marshal all pigeons into the. Are you fucking kidding me?
And that's why he had to attach the ad hominem to me, talking about the drunken Irishman, trying to pigeonhole me.
Man, it's not the first time. You know.
No, but that's fine. I don't even know that. But see, I don't even know anything about his history like you do, or more so than what I do, Dal. But
He said it in his own video. I'm an alcoholic and I know what it's like, and I annoyed all my friends, so therefore I know exactly what people.
really, I didn't know
I,
that, man.
you didn't know that, P. Well, I'm telling you now, and you see, this is the thing, P. Think, think of me what you like, and think of everybody, and that's fucking right, right?
Yeah.
But I
Well, the fact that he labeled me as a drunk, or and knowing now that
that's
he's
called projection.
right, but
It's
I
called
look,
projection.
if I was an alcoholic, right, I'd be the first one to look into this, my own personal hell here, Dell, and say that I am an alcoholic, but I'm not an alcoholic. I have no craving when I don't have alcohol. I don't crave for it. I know what alcohol is. So the fact that he has admitted on camera to being an alcoholic and then
Yeah.
saying these things out of character, as far as
I
I was.
make my own alcohol, so whatever that fucker says has no relevance to my alcohol production. But P, right? There's a couple of things that need to be addressed.
Off you go,
One of
man.
them is that Chris Truth Seeker. What is he? Apart from mine hair or some sort of a control with ADR and everybody else. Right? We're going to control everybody what they say.
And Kathleen Dell and Bin taking pictures. I did say to Bin.
They're all in the same mindset. They need to get
Jewish,
out of that mindset.
the
Come
Jewish,
on.
the Jewish connection,
We're
man.
going to control, and if we don't like what you say, well then you're a troll. And then we have our buddies who are really trolling, and you got your own instant fucking enemies there that you can be attacking as well. And any newbies coming in, well, you're either with us or against us. How does that sound?
Yeah,
I know that
yeah.
sounds harsh, but that's what it is. And yeah, right. I'll leave it at that.
Well,
I'll make another smoke.
yeah, you far away, Dell. Speak your mind, man. I agree with you. It's a big thread that connects all of these different characters, and I'm afraid to say, Jibby, I think I've called you out anyway. I'm calling you out as an actor as well, man. And you're connected with all of this. You're connected with ADR, been taking pictures, Knowledge Scavenger, MG Pillbox, Isa Mahalski. There's a big thread, David Weiss. It's a big Jewish thread as well, as I see it. And I've asked these people before, is this a situation? I don't know, Dell. I want to know the answer
You're
to this.
dealing with a Jewish sector and also the Christian sector.
Right, right.
Well,
And they're one in the same,
I
Dell.
lead you back to the fucking Jewish sector.
Right.
I'm not fucking stupid here,
I
man.
said there's two. I've been saying it all along. There's two groupings that are very dangerous on flat Earth. And where am I to look in my eyes? I look here into my eyes.
I've said this all along, and I said it as an honest sort of gathering of intelligence, I guess, just from perceiving these different groupings working separately, I guess, but ultimately working together. I think I said the most dangerous groupings on flat Earth are the Bible literalist contingent and the Jewish contingent. And the way I see it now, they're all connected as well. And this leads to deeper questions. Again, if you've been listening to me, you know that I've been talking about a point where destruction occurred on flat Earth, and that if there's destruction, someone's possibly and potentially, if it's not a simulation, responsible for the destruction. The Lord God of Genesis 2, Lord, he makes everything from the detritus and from the remains of some sort of destruction, and the Lord God is said to be the Jewish Lord God, and that's a concern.
Well, see, this is the thing, Pete, that I always used to complain about, or not complain about per se, but just my position was that all of that stuff was already from the
Yeah,
get-go bullshit.
scripted out for us. Yeah.
Oh, exactly. And before I even go on about like Denny and whatever, right? That's another fucking thing, right? But
Well, let me ask you, Dal. Let me ask you,
no,
what do you think of
I'm,
the idea that the dodo before 1598?
who was the guy who came up with the dodo in the first place, man?
Oh well, it's actually I don't know about
No,
that.
let me clarify that. Who was the guy that actually pointed out the bird shape in the first place? On
Oh, okay. We sort of thought it might have been Casper, but
Yeah, and
um,
it was
not
me
sure if it
that
was Tara.
fucking went on about. But anyway, that doesn't matter. The point is, I'm just
In
trying
the
to say,
chat. Hang on. What you're trying to say. Okay, well, there was someone in the chat. We were going through the Gleason's map, and I was saying to instead
yeah,
of the visual outline, if we went to the continental shelf outline, a different a shape will appear, which we associate
before
with
I
the
even
cockerel.
before
Someone in
I
chat
even
said
brought in the
dodo,
continent
and
shelf.
immediately me and you looked at one another in a sense and said, "Fucking
Yeah.
hell," you know. So me and you were someone mentioned it in the chat, and it just clicked with both of us at the same time. Absolutely.
All right. Well, that's the way it'll be remembered, I suppose.
Right. Well, there you go, Del. Have I ever denied that?
Yeah. The point is, Pete, and
Have
look,
you? Let me ask you, Del. Let me ask you, so man. Have you been looking into? I know you've been looking into some areas, but I haven't spoken to you in a while. Have you been continuing your investigation? And the only reason I asked that as well is
I
because I
just
know
do
there's
what I've always
so
been
much
doing, Pete.
discovered.
You know that. And I've been doing what I've always been doing, man. That's
No,
literally just fucking going on with my own path. And when I bump into people along the way, I think it's
sure,
cool.
sure. No, but I'm just saying. I'm asking you
Yeah.
in the
And
genuine sense. I mean, have
well,
you?
in any
Have,
sense, it's definitely genuine. I'm always
no,
genuine.
no. Okay, Joe, don't take me wrong, man. I'm not trying to be combative or anything like this. But what I'm saying to you is,
No.
you realize there is some validity to it all. I'm sure at this stage, it does play a significant part in it. So have you been doing your own? Because we have. I'm just saying we haven't been in contact privately, or we haven't been sort of sharing ideas, sort of thing.
Yeah,
You
you
know.
didn't answer me back. And honestly, this
Okay. What was the question?
bottom line, well, you know what the question is, man. With Denny, right? So-called Rizla, right? Even though you're not going to go fully present with that. But
No, no. I was going to get onto that, man. I thought you were talking about.
yeah, that's what I'm getting on because I'll tell you, P, it's the only thing that's really knocked me off kilter for the past few days. And that's to be honest.
Okay, man. I haven't spoken to you about this. Well,
No, well, I sent you a message. You know that.
No, no, I read that. Yeah, and I sent you. I
Yeah.
replied. Okay, well,
And I didn't delete your. You said I've
hmm,
gone off your Google Plus. I've and you sent me this message on our Google Plus. You know, that was the weird
yeah,
thing.
but it wasn't. It wasn't. No, it wasn't Google Hangouts. It was. So when I had
Yeah.
this, hang on, Joe, hang on. Let me explain it at least anyway. When I had this out with Denny last week, um, I sent you a message then saying that I had called out Denny as or Millennium as an actor on the Flat Earth stage, right? And when I signed out, then the next time I signed in, which would have been the next day, your whole account was gone from Google Hangouts. I wasn't blaming you. I wasn't saying anything. I was just saying that was the situation. So all our
But
previous
you don't
conversations,
understand how I felt when you were
right?
sending me a message saying you're disappeared. And it was kind of like as if,
No, I'm just. It was a reality, man. The next time I signed in, your account was
yeah,
gone. I had 3 accounts left in Google Hangouts. You know how it works. No, so it was inquiry more than anything else. Joe, I was never making any accusations. I was asking you, did you?
yeah, I do know how it works. And that's why I was so fucking freaked out when you kind of said, oh, it, no, P, honestly, give me a, you know, I was just like, all of a sudden, am I going to be the next fucking actor to be called out? In the middle of the whole thing, So
No,
that
no, that
was
wasn't
my
that wasn't
fucking.
the intent. That wasn't the intent of my
I know,
messaging.
but that was my kind of a question. That's
Sure.
what it was there. So
What I stated there was just an actual um, reflection of events. Next time I signed in, your whole account was gone. So why the fuck is where's that gone? I didn't touch it. I wouldn't delete. And you have to, if you're going to delete something, you have to press
I
the delete.
know, but it was like what I sent you the message. Only you can delete my
Yeah,
account.
and I didn't do that.
I-
So
You know,
I thought it was strange. But regarding Millennium, okay, let's get on to that. I thought you were talking about the dodo the last time. All I was asking on a more personal level, Del. I
yeah.
mean, um, regarding, we know there's a lot of validity to the dodo, and you've been listening to what I've been saying. So that's where I've been coming at it from. So I'm just interested to see if you have other things to add to that, or not too many people have been given feedback. I think that's purposefully done as well. I remember thinking at the start that, look, if this is the route
Well,
towards solving this puzzle, then any actors involved, they won't be able to bring attention to it. So that's what I remember thinking at the start. So it's a sort of a lonely road. The dodo is a lonely road, I would think, and
well,
I haven't been
Pete,
getting any feedback. You know.
we have been talking about the dodo, and I've sent you it like we just be chatting in the when you be doing the show, and I be putting like links in whatever it. And that's the other thing. Like fucking people are recognizing the dodo. They might be just laughing it off, but the fucking dodo was there, right? I've no problem, with that, man. For fuck's sake, we've already gone down along, what would you call it? Like the forest road of the dodo.
The dodo road.
That took you into Alice in Wonderland and the thing about there's a fucking audio out there for anyone who wants to hear, but it doesn't have chapter 3,
Oh,
right?
damn. See, I haven't been
I
speaking to you. That's what I'm saying. I don't know your views on these things
I'm
because I haven't been speaking
I'm
to you.
following this stuff, right? It's
That's
like,
amazing. John Gielgud.
yeah,
Just let's leave out the whole chapter. What? What? What?
yeah.
That's because the whole chapter was. So that chapter has to be taken out itself and everything analyzed within it because it's clearly an addition. And
Yeah.
again, Charles Dodgson, Dodo Dodgson, he identified with the character of the dodo. So why the fuck would Gielgud leave out that chapter unless we were being pointed to a certain direction, So yeah, that's the only thing I'm saying about this, Del. I haven't been getting your feedback and things. So when you think that
No,
I'm
man.
being suspicious of you or whatever, no, that's not the case, man. That's
No,
not.
I sent you messages, man, and the only thing we have a little discrepancy about fucking Denny, right? And I'm hearing echo back. What the fuck? But the point is, right? I want to. Hello.
I can hear you. I can hear you.
That's the only. You know. I don't know. I don't know anymore, Pete.
You're torn. You're torn. Listen, let me say it to Denny.
I look, man. Honestly, Pete, you're fucking. You're going beyond the beyonds in actual research. And honestly, I mean this to the bottom of my heart. And all I can say then is that I don't agree with you on Denny being an actor. That's all I'm saying, man. All right.
Did you hear? Did you? Okay, Del. Let me ask you.
I don't want to fall out or fight.
No, hang on, man. Hang on. Okay, hang on. Did you hear the last time when I asked him, was he in the army?
I heard. That's what I'm saying. I listened to the two years in the cold light of day.
Right.
And do you know at the time, it was fucking silly o'clock in the morning. It was about 5 o'clock in the morning.
You're still aware, man. I mean, it doesn't matter what time.
No, I'm not trying to say you weren't. You see, this is the thing. I'm just saying. Right? I'm just fucking saying from my point of view when I was listening to this.
Okay, Del, what about Ritzler? How he could not have not heard of Ritzler.
That's the thing. Are you going to let me?
Okay, go on, man. Go on. I'm listening. I'm just going to go for a cigarette, but I'm listening. Off you go.
I'm going to feck off too because it's not that. It's not like, you know what I mean. We're here in a chat.
No. You speak away. I'm just going to the window for a smoke, and
I'll be going to the Jacks, right? But P, I just want to say, I did send you the message. Look, can we just fucking have a chat with Denny and get it, right?
All right, okay. Yeah, let's do that tomorrow then.
We're at silly o'clock in the morning. Well, I'm glad you've actually said, yeah, okay, we'll do that. Because,
well, if you want.
Yeah, I do want. And
man.
you know something, at the end of the day, if I'm wrong, I'm just trying to be right. Right? And I'm not trying to be right in the sense of I told you so. I'm just going by my heart. I just want to have everything okay and right. And if it's the case, then I'm not trying to fucking make everybody kumbaya, but I just want to have it right in my own mind.
Sure. Okay. Well, I don't mind having that discussion. I haven't changed my point of view at all from where I'm at.
No, I don't expect to try to change anybody's point of view.
No, okay. Well, I'd be willing to do that. Absolutely. Okay. Well, yeah, you're torn. What is it, Del? You're torn between two lovers. feeling like a fan.
Don't even go there. That's bullshit now.
I'm kidding. But I know that you have time for both of us.
I have time for both of you. That's what it is. And I'd love to bang both your heads together and just feck it.
Yeah, but listen, I'm telling you, right? And this is what I'll say if we're speaking together as well. I wasn't looking to catch anyone out. But I, at this stage in the game, Dal, you pick up on certain things, and what can you say? I will certainly have that conversation. I don't mind that. I mean, so I wasn't avoiding you, and I responded to your messages in kind as well, and maybe I don't mind having that conversation, absolutely. But it will be in a certain vein as well, sort of, So,
man, at the end of the day, all I can do is just say my, tell you my kind of,
Isn't it interesting though? And isn't it interesting, Del? Millennium talked about 88 miles up and no higher. Well, 88 is when I'm 64 with the Beatles, which is HH, 88 HH, which I'm saying now is the key to everything, the hidden hand.
That's what
Isn't
I'm
that
saying as
interesting?
well, P. Denny has brought an awful lot of stuff to
Sure.
both of our eyes.
I know, yeah, I
And
appreciate it.
I honestly don't think he was just coming. Hey, like someone like Mark Taylor, what did he bring to our fucking, apart from,
Well, that's true. That's true. But listen to me. This is what I keep
I
saying.
know, P, for feck's sake. Come on, man.
I know. I know.
Go on.
I'm not arguing or disputing anything with you. But what I am saying to you is that
Sorry, man.
I'm only coming from my own particular point of view, right? I have no affiliations to anybody. I don't withhold from talking about anything. But if I do suspect someone is an actor, I have to call them out. You know,
I
and
know
I've
you
called
do.
Denny out, and I've called Denny Millennium out for I think sound reasons, but I'll certainly be willing to have that
But
conversation. That's my
also,
position.
P, can I also say to you that I don't want to fucking fall out with you because of all the different things that we have come across over the years. Do you know what I mean? I don't want to fall out with you over Denny, you know.
Sure.
And the thing is, that's what I'm saying. I can fucking see the bullshit that's going on. You see the bullshit that's going on,
Mm.
and we have a minor falling out about someone. Well, to you, it might be a big trip. Dell is
But
part of
Del,
the
Del,
podcast,
Del, Del, listen, Del,
but
listen,
at
listen.
the end of the day, man, it
This
really.
is the culmination, though, Joe. I think this is the culmination. Do you, by all things considered, right? What are the chances that me having come by, well, I'm thinking in my own brain as well, the significance of the hidden hand, right? And as it relates to did you see the comparison I put up with the dodo and the face underneath it, with the mustachio around it?
Yeah.
What are the chances that all roads would lead to this hidden hand, North Pole Center, Broken Sun connection, and then Denny talking about 88 being 88 miles up and no further,
Big Long
88
Benny.
representing HH. What are the chances of that? And I didn't even take that into account when I sort of made my own call, so
Yeah.
I'm all these things taken into consideration. Um,
Do you think that they would give an actor that particular fucking piece of information just to get
yes, yes, because it would be meaningless until someone put the pieces together. Absolutely, Del. Absolutely. How the fuck would anyone else make sense of 88 and connect it to let's see how you'd have to go through that, right, to make this connection. Just think about this. This is how you'd have to go. So
I'm
let's
thinking
say,
about a lot of stuff, Pete.
right, man. Listen, this is not emotional, Del. This is not emotional for me.
It's not emotional. It's actually
Yeah, but let
about
me let
stuff.
me let me say, man, this is not in the sense that
Are we going all emotional here, or what the fuck?
no, man, I love you as a friend, man. You know that, and I've said that to you so many times.
But
What I mean by emotional is
it's
that
not emotional.
no, no. Let me say it, man. What I mean by emotional is, as far as I was concerned, Millennium was a text chatter. I never no name to attach to no face, right? So I didn't know anything about him. I remember. Here's the thing, Dal. I remember the first time that I met him. I was on a hangout with you, and he came along, or else I joined in, and he
Yeah.
was there, but he disappeared immediately, right? Now I didn't think much of it at the time, but now looking back at it, I'm thinking I've had dealings with Ritzler at the time, right? So if Millennium is Ritzler, I suspect he is. That's my high suspicion. You talk about 98%.
I don't think he is.
Hang on, Dal. You talk about 98% being certain Chris Effie is paper, or they're one and the same playing the character. I'm the
Yeah.
same.
And I actually apologized earlier on. Remember, I said it to Pete.
Yeah, you never said what you apologized to for, though.
Because no, the reason why I apologize is because 98%, right? And the fact then that you just accused Denny, who I
Right.
think is not, and do you know, to tell you the truth, that put me into just doubt. Like, I don't, man, I'm not trying to start any.
No, no, I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying, man.
I was literally fucking, and it's not torn between two people either, man. Like you alluded to earlier on, it's literally a genuine fucking case. You know, that's
Well,
all I'm saying, man. You know, I
you don't know, Del. So, I
oh
mean,
I oh fucking hell.
no, but hang on, man. Hang on. Let me finish anyway when I say something. I mean, you don't,
No,
in
go
terms of,
on, walk away, man. It's your
no,
hangout.
no,
Anyway.
no, no, it's nothing to do with that. Come on, man. It's
Seriously.
nothing.
Yeah. Oh no, I'm not being facetious. No, walk
No,
away.
no. All I'm saying is, we know that we can never know anything 100%. You know, we can only go by percentages. We have to make a call at some stage, you know, depending on where you're at and
Yeah.
depending on what type of environment you find yourself in, what type of call you're sort of pressed to make. This
Yeah.
is what it comes to. When I talk about you making that call with Chris Effie and paper explanator, that's your own call. I'm not going to influence that. You're not going to influence how I feel, Dal. Surely, if you do
I am
something,
not trying to
no,
influence you at
no, no,
all.
no.
Jesus.
Yeah, but hang on, Dal. Hang on, man. You're not. What I mean by that is you're taking it wrongly as well. I'm not saying that you're trying to do that. What I'm trying to say is I have my own existence here, and I will take all things in terms of my reality into consideration, and you're not privy to that, and vice versa applies. It's exactly the same, and what you make of whoever, you know.
I know. I was just coming in, P. Just
Yeah.
as you know, right? I'm fuck's sake, man. We've already had our chats. I was just literally coming in with that thing that I don't want us to fall out over one thing that we disagree on, which is I honestly don't think that millennium is an age.
Okay, man. I
Or,
mean, and it's
and
well,
I no, the only reason I'm saying it, P, is because I've been talking to the guy as well,
yeah.
and I I I I would I wouldn't like to have a miscarriage of justice, so to speak.
Okay, and
I know
absolutely
it
no.
sounds ridiculous, but it's how it is in my mind, man.
But listen, I understand where you're at, and the last thing I want to do is wrong anyone. Honestly, Dad, I don't want to wrong any of my fellow man. And if I do wrong somebody, I hopefully I'll be the first to put my hand up and apologize and to express my sincere regret that I was misinformed. As it stands at the minute, you have a certain, I'm going to say, relationship, right? Internet relationship with
Well,
Millennium.
inter-
Right, that's all it is. You've spoken to him more than I have.
yeah,
Again, that's what I was. That's what. Hang on, Del. That's what I was trying to say.
okay.
From my point of view, that's all I was going on for the longest of times was just a sort of a chat, a faceless, nameless character. And sure, he agreed. We all agreed on similar things, you know.
And he
But
did the camera thing, and I know
right,
that only
right.
sort of slow motion.
Right, right. But my point is that once the camera thing came along, then you sort of, I guess you're going to develop a different type of relationship. This is what it is. Think about anything in life. Think about friends in life. How you go through the hard slogs to sort of decide that people are friends. You know. So this is what I'm saying. I didn't go out to try and catch anyone out. But based on the conversation that I've had, I made the call then, and I was pretty certain about the call, which I remain to this time. Now, I know you take a different view on it, and I'd be happy to have some sort of conversation between the three of us to maybe try and sort it out. Absolutely. And again, I am, if I wrong somebody, I want to be the first to know that I've been wronging somebody. So many things lined up in a certain sense, though, last week. But again, I'm coming at things from a different point of view than you are. But it's definitely nothing between me and you. That's what I want to say. When I send you that message next morning,
Sorry,
when I send you that message the next morning, Del, when I send you that message the next morning, it was because when I signed in again, your whole account had gone, and another one had gone as well. And I was like, I wasn't blaming you. I was just asking, did you know anything about it? Or
Was still there. You sent
yeah,
me a message saying your account disappeared, and I sent you back a message. Well, it's still here because we're talking to each other. I don't know what happened there, P.
no,
Um,
no. You know when if the account disappears, right, and then you type in a new conversation, you type in Del Croix, you would have all been already been recognized, and then just a new blank box would come up, and that's where I typed. So there was no history there.
oh, it's when you leave a conversation. You know, you always leave conversations. If you were to stay in every conversation, you would have
No,
out
no,
conversations. Those ones.
no, no, no. Come on, Del. I know
I
what.
don't know what you're talking about.
All
After
right, all right. Hang on. It's you're sort of a. It's not. Hang on. Let me have a look. What is this?
I'm in a conversation with you on Google Plus, and
Hang
you
on.
send me a message saying your contact has disappeared, and
Contacts.
I
That's what.
send you back a message saying, "Well, I'm still talking to you in this fucking contact, so it hasn't disappeared, really." Like that. That's another kind of thing that's like thrown in, like out of blue, you know, in the
Well,
of the
Del,
original. The
the way I'm here, man, you're misunderstanding the situation, and you're also being a bit forceful, like because what I'm telling you is a reality. So
I'm being,
hang on, man, hang on. I've spoken to you in text enough to know that under new conversations I have Delqua here, right? So there's going to be a whole history, and I could scroll back to when we first started chatting. I'm not going to delete that conversation, right? But when I did sign it again, that was gone. Delqua was gone. When I looked up,
but
then
it's still there.
hang on, man, hang on. When I typed in new conversation, Del Quad, then the name came up. It was already recognized that you were a friend of mine. The box came up, but it was empty of all previous history. This is my point. So then, we're sure we continued the conversation, but it was with a blank slate. That's my whole point here.
But the history is still there, surely.
It's not for me. No, it isn't. If I click on your name here, right, I go back to, let me say, the first message. Um, Here we go. You seem to have been wiped off my conversation list, Joe. Are you all right? That's July 9th, 8:54 p.m.
Yeah, and I sent back to you, well, you're still here. I can see you. What the fuck? Or something like that. That's just paraphrasing. I didn't say what the fuck, did I?
That's as far as the history goes back. But as I said, once your name is removed, after that night, then
How does that happen? I didn't do it. I
I know, man. That's
swear
what I asked
I
you.
didn't do it.
I know that's what I asked you. That's what I'm saying to you. I didn't do it either. So it just happened that was the case. So I wasn't making any throwing. See, I guess it can be read now as if I was throwing accusations your way, but that's
No, hang on, P. I'm not throwing anything, or I'm not saying that you're throwing anything. This
right.
all
Okay.
happened at the same time with yourself and Denny falling out. And at the same time when that was happening, I was already doing uh, playing tunes on outside radio that night. Do you remember? I just dropped out because
Yeah,
there was
I do
yourself,
remember.
there was yourself and Denny and Frank, the salt guy, and you were all on a trip, and I just like backed off basically. And then I couldn't believe when I heard what happened then, with you.
Well, we
But
had a proper.
man, I
Hang on, Dad. Me and Denny had a proper
yeah,
conversation then,
I
and
know, but
certain.
that's what I'm saying. I listened to you. I listened to you, and then I actually listened to the call, right? The next day when I was out in the garden, I was like picking strawberries or raspberries, I should say, and listening to yourself and Denny, and you were saying that he was a thing. And do you know what it was?
Yeah.
The two of yous were breaking up. His microphone was shite, and do you know what? Since then, he figured out that he hadn't got it right, and he sorted it out. But that's besides the point.
After how many years,
No, he
Dad?
is. I know, but listen, the other thing was, right, I know it's the Rizla thing that he never heard of Rizla. Well, according to him, he hasn't been even that far back, right? You know, he's sort of up to date with all the latest kind of drama people. But he wasn't back in the Fed days like we were, like i.e. Rizla or any of the rest of them, you know. And that's all.
Hang on, why wasn't he, man?
I
He was
don't
back
know. You
in.
see, that's why I was trying to get the two ye back in a call. You know, I sent you that message. That came up in the thread, didn't it? I'd love the two ye to fucking reiterate, but not like as it was, because I'm telling you, man, I was at silly o'clock in the morning, and I'll tell you, forget about uh, Chris Truth Seeker's bullshit about you, right? uh, Denny will actually admit to you that he was after, like, he drank about 4 beers with you, but like he never, nobody knows how many he drank before or afterwards. That's the other point, you know.
Okay, well,
And listen, if it could be all in vain, but all I'm saying, P, is I just need to get that right,
all right, man. All right,
just for the sake of getting it right, you know.
sure. Okay, well, I'd be willing to have that conversation, no problem. But I guess we're all coming from a starting position, and that's the one that maybe needs changing. I don't anticipate a change, but I certainly be willing to have the conversation, of course, Stella. And let me just say as well, no accusation thrown towards you or suspicion thrown
Man, you can
towards you.
throw all the
These
fucking
are just realities that happened in concordance with this sort of breakup. Your whole account disappeared from my Google Hangouts, and I don't know how that happened. So
well,
just timing, coincidental, or whatever. I didn't
hey,
believe it.
right, there is no fucking coincidences. We know that,
Right, I know that.
right? But
Remember I asked Millennium, was he in the army, and there was a sort of
that was the thing. I wish he would come in here now and just fucking ask him the question again.
yeah, but now he has time. Now he's had time to. I'm a difficult man. I understand that,
His
man.
sound is a lot better than it was that night when the or that morning, silly o'clock in the morning, may I add. That's just me as a listener listening to it.
I am sad. I am sad.
And he was breaking up. That was annoying at the best of times. I know that. But I don't know. Man, look,
The ploy as well.
hey, I'm not trying to
Ploy, but
well,
yeah,
I'm just look, this is my last time to try to
yeah.
convince you just to look at it again. Right? And that's all I can do, right? And
Okay, man. Okay.
you know, take it after that, man. It's you know what I mean? It's we've got a lot more to go on about, but I don't like. I just have a sense of injustice on that, right?
Okay, well, that's fair enough. I certainly don't want to deal out or deliver any injustice. So, for the sake of you, Joe, my friend, I will have that conversation, no problem.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, I mean, well, let's move on. I mean,
Yeah, no fucking.
we'll do that. We'll do that, Joe. No problem. How did Kildare get on today? Did they? Not that I care, but I'm sure you care. They were up against Dublin. I mean, how did they get on?
Do you know my fucking position on any kind of organized
Right. But you're still going to have some sort of a draw, some sort
I'm
of push.
more pissed off that they took the fucking
They lost. They lost.
they took the sovereign seal off any medals. Remember that?
Okay. Well, this is the fake nation we're in, isn't it? This is the fake sign of things that are, sign of things to come. They have to do that, though, Joe. There's certain rules that apply. You see. Well, no, I was going to say something there, but I think it's something that's in all our hands. Who's all Ireland?
Ireland is populated by dead people, by dead fictions, Joe. Who's going to claim authority?
Well,
Who's going
they're
to take
only
that stone from the? Who's going to
they're
take
only
that
dead
stone from the
fictions
stone?
because they're animated by said.
Right, but they don't know who they are. You can't. You can't. I mean, who's going to claim authority? Who's going to claim? As I said, who's going to take the sword from the stone? You know.
First of all, who's taking responsibility?
Well,
And in actual reality, unless every one of us take responsibility for our own actions, some other fucker out there with a
right,
pencil and a piece of paper will quite happily take responsibility for you
exactly. And
and fucking charge you for it. You know that,
yeah.
P.
But the problem will be
I
that.
gotta go. I honestly have to go to the Jacks, man.
Yeah, off you go, man. Off you go. As you go, you will realize that the problem is with us, not fucking understanding who we are.
It's all of us. It's all of us, P.
It's Alice, all of us
All
in
of us.
Wonderland.
Alice. There you go. Alice in Wonderland. But it is all of us. And at the risk of repeating myself, just give that other fecker another chance. Just hear him out. And I'll tell you, I'll be the first one to give him a kick in the arse if you fucking
Don't worry about that. All right, Joe. All right, all right.
I'm joking, both of you. But
No, I know what you mean. I know what you mean. Yeah, go for a pistol. I'm gonna go for a smoke myself. So.
All right, man. Take care, man.
Okay, just to get Joe going, when he comes back from the loo, I'm gonna bring up a few little notes I made. I make just a few notes. I'm a shit researcher in terms of I couldn't sit down for 8 hours just researching one particular topic. I can't do that. I just don't know what it is in me. I don't know, but um, I pick up clues, little bits and pieces here and there, and make a note of them. But certainly, I've credited Millennium Joe with so many different things. For instance, I've written here, Millennium mentioned 88 and no higher. 88 connects to Back to the Future. This is what I'm saying that we're getting back to. We're getting back to the future. The future is in our past. In other words, a more advanced form of existence or advanced form of reality. And this is what we're getting back to. This is what is being reconstructed, remembered, if you will. So yeah, I absolutely do give credit where it's due. Back to the Future. So 88, I connected 88 with HH, right? That's a clear connection. HH is connected with Heil Hitler. So again, this is just a thread. Heil Hitler, and Hitler was said to be born on 420, and a distinction was made in regards to letting us know that he had one testicle or one ball. I made a note here versus what a Bible, two ball, one ball system seems like the natural working order of things, hemispherical system over our local Earth anyway. But on the collapse of that, it can set up a two ball system, which is what I think the spider represents, the beetle represents. Just thinking tonight about the owl, I must make a note of that. Yeah, we're not meant to be in the sunshine. We're meant to be in a twilight sort of environment, away from these deleterious effects, but we're in a broken system. So this is maybe what the owl represents. The owl comes alive at night, and this is, in this broken system, probably a more natural time for us to thrive at. So just make note of the owl there. And I think it all references reality. There's no deep and extreme esoteric significance to it. So you're dealing with aliens of a forgotten kind, or again, I mentioned earlier on Beelzebub with the big horns and the pitchfork. No, I don't think that's the situation at all. Different story being told. Also mentioned about the Beatles. Yeah, so just in the same note I mentioned about the Beatles sang about when I'm 64. When you still leave me, well, you still greet me when I'm 64. 64 is 8 times 8, which is HH. HH, Heil Hitler. More importantly, though, hidden hand. You type in Hitler, hidden hand, you'll see he's represented there. So when I typed in George Bush, or even though I think George Bush is a significant character, that he didn't come up immediately in some representation with the hidden hand. I was surprised at. So I'd have to relook at that. Oh well, I was talking about. Oh, there's so many different things I could talk about here, but I was talking about the Bible and Shakespeare. So I came to this thought myself, written by the same hand, the same hidden hand. And, our history only goes back so far to a limited point in the past. I say it's just over 400 years. Before that, everything was different. Then you have to go into mythology to find out the truth of situations. And then you have yourself entertaining the idea of giants and the dragons and fairies, etc. But I definitely say that that's a more real reality than, I don't know, dinosaurs and fish exiting waters and evolving. This is all nonsense. So again, you define for yourself what is real and take what you will out of what I have to say. Let me just say, to support what I was saying, are my suspicions that the works of Shakespeare and the Bible were written by the same hidden hand. This is the message I got from Teddy Carl, who just copied and pasted it from someone else, but he thought it would be pertinent or appropriate in some sense. So I appreciate that, Teddy. William Shakespeare, he says, lived from 1564 to 1616. The creation of the King James Bible began in the year 1610, the year in which Shakespeare would have been 46 years old. He said, if you turn to PSALM, Psalm 46, not Palm 46, leave the palms alone. If you turn to Psalm 46 in the King James Bible, and if you count exactly 46 words into the Psalm, you find the word shake. If you count 46 words back from the end of the Psalm, you find the word spear. It just seems to, again, this is a quote, it just seems too coincidental to think that it was by fluke circumstances that the 46th Psalm would be translated around the time of Shakespeare's 46th birthday. The 46th word from the start to the finish would be shake and spear. So the quote goes on to say, my professional opinion is Shakespeare translated this section of the King James Bible, and he slipped in a secret byline to prove it was his work. Well, I think the observation is accurate, but the conclusion is absolutely fallacious. My conclusion and my reading of that would tell me, again, I came upon this fact afterwards. I suspected that the Bible and the works of Shakespeare were written by the same hidden hand as were the works of Lewis Carroll, especially Alice in Wonderland, all by the same hidden hand, telling the same story, but in a different sense. I said to Frank last week, an ounce of salt per day, that the Bible is never referenced directly in Shakespeare. Now, there are allusions to it. In other words, different quotes, different expressions, different statements, which would be mirrored in the Bible. You know, similar sentiments would be found, but there's no direct reference to a Bible, you know, a book of such prime importance in the works of Shakespeare. But you do have these allusions and correlations. Again, yeah, I maintain 1598, everything changed, and then a rebuilding occurred. You had all the rebuilding again, most especially in terms of the fabricated history that was presented to not just us, but our predecessors. And yeah, this hidden hand, this HH, this 8 is everywhere. I was amazed to find when I did a Google search, someone kindly gave in the chat reference to Whale, a conspiracy researcher who, I definitely like Whale. He doesn't hold back on any topics and lets it all loose there, as far as I can tell, or as far as I could tell the last time I looked into him seriously. But he had all the different hidden hand representations put up. And as I said, before I looked into it, I said what I'm looking for after the connections I made were the hidden hand in association with trees, fallen trees, the North Pole center, that sort of thing. And yeah, and I was rewarded in that. What sticks to mind? Let me bring it up again just briefly. What comes to mind is a certain picture, and it just summed everything up. It just said, fucking hell, man, that's shit. Here we go. Yeah. Share a screen. I don't see on too much longer as well. I don't think I can anyway, but anyway, hope you see my screen. So let me just scroll down. This is just the link that was provided in chat and all the different examples of the hidden hand being referenced. So I'm surprised that Tony Blair didn't do it. If all these fuckers are doing it, who's Mark Anthony like? You know, who are all these guys? So it's I don't know. There's some sort of different game going on there. I'll definitely have a closer look. I was definitely expecting all the main leaders to be represented in some form or fashion with the hidden hand. But here's the point I was getting to. Amongst all the pictures, and there was a few very interesting ones, this one said everything to me, because again, I say that the destruction was caused by the destruction involved the collapse of the giant trees, which involved the inundation because of the collapse of the electromagnetic barrier between this realm and the waters beyond. So when I discovered the significance of the hidden hand, which I associate with a grander sort of great work behind the scenes of reconstruction, of getting things back to the way they once were, because we don't know what caused the problem in the first place, you know. Yeah, that's where I associated this hidden hand with the destruction and with the rebuilding. So if I'm looking for hidden hand representation, hopefully see some sort of indication towards giant trees or the felling of giant trees, you know, associated with the sun or the creation of the sun, that sort of thing. So many different clues popped up, but a few in particular And one out of the few in particular that stood right out, just as I go down. So it's just another signal here. This is it. This is it. Look, this one here. Hidden hand, staged photograph. You know, they know what they're doing. Everything here is a message. Giant tree, hidden hand, an axe.
Yeah, I'm sorry, P. I'm still here. I just went to the jacks and everything, and
You're all right, man. You're all right. I was just, I'm sure you can see my screen. Just pointing out what I was looking for when I typed in hidden hand, or when this link came up. I was looking for the connection between the hidden hand, the collapse of the giant trees, the throwing of our system into chaos, and the sort of rebuilding or reconstruction of that system, an ongoing plan. So when I was looking at this, I didn't expect to see something like this, Del, and it's a lot of it is incorporated in here. You know what I mean?
yeah,
We know ourselves that this is the best way. What did they say? A picture is worth 1,000 words. This is how they work, you
that's
know.
what they're trying to say, and they also say it to the Bat Cave.
Right.
Yeah,
Um,
think about it, man.
well, interesting that you mentioned Batcave there. Jaron was sort of
Yeah,
asked asked about bat blood last night, and he suddenly made a big beeline in terms of conversation. So he sort of showed himself up. He didn't want to be talking about these sort of things.
did he make a beeline to the Bitcoin, or are we talking crypto coin here? You
Oh
see
God.
what's going on here? This stuff that we've already heard about, but it's been pitched out there for the next generation of gullible goyams.
Yeah.
I hate to say this, and people probably be pissed off with it, but that's what I think anyway. And that's just me, man. That's just Bell's pronouncement on
Yeah.
that particular scenario.
Well, that's what I'm saying. The best thing you can do is not get emotionally involved with any party.
Not just
And
emotionally,
sorry,
financially.
yeah,
You know what I mean?
it is the individual. I'm sure you'll agree,
Oh, man.
Joe. The individual's journey, like you know, and where you take it is where you take it as the individual. No one else knows Joe. No one else knows Duran, I guess. No one else knows Shay. No one else knows IPS and his motivations. This is the point. There's such a wide sort of expanse between us as individuals. Um,
Not
and
emotional either, though, man. That's what I'm saying. You said don't go emotional or something like that.
well, no, we have to sort of not get emotionally
Precise
involved with it.
here in our language, really, as well. You know.
Well, it's just a general rule in this form arena we're in. I think you know. What do we know about anybody? I'm just speaking in general now. I'm not making any allusions to previous chats. I'm just speaking in general. We know we've come through this conspiracy mire, and the ultimate conclusion that I can form is that it is the individual's journey, and it doesn't serve to get emotionally involved, no matter how, I guess, susceptible you feel. You know, that's what I think.
What the fuck is that? Someone calling him. Stop talking about this. You can't be talking about this. Yeah, right. Anyway,
Okay,
there's a high pitched beep.
is it gone now? Is it?
Yeah, what the fuck was that, man?
Um, yes, that was the house alarm.
Yeah. You know what annoys me? People who have fucking house alarms and keys. Do you know what you're doing? You're locking yourself into prison every night because of some perceived fear.
I know.
Someone's going to pillage your plunder and, you know, back off and cop on and get a grip. And be more be more wary of the fuckers who are selling you this bullshit. Then you know what I mean? No, that's my opinion on that, P. So
I agree with you, man. I agree with you. And
rant, you know. I just
no, I absolutely agree with you that it's all about insurance, isn't it? And you
yeah,
know,
and the rest, you know, you get them into fear, and then they'll tell them it's all about the insurance and the money end of it, but it's so much more than that, P. And I know you know that.
yeah, yeah. Unfortunately, millions don't.
No, but well, we don't even know the numbers really, do we? At the end of the day, they're
Yeah.
telling us there's millions dying of starvation, and then there's millions freezing somewhere, and it's always somewhere, man. I think the biggest scam is that they've forget about the fucking globe and the flat earth pancake. The biggest scam is that they've managed to convince us that like there's what is it, 76% water. Whether you're on a ball or on a plane, apparently there's only 24% of the land, and that's I'm more concerned about that. I think they're fucking scamming it. Think about it, P. They're ahead already because forget about the dichotomy of they're scared or they're scamming us about the ball or a flat plane. How about they're scamming us that either one of those models has 24% land and then take away the mountains and everything else off that. And you see the scam? 76% water. How do you know? And I'll tell you, one of those, it's still built up from the old days, man. And that's, you know, where I'm coming from in that one, in that thought, you know. So
When you think about those
you
percentages,
know, the inundation could have been the first fucking con, if you know what I mean. You know, if they're trying to convince people that, you know, the very land that is there, you know, is so small in comparison because of why? Because of a flood, you know. So that's just my own uh, thinking about it.
I don't think I've ever thought about it in those terms, but it's interesting, isn't it? I mean, nothing is beyond possible at this stage.
Not beyond fucking the realms of thought, really. Yeah.
I mean, so much is about speculation. Once you get beyond to a certain point in flat Earth, isn't it? It's very difficult to know what we can know, even before you even set out on your investigative trail. I mean, can I even get to know any possible outcome for this? And in a lot of senses, your answer will be no. You think you can't. And this is why you have people invoking Pac-Man models and fourth-dimensional thinking. But I think that's another deception again on a different layer.
Even what the likes of Laurie and Lawrence. You see this is the funny thing as well. There's people presenting this as if it's only new within the last, 2 weeks or 3 weeks. The whole so-called Pac-Man, and it's always followed by laugh it off. And that's so funny coming from fucking flat earthers who, are so used to, ha ha ha. You know what I mean, man? But here's the thing. They've already put out that idea. And it was the likes of free energy, right? Not to be mixed up with someone going on about free energy. But this free energy guy, and as far as I can see, all right, I saw that guy's YouTube channel. I used to post his videos, and Laurie and Lawrence took a liking to that. So they were going on about that. But I have to say, Lawrence actually put out a brilliant concept of just even explaining for the likes of, say, you know, anyone who's into the stationary ball, still got the problem of elevation. So if you're, it's all right if you're on the top of the ball, you know, you can pretty much move around a little bit. But once you start, if you think about it, man, you know, we're in Ireland, we're on their ball, we're on the side of the ball. So already we're kind of leaning over. We'd nearly be having to hang on to the side of, you know, Kerry and the Wicklow
Yeah.
Mountains. You know what I mean?
I remember all of Lawrence's arguments regarding that, and of course they're very sound. And of course we know that the ball is a
Are
complete
sound, but they were forgotten and thrown away, man. But the point is, they should be taken into consideration because an awful lot of other ones can be discarded once you actually think about that and realize it.
right.
Anyway, that's just my take on it.
No, you're right. You're right. But ultimately, like, who do we bring all this information to? How do we make a change with this? These pointing out these impassibilities. You know, this is the ultimate question. I think then that each individual must face. You know, what's going on in the flat Earth? I'm going to ask people here to think about maybe this time last year and how far have you come in terms of your understanding as an individual. I'm going to say that a lot of people will have to say that they haven't come very far at all. Personally, I'm going to give a different answer, you know, but I'm always trying to encourage people to think on a different layer again, you know. So, yeah, these are pertinent questions. I think once you answer that honestly, you'll have to say that we haven't come very far at all. What has progressed from this time last year to this time now? Nothing. Things have sort of reverted in a sense, but I think this is part and parcel of the design, you know. So all I can think of that is that the truth, the ultimate truth, is coming out anyway, right? And you can do as much or as little as you like to shake yourself and solve the puzzle, if you will, or definitely make progress in terms of a greater puzzle that's inlaid for us, you know. Or else you can just, like the rest,
Well,
go along.
you know, I'll keep going the way I keep going. I'm like just on my own trip anyway. You know that, like yourself. You know,
Well, just to say,
I'm
when I
my
say
own
you there,
Columbo of my own television series of my life. You know,
yeah.
I,
Well, just
I,
to clarify, Del, when I say you there, I mean the individual. You know, it's all
yes,
in the
I,
hands of the individual. You can take
I'm
it
just
whatever
being
way you want.
facetious. Maybe in the wrong. See, this is what happens as well. People doing facetious, and it just comes out stupid.
Yeah, yeah. I've said before, Joe. I find this a very awkward means of communication. Like there would be a much different dynamic going on if we were having a face to
Well,
face.
yeah, it's a live situation, so you know it's much better if you want to have a private conversation. You have it in a private forum.
Bothered about that. That's not an issue really, but it's just even in terms of personal communication between us, there'd be a much different feel to a conversation if we were having it as friends, face to face sort of thing. You know what I mean? But yeah, no, I agree with you. And um, again, I think it's always down to the individual. And you know, for me anyway, with the dodo and the connection to the hidden hand and the north center, I think this is the ultimate puzzle as well. And I asked Jamie earlier on in his hangout. I mean, if you found out that there was a fixed or a certain reality to this North Pole Hyperborea paradise center, um, would you take any steps towards, I don't know, thinking about going there and I mean achieving this eternal youth, eternal happiness in a paradise that's only a stone's throw away? We've all flown. I mean, where have you flown to, Joe? I know you've been to Portugal. Have you been to further afield than that? America, I guess. You know, it's closer from here to paradise than it is from here to America. It's a fucking crazy thought. That's an absolutely crazy thought. You know, we've been struggling all our lives to find happiness, to find meaning.
Man, they had a song. Do you remember? Your one sang, "I've been to happiness, but I've never been to love."
To happiness.
Remember that?
Never been. Yeah, I do indeed.
It's all. It's another piece of the puzzle along the way. I'm telling you, man. All those little things are little pieces of the puzzle.
Yeah.
People can laugh all they want at it, or they can pick them up and maybe they will be able to put it in. Maybe in 6 months' time, they'll say, "Oh yeah, I remember that." You know,
Yeah,
we don't know.
again, Joe.
You know what I mean? But
When you say people, who are you talking about? You know,
anyone who's looking on their journey, man, people like us. Who
no,
else? I
this is what
don't put myself above anyone else. Just other people. You know.
this is what I'm saying is what you see when I'm talking here, I'm talking to you because I'm not aware of any of these people. Sure, there's a potential that someone who listens to our conversations or whatever will garner something from it, but it's set up outside of our sphere of reality. So this is the way I view these sort of conversations anyway, which is
I
so
know, but
between me.
everyone else, P, who's
Yeah.
listened to, maybe not listen to us, but there's people like even ourselves. If you know, I've listened to other people. You know what I mean? We've all come across each other. You know,
Absolutely, absolutely.
so that's what I say with people and uh, who, like, I was before I came across all this stuff years ago. In fact, I was looking for it. Remember, I said that to you. And I went and got a computer to find all this craziness, for want of a better word. But um, the thing is that I was just one of them. And you are
Doesn't
one of them. Just somebody fucking searching. And
so
everybody in the chat box, albeit some of them are trolls or whatever. And what the fuck is even a troll? It's just somebody
yeah.
who's trolling.
So
But
let
the
me
point
ask.
is,
Yeah.
yeah, what we're all, yeah, to answer your question, P, that's, I hope I answered it. I don't know whether,
Well, let me ask you now. Let me ask you. After all of these years of research and conspiracy sort of thinking,
yeah.
are you clearer-minded now, Dal, on everything,
I've
or
been
are you
drinking tonight,
confused?
man. I've had a few smokes, but that'll probably put me into the Chris Truth Seeker rehab.
Well, just in general. In general, are you clearer-minded? Do you view yourself as being clearer-minded now as to the greater sort of picture, the greater scheme of things?
Yeah, and I'm a bit disappointed that you didn't have a laugh at that one.
It's
I know what you're saying, man. Yes,
I,
yes, I get it,
as I was asking
and
Jamie.
I hope that you got what I was saying as well, man. Because
Yeah,
you know,
for sure, man. It's like I was asking Jamie earlier on if you could go back 5 years or whatever, 3 years to before you went into all this
he
conspiracy.
would have been 16.
I know,
No,
I know, but I mean that's what I'm saying. That's why he's a pretty
go back,
upright character.
back to go back to fucking reading, you little fecker. Go on, go on. I know, I'm only joking, Jamie, but
You've never spoken with Jamie as well, Dale, have you?
no.
But anyway, no. But the point being that,
He's in capable hands anyway, you know. I
well,
see
yeah,
the operation that was going on around him, and
mm,
but that's for another day, man. Maybe someday I'll talk to him. Maybe he'll listen to me. I don't know. My own children that are fucking older than him don't listen to me. So
I
how
know
would
it's
I
funny.
expect him to listen to me? Like,
It's funny to view things in that
he,
sense, isn't
he
it?
needs to learn for himself.
Yeah.
He's like, you know.
Yeah, and but he's doing great. He's doing great. Think of ourselves back to when we were 21 or 22, clueless, and especially knowing what we think we
We
know now.
didn't
Anyway,
have the access to the internet like he has.
no,
Like in one way, he's lucky. Put in another way, he doesn't have the experience of hard knocks along the way. I don't. Maybe I might be wrong, but
No,
you know
you're
what I mean.
right. You're
You know,
absolutely
we
right.
didn't have the internet handed to us when we were 20 because because it wasn't there.
Well, all purposefully so as well. Everything came out after 9/11. Dell. Everything sort of leapt into a new gear. And of course, you couldn't have much technology before 9/11 because you'd have people recording left, right, and center what happened on 9/11, which would conflict majorly with reality, whatever they might have presented at the day. So again, it's all a sort of an unrolling of.
You see, it's like it's like Sesame Street or something. You see like 3 6s, like outside a pub, where it's just laid down outside the pub. You know what I mean? There wasn't chat boxes in them days.
No, no. Well, we were at a different point in time, weren't we? Of course, and every new trend we viewed as futuristic. It was just a different mindset, and this is what it's all about. It's the mind, how the mind perceives reality, and we know that a different reality has been ongoing for however many hundreds of years now, or before that, however many gleams, and this is just all coming to light now. So our whole lives, our whole perception of reality is based on complete illusion. And this is what we have to overcome. And this is the hardest thing to shake off, It's the hardest thing to come to terms with. I said to Jamie as well, the biggest question now for all of us, or the most pressing question, is for us to define what is real. What can we cling to as being real? What other word is real? Is real. It's like, actually, Dell, that's a good instance there. Chris Truthseeker
Fucking
is
Jew
real.
again. Yeah.
Right. The point being, it's like Patricia. That's what I was going to say to you earlier on. It's like Patricia Steer when she turned up.
Fucking Jew again. You see, this is the thing. Why does everyone say, "Oh, look, man"? For such a small, persecuted group of people, forget about the greater scheme of things. Look at the flat Earth. Fucking who's straight in there?
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's not me saying that. It's there. Just look at it.
Yeah.
And also the first bit of cognitive dissonance, and this was the first bit of cognitive dissonance, is when David Weiss was exposed by Kaham and myself on Outside Radio. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
And it was forgotten about.
Completely forgotten about it in the midst of time.
It was complete, and that was at the beginning of this so-called flat Earth bullshit, psyop. And I just say that in the best possible taste as well.
Well, we have to be aware of these things, but again, it's down to the individual to be aware of them. And in your own journey to 9/11 truth, just how much you were ostracized, just how much that the truth or that line of inquiry was rejected on all manner of forums or formats. So this is the reality we're living in, and we know that there's strenuous subjection, or there's definitely a strenuous sort of, how would you say, unrolling. So if something comes before its time, then it has to be limited. There's a time set for that. 9/11 truth only comes out, for instance, after Boston bombing truth, or more so. It wasn't quite right. We could set the seeds back in 2007, but then more attention will be paid to it. Same with flat Earth. It's the same with any early birds will go to flat Earth society, and then you'll see it emerging mainstream, or whatever, YouTube mainstream anyway, 2 or 3 years later. This is all being laid for us.
You see, this whole IPS thing, P. Now, from my perspective, when I saw it first of all, he was being promoted, right, by people. And here's the other thing: he appeared in a so-called council meeting.
Yeah.
Then he misrepresented himself. He called himself Mark Sargent. That was enough for me. I went, yeah, right, here we go. Bullshit. And then copper fastened for me was Mark Sargent went, oh, I never heard of this guy before. Well, oh, he's misrepresenting me, but oh, he's cool. He's flattered. That
Yeah.
was enough for me. And then we've seen what's happened since, man. It's just like here, how if you want to introduce a, a new army of fucking bullshitters into any particular movement, which is the flat earth one at the moment, it's just there you go. You know, create another dichotomy,
Yeah.
stick a fucking uh, you know, a little emblem. In this case, we've got like uh, fucking um, birds that can't fly. Apparently, they can swim, but they can't fly, and they just stand around. They just stand around down in allegedly in a desolate part of uh, the
Ant
realm. There you
Arctic.
go. Well,
Well, it's
and at the
interesting.
same time, you got these fuckers with the little cartoon version. That's cult. Gotta watch out for that, man. Keep away from that shit as well.
Yeah. Well, hmm, I
Well,
think
I say that to you, but you know, I'm really saying it to anyone
no,
that
I don't
you
know.
know.
I guess like anything else, there's many different ways we can look at things. I don't think it's a coincidence, Dell, that IPS, advertised Mark Sargent. So in other words, Mark Sargent's name is up in lights when it comes to flat Earth clues, and this is where everything is pointing to. And of course, if you've been listening to me as well, I say that he plays a pivotal role in terms of the clues beneath the clues. Mark Sargent points to Mark Sargent Peppers, Sergeant Peppers, and points to Alice in Wonderland, points to the dodo, points to the North Center, points to the hidden hand. So you know what I mean. I think there's rhyme and reason to all of this scheming. I like that actually. There's rhyme and reason to all of this scheming, but
Yeah, but P,
you have to work.
I also think that you know it's. I don't think that they're always working for our benefit. I don't think
Right.
that they're just leaving us clues either. Now, P, we could disagree
Mm.
about that or whatever, but I'm just saying in my mind, I,
Mm.
I, right, I quite happily take on board your idea as well, but I'm
Absolutely.
also thinking that they're not doing us favors either at the same time.
Yeah, it's a
That's
tough one, isn't it? It is. I know what you mean, of course, Dal. It's a tough one. All I'm ever doing is speculating and just putting forward my thoughts in. I know it's very incoherent manner in a lot of cases, but it's still trying to make sense out of everything as a bigger picture.
yeah,
So absolutely, we're absolutely prone to being wrong, absolutely wrong about everything that we say or do.
yeah.
All we can do is move forward in whatever way we feel most harmonious. I think, and yeah, that's definitely what I see. All fingers point to Mark Sargent. If you remember when I asked Antonio, right, obviously a pressing question, if did he think the woman he slept with or whatever and had intimate sort of connections with was an agent. Because if she was an agent, then directly connected to Mark Sargent, right? So after much pressing and much sort of kerfuffle, Antonius finally admitted that yeah, he thought probably she was an agent.
Yeah.
But here's where he threw Patricia under the bus. He said immediately something along the lines of, "But I don't think Mark Sargent is." You know, so I took from that Mark Sargent is sort of the core that needs protecting, and that's what I've seen from every other contributor like IPS. He's the first person that IPS mentioned, Same with Eric Dubé even. Same with everyone else. Jaron, Bob, all back to Mark Sargent. And again, Mark Sargent Peppers. That's where I take it. That's where.
Yeah, but even when the IPS guy, he right, even if you're like fucking cognitive dissonance and just gave him a pass on, because a lot of them are going, oh, he's great. He went into some sort of a fucking county council. And I'm thinking to myself, Pete, my actual thinking on that is like, it was all staged anyway.
No, for sure, Dal, for sure. He's an actor. I mean, he's
Fucking staged his shit. You don't have to be, you know. But the point is that it's making it okay to misrepresent yourself. Like the guy goes, "Oh, I'm Mark Sargent," and blah 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 blah, and then Mark Sargent fucking finds out about it. And he goes, "Oh, it's okay. It's all about flat Earth, No,
well,
it's
this is
not
why.
okay. You're fucking apart from even if it was real, even if that
Uh,
county council meeting was real, you're misrepresenting, and you're making it okay. It's okay to lie, P. Apparently, if
well,
if
this is why.
you
This
know,
is why I gave him 3 out of 3, Dal. This is why I gave him 3 out of 3 in my litmus test. I was only giving him 2 out of 3, but then I thought about why.
liar. He doesn't get any of them anymore now at that stage.
Yeah, well, in a different sense. This is I'm sort of in a more subtle sense. He passed the legal name fraud test because he's not a legal name.
Right.
He's bringing attention in one sense to the point that it doesn't matter what your name is. It's sort of insignificant in a sense. You could be many different names. That's why I gave him that extra tick. You talked about 9/11 fakery, media victim fakery, flat Earth, but yeah, more subtle sense, legal name fraud. So I think there are many different interpretations possible. And while I understand, yeah, he's an actor. Of course, he's an actor. Of course, this is all panning out according to the script. But is there a deeper? See, we are the power at the end of the day, Joe. This is what I think as well. The puzzle is there for us to be solved, and this is the puzzle which asks the question: Who are you yourself? What real standing, what real authority you have in this place? When I say you, I mean us. One question for one. What real authority do we have in this place we find ourselves? And ultimately, I think we have ultimate authority, and you can't have ultimate authority unless you know, I guess, somewhat about who you are, or more especially who you are not. And one thing we know, Joe, is you're not a legal name. You're not
No, I'm me. I've always been me, and
yeah.
I've had enough cunts. That's a terrible thing to say, but I've
No.
had enough people sending me correspondence trying to convince me otherwise. I just return the sender.
Yeah.
And that's where I am to this day, man. So
You understand the distinction, and
yeah, I do what I have to do. And I think we all have to do what we have to do.
and maybe this is the message that IPS is putting out as well. You're not a name. You can't be defined by a name.
No, but I will never go and misrepresent myself. I'm not going to appear in Kildare County Council and pretend to be P. Shea. How would you feel about that? Forget about the feeling of it even.
Well,
It would be wrong. I wouldn't do it.
Yeah, but hang on. In a sense, who is Piche? That's not a real thing as well. You know what I mean, Dal?
All right. Pete.
So I'm saying that, like, this is why.
I still wouldn't fucking misrepresent you,
I know.
no matter what you want to call
But
yourself.
you remember, they're in cahoots. Mark Sargent says they didn't have.
They are.
Right. So that's what I'm saying. There's a different message being put across here, the way I see it. It's like Obama and his problems with his birth certificate. We know, Joe, that they're capable of forging the best of fabricated identities.
And
Yeah.
that was all part of it as well. The fact that we're talking about that, that was released.
Right. Well,
Very
here,
fact of that.
I take it that he's bringing attention. This whole issue is bringing attention to the problem and the whole associated problems with the legal name fraud in the first place. I see it as an unveiling, and you know, I do know they're actors. I do know IPS is an actors. I've called them out on that a long time ago. But is there a deeper layer to all of this? What is the ultimate goal here? Who are the game players? What's the chessboard? How's the layout? What's going on here? These are the questions that we have to settle for ourselves as individuals. And again, necessarily, we're all going to be at completely different
I've said it
points.
many times before. It's like it's a buffet. And for anyone that wants a sort of an explanation how they could do something like Boston bombings or any of those things, it's literally a Joey and Maria's wedding, which is a real thing that I can sort of testify, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it's like it's an interactive play.
Yeah.
Some people buy tickets and they're the guests. Other people are there as the actors. And there's a hotel involved that supplies the food. So, in all intents and purposes, you're at a mafia wedding, you know,
Mm.
in among all these people. I've experienced it, P. So I can see how something like Boston Bombings go on. You have your traveling troupe of, Jory and Maria wedding type people. No, I'm
Mm.
not saying that, they're just, I didn't, there was no false flag in, Ireland when they were here. Let me put it that way. But, the concept is the same fucking thing. You would have the troop arrive in conjunction with drills, and so they have the whole infrastructure is already there. That's what I'm saying. Plus, then you have the Joey and Maria idea, where you just have people that are there, say to a concert or whatever, and then it all kicks off. There's some sort of, in quotation, terrorist attack, which is
Hallelujah.
done as with actors and whatever. Plus, you've got the real people that are there that are fucking horrified and shocked in real time, in real life.
Right.
And they go and tell everybody else about, I was there on that terrorist attack. You
Right.
see
Right.
how it goes, P.
How
And
it's so,
it's the
yeah.
same 9/11. I can't see any other different path that would have went the same fucking thing. Hence, it
Yeah.
gets to the point where you're down your local pub in fucking Ireland here, and someone goes, "Oh, I was there," or I know somebody who died. You know,
Yeah.
yeah,
It's all about, as I said, in their tool or in their arsenal, they have persuasion. Dal. It's all about tools of persuasion and
it
propaganda.
is.
They're selling us stuff, and we're prone to buying all this stuff without adequate and appropriate investigation, discernment, and just questioning in general. Um, yeah, this is how they sell it. One question would be there. I mean, the people who are looking back upon, let's take the Boston bombing troops, right?
Yeah.
They're
I'm
looking
here,
back.
by the way, man. I realized my camera was off, but I'm here. I
No,
just
you're
wait.
good, man. You're good. I was just going to say they see this mainstream hullabaloo about Boston, where it's all being presented as reality. What's their are they bought off to keep quiet about it? Are they keeping a big secret? That they'll have to take. That's a pretty heavy secret to bring with you. Is it? What do you think is going on there in terms of
Well, if you think about it, man, right?
psychology?
Those, if you look upon it in the context of, say, where we are here in YouTube, you
Mm.
remember back then, right? Before Flat Earth, you know, 3 or 4 years, you had people coming out with, pointing out as if we needed people on YouTube to make channels and say, this is fake, that's fake. And they'd actually be taking the news every night. And some of them mightn't be fake. You know what I mean? It depended on, they were the sort of the arbitrary priests of fake.
Right, arbiters, yeah, truth.
That was fake, and that bit isn't. And then they were the ones who were pointing at everyone going, oh, you can't auto hoax. Now, what is auto hoax?
Yeah.
That was a new word, right? And I'm the one that was in, we were fakeologists before fakeologist was coined. And we got these little young bucks saying, don't auto hoax,
Right.
What? We wait for Jeff C to tell us?
Yeah.
Or
who are we taking instructions from, Del?
Exactly, P.
It was the same thing in Flat Earth. Who are we taking?
Yeah, but if you remember, coinciding at the same time as Flat Earth, overlapping, right? They both overlapping. Transasia killed that whole. You see that whole fake thing, right? Which wasn't fakeologist, as you know, P. It was the whole, these lords of discernment on this one is real and that one is not real.
You see the S on my neck here, Del? I'm just noticing that.
No, sorry, man.
You see the S in my neck. When I'm in the small box in the corner, I can just see a big fucking S. See it there? Looks like a 3. No, I mean, you're right, though. I mean, who are these characters? This is what I'm saying about.
Who the fuck? And we've seen them down through the years. That's what I think is so fucking funny. That now when you say funny, it's funny peculiar. And
but,
like you can laugh at it as well.
I know.
Peculiar.
We fell for all of this. Where's Hoi Polloi talking about Flat Earth?
Oh, well,
one of the clearest.
No,
Hoi Polloi is Max Conrad is one of the clearest thinkers. That
and the last I heard of Hoi, he do you know something? He has never come out against Flat Earth.
No, he hasn't, has he?
No, and to be fair to him now, P, to be fair to him, he is he's a well, no, who wants to, I don't
say he's
I don't want someone put me in a box, call me a flat earther. But put it this way, I think he knows what's going on. Put it that way, man.
Yeah.
He does. Right. He hasn't said anything about it. I know that.
But why not? Why not?
I know. I that's something that we'd have to ask him. But
controlled that from the beginning, from the get-go.
If you were to bring him up and compare him like with Simon Shack was automatically telling everyone, don't even look into flat.
Yeah,
man. Right? We look, the fact that we're here talking now, right? We didn't listen to Simon Shack on that one.
No.
I'm not going to listen to anyone to tell me to fucking, don't look into this or don't do that, right? That's immediately,
Yeah.
Right? But the other thing is that in among like the little, if we're looking at, say, even Clues Forum, for example, right? And with Hoi Polloi and with Simon, right? Simon's already, he's busy making his own solar system and everything else. Hoi Polloi, he's still fucking doing his trip, right?
Mm-hmm.
I didn't see the two of them falling out. That's what I'm saying, P.
No, they're again. I pointed this out as well, Joe. how more appropriate could the names be of these two guys who busted 9/11 fakery wide open?
I know.
Simon
I know.
Simon Highton, or else
Yeah.
Sid Pitt and Max Conradi, Max Con, you know.
Look,
Again.
we haven't even gotten to the point. You see, this is the cognitive dissonance yet again. And I know I'm the first here to tell you and to remind you. I'm sure you'll remember anyway. But anyone that's out there that's listening and think we're mad anyway, you know what I mean? We've been there. We see it. The other thing with Simon up there, oops, you know, his brother was like linked to this Bin Laden family that we're supposed to think that are created and blah blah bloody blah.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? That always kind of when I heard that, my heart sank and I went, "Fucking hell!" You know that, P. You know, you kind of put people on a pedestal. Well, I did in that sense. But yeah, that
We all
the
did it.
likes of that is brushed over, and you know, it could be just like one little pimple on the whole storyline, but the fact that it's not addressed, and anyone that brings it up, it's fucking, you know, you're brushed away. So that's the only reason why I'm fucking saying that as well, man. You know,
No, and
some people have
you
said
know,
that in the past, and
yeah, let's roll forums have dealt with all of these peculiar anomalies regarding Simon Shack and his brother and the rest of his family. Yeah, it's all an act. I'm happy enough to say that I've been in that position for a few years now. But I mean, the idea is because it's just like Simon Shack's point of view on flat Earth, because it's so contrasting to what you would expect from the man. He is telling, this is the way I view it, Dal. He's telling you in his own way that, look, you got to go
yeah,
beyond the gate that I'm keeping here myself and move further along in your investigation. You know what I mean? It's not as if he's trying to hide it from you. The fact that it's so glaring, this conflict between what we should expect from this intelligent, open-minded man, especially when it comes to flat Earth inquiry, when we see so many reasons to be stuck to it. You know what I mean? Yeah, this is a clue in itself. This is the way I look upon it now. It's made obvious or made glaring for a purpose, and pretty much what it was telling me, and I'm glad about it. You know, it was telling me that it's time to move on from there, and I did indeed move on, and I'll appreciate everything I've learned from there, and there's so much more to learn though. He's limited to
same here, man. We can't, you know, we do appreciate
yeah,
every piece
yeah.
of
But we've never seen the
information
man's
come
face.
along the way. Yeah,
Never seen the man's face on live camera, though, Dal. Never spoken to him like this. Of course, we've spoken to him.
I've talking to him just not even like us. I've only talking to him over audio.
Right, that's it. That's
I've
it.
never seen the man's
So
face.
it's a character.
But
This
having
is in
said
fact,
that,
yeah,
I probably, you know, I had the chance to meet him, but I wasn't able to get to,
right.
you know,
Me
that's
too.
another
Me too.
story itself. But the point is, yeah, and yeah, I have to say, yeah, I don't know what the guy looks like. I just know what he sounds like. B. Yeah,
We don't know. We just don't know what game we're playing here. We don't know the players in a big sense. Well, we do somewhat. Doing better than most as well, but even still, so much we don't know. We don't know the greater game. This is what we're trying to work out. This is certainly what I've been trying to work out. And you know, everything I say, I could be absolutely and completely wrong, but I'm following sort of direct threads anyway. So they seem to be leading someplace. And but yeah, again, we just don't know the bigger picture here, do we? And
I'll tell you
it,
one thing though, and keep on going into this, man, because I think this is fucking brilliant. This hidden hand concept
yeah,
that fucking laps over. It does, man. That's brilliant.
well.
You know,
Especially, you know something about the Paul is dead conspiracy as well, Del. I'm not sure to what extent you followed it or where you came out.
Paul, I've been into it since the beginning, man.
Where did you come out? Where did you come out then? I guess is the best question.
Well, did you know, even with Fall, right? He's the guy who throws the fucking microphone by accident, and who catches it?
Go
You know,
on. I didn't know this.
fucking
Stevie Wonder.
Stevie Wonder
Oh, I remember that.
catches the fucking microphone. He's the guy who's taking pictures. How's a blind man taking pictures? You know, like,
Isn't it lovely? Isn't it beautiful? I could do that, Dad. I could pretend to be a blind dumbass. No, I don't mean dumbass, but how difficult would it be?
all I know is that he got a cheese grater for his birthday, and it was the best book he ever read. Sorry.
I remember in the local pub here, and he's gone to meet the maker now, I guess. But he was a blind man, but I suspect he wasn't blind, especially to the degree that he claimed, and he talking about blind all his life, you know. And I caught him one day, Del. You know, I was sort of looking at the mirror, catching him.
Fuckers are just pretending to be blind, aren't they?
Right. But the thing is, I caught it. I was looking in the mirror, right, and I could see him looking in my direction. So I said, "Now I'm gonna try this. So I'm gonna look quickly around at his direction, and if he sees me, this is the thing about catching people quickly. You know, not to talk about millennium or anything like that. We can talk about that all the time. But this is Joe. I looked in the mirror, right, and I saw him looking at me. Because I'm controversial figure anyway. You know, there's a lot of people who like to pretend they're intelligent. Yeah. Get away with being, you know, intelligent. It's only when someone comes up and asks them pretty basic questions that they're sort of caught out, and then they don't like that. So I sort of build up an animosity easily, I should think. I think myself undeserved because I'm only just, you know, asking honest questions. But anyway, I spotted him looking in my general direction via, not directly, but via a mirror and reflection. So I said, right, if I look around quick enough now, he's going to be by a instinctive reaction. So if he can see me and he sees me looking around, he's going to do something. So I looked around like that immediately, and immediately he looked away. So what am I supposed to make for? He's supposed to be pure blind. He's supposed to be no vision whatsoever. He goes around with the stick in the eyes. Yeah. And when I did that, I have to make the call then. Yeah, you know what I mean? You know what I mean? And we know there's actors everywhere, Del. All walks of life.
No, we got people in the chat at the moment, right?
Sure.
One of them is Millennium, right?
Yeah.
And the other one is Multi-Tom. Now, I've had chats with Multi-Tom before on different platforms.
Have you, man?
He's a real dude. Yeah, well, as far as I'm concerned, yeah, like
I like Multi-Tom. I think he's consistent.
He's a real dude, right? He's an English guy, right? He lives in London, and he's, you know, I don't want to. It's already out there anyway, but I don't want to start, you know, telling Multi-Toms what I know about him. But the point is, you know, give him. I'd love him to come into the chat and have a chat, and even Millennium, you know, and
sure,
man, we just hammer it out there, you know. And the other thing, no, I just want to say one other thing, right? And I'm just being here as sort of, I don't know, Mr. Breton Law, you know, that kind of thing. You know? And I'm just saying, the other thing was that his microphone was fucked up and his internet connection. Now, he's cleaned up that since. And
cleaned up his act. Is that what you said?
Oh, man, come on, Pete. Come on. But,
I don't mind, man. You have the link. Send it out.
I wouldn't do that, man. I'm not going to throw out your link, you know.
No, off you go, man. Off you go. I don't mind. I'm just looking in the chat there, and Millennium says he's smashed. So
that's the thing about multi. You know, I don't even. I'm not even connected with the guy on Google. I don't know how. You know, I'm not going to start. You know, throwing out the link there, but and Larry is there. How? And that's the other thing. Happy birthday to Larry.
all right, man. Listen, I'm going to throw it out because, and listen, if we get sniped, we get sniped because there's not too much longer to go. I think anyway. I'll throw it out. Anyone who wants to come in for the last bit?
7 hours. We might as well do the last hour, and well, I just throw the link out then into the chat, man.
There you go. I've done it, Del.
Oh, you just did too. So, yeah. I tell you what I'll do. I'll keep an eye on the other end of it just to make sure.
Welcome one and all. No problem. And shit, I've been going 6 or 7 hours now, man.
Multi Tom can't talk now. I'm not going to say what he's doing.
Okay, I don't know.
What I mean is, I'm not going to speculate what.
All right, that sounds a little more better.
A bit more civil.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm only joking. Multi knows I'm joking.
Well, when you say I'm not going to speculate on what he's doing, you sort of imply that he's doing something that is.
He's in and out.
Yeah. Well, okay. Well, okay. Well.
Joking, man. You know what? I'm only joking. Second.
No. Okay. In and out.
Don't mind me.
You know, what does in and out? When someone says I'm in and out. Okay. Well. Whatever you do between yourself and your good missus, that's your own business. But put down your fucking phone, multi-tom anyway. Show your wife that respect. Don't be texting while you're in and out.
There you go.
Yeah. No.
It's amazing though. You know, everyone nobody will come in then, you know.
No, that's all right, man. I don't get too much by the way of either feedback or our audience as well, Del, but that's okay. I don't look at it like that. I don't look at I obviously have no fixed format as well. Actually, that's one thing I was going to do is maybe I'll do that next time is go over those
get
Anthony Riley conundrums there are the problems because Anthony is going to have to apologize to Soundly, I think. I really think, and that's a big deal.
I didn't even know that you were doing that last night, man.
No, last night, yeah.
No, that you were talking about it tonight, man. I didn't.
I know. I did it. I talked about it on Jamie's show today, but
yeah, that's the first I heard of it. Yeah,
I left fakery behind out, so it's only when Soundly was definitely protesting his innocence and saying that these were really genuine footages. I hadn't looked at them before, so I took a look at it. And I could see immediately what was going on then. It was initially presented to show evidence of curvature. And again, this is just an illusion that we're witnessing. So you might have a tendency to label or conclude that the photograph or the capture is fake. And if you do that, I think you'd be justified possibly, but you would be incorrect. So I think I've shown that I don't think the imagery is fake, but I've also shown how I think it's been misconstrued as representing curvature when all it is in fact is just a visual illusion been set up because of the behavior of water and this mirrored layer when you have light involved. So yeah, I went over that earlier on Jamie's, but I should definitely go over it on my own channel. But here's the one thing, Del, if I found out I was wrong about Chris Effie and Paper Explanator, I would I honestly beg for apology or beg for forgiveness, but it would weigh on me. Like I would definitely have to say I was definitely wrong, and I apologize for making all of those accusations. I haven't found it out, honestly, but
well, honestly, P, in my state of mind at the moment, and this is my, fucking could change it at any time, but I'm still at the 98%.
Yeah.
Of of Chris being now that doesn't mean that the other fucking dude wasn't fucking paper, anyway, right? And that's why I apologized, right? Because I just
You never told me why you apologized to Chris, Effie. Go
because
on.
I'm not going to accuse anybody without 100%. That's why I actually typed in 98%. Like before, I know it's fucking
That's
mistaken,
as good as done,
but at
though.
the same time, I'm not going to be like that, man. I'm not going to be pointing fingers at people, right? But the other thing is,
What do you mean you're not? Hang on, Del. What do you mean you're not going to be pointing fingers at people?
yeah, what am I even pointing fingers at people?
I mean, but you have to make a call at some stage, and if you're 98%,
Oh yeah, well, that's the thing. You see, that's where I sort of, with Millennium, because I'm not 98% with him. Like
no, I'm absolutely sure you're not. Yeah, I know that.
yeah, but at the same time, I'm still going to fucking call it as I see it. So
Okay.
that's all. I'm not making a big freak out about it.
Yeah, but I mean, if you're not going to make the call, let's go back to Chris Fe and him being paper explanator. We know the whole saga there. If you're not going to make a call at 98%, we're never going to be 100% in anything. I mean, I can't even be 100% sure that I'm in existence right here and right now.
And the paper, the whole time of that, the paper explanator and fed, the whole thing, right? The stuff that YouTube goes on about, and
yeah.
Do you remember all that?
I do.
Yeah, of course you do, man. But I'm thinking about the people that are listening to this. Do they know the whole sort of, and I hate to even say the word. I'm trying to find another word for the evolution. What would be a better word, P? The progression of the whole thing.
Regression, yeah.
Well, yeah, you could say regression in a way, because the whole thing was regressive.
Well,
but you know what I mean.
It's all about a personal judgment, Del. I know shit now, or I feel I know shit now that I didn't know 2 months ago.
But there are people out there who would know what we're talking about, like say paper and all the others, right? Which, like, there's fucking, like I always say, there was a buffet out there of, whatever you're having yourself. All there, weren't they?
Yeah.
The likes of Multi, right? Multi Tom Tom. I know I always just type in Multi, but like Multi Tom Tom knows. I remember talking to him, man. Right? Is people see people like Multi Tom Tom in the chat, and they go, who the fuck is he? Well, I'd say, well, is if you don't never saw him in the chat for the past 2 fucking years, he was on chats. He was there talking to people. And I suppose, you get to the point where you just, fuck this, I can understand that, man.
You're still limited in terms of the grasp you can get upon the man himself. You have nothing.
I still have a good fucking
feel.
I like to think that I have a grasp of a character, of someone's character and who they are. Yeah. And I do think that Multi-Tom, I don't know what else he's not fucking making videos about daytime and nighttime and trying to get everybody into weird fucking, trips. He's just there, passing comment. That's all I've ever seen Multi doing.
I've said that. I've said the same myself, and I know he has attracted sort of controversy with strong views, but that's something I respect as well.
he's entitled to his strong views because I've got strong views as well, and you know, fair play to him for fucking expressing them. You know,
I agree, man. I agree. But of course, we're very limited in what we can go on, Dell, as well. So we have to be aware of those limitations. But that's all. Yeah, that's all it is. Again, when I talk about not being emotionally involved, as opposed to, let's say, maybe people closer to hand in general.
yeah.
There's plenty of people put out there for us to follow and lead and get emotionally attached to, and should they behave in a way that we do not expect, then it will cause us some sort of a lack of, or will cause an imbalance in our system. We'll be affected by it. But no, we have to realize the arena that we're in here, and we have to sort of use a basic level of skepticism. We have to understand that there is this sort of separation between each and every one of us, and ultimately we don't know the ultimate motivations of anyone else. So that's not to say that every new individual you meet you treat with disdain, or you just label and judge them automatically. But we have to just be aware that anything is possible, and not to get too emotionally attached or involved with any particular point of view, first of all, or most especially character. We've I'm not going to say called out, but I guess we have. We've discovered so many different actors, people playing roles within Flat Earth. We know the baller antagonists; they're easy to identify. They're the people who come back with the same arguments day in, day out, week in, week out. It's the more difficult one, the more subtle infiltrators, the Flat Earth infiltrators, that we have to focus our attention on, I think, in one sense anyway, if you want to find out which information is good or which information is tainted or whatever, you know what I mean. That's
Play with me sock wrench, my one and only sock, and I said,
Pete for Larry.
Larry said, "Thanks, Pete, for the wrench."
All right.
And
If I could give you 2 wrenches, I'd give you 2.
Thanks, Pete, for the Larry.
Right.
That's funny. You got to give wrench a wrench, because it'd be so funny, just to be a wrench.
I like your
You take Dell's wrench. You give wrench to wrench.
I gave wrench a wrench. Wrench has a wrench. Wrench is wrenched. From this moment on, wrench is wrenched. I like your. It's sort of, that's a very interesting script you have there, Dell.
I know, it's the one time that
Clash.
for a wrench, because if you're looking for a wrench, you shouldn't get a wrench. That's true. But wrench, the script, man, it's literally, they have scripts out different fonts. It's a font website, and I thought it was fucking brilliant. I thought it was funny. It was like do you remember the Battle of the Wrenches in Jamie's channel?
Yeah,
what it was. And I just said, fuck this. I'll have, everyone else was fucking doing it, so why shouldn't I?
Why can't I? Yeah.
Yeah, so Dell makes a wrench. But what do? I fucking tell everybody about it. So there you go. That it's not like, it's my pet sock, but there you go.
No, there's no underhandedness,
No, I'm not trolling. Well, if I do start trolling somebody, there you go. That's Dell. He's the wrench dude.
Yeah. Never used a wrench, man. I've just never used one. And
no, fuck that, man.
But
yeah. Just wrench the 666s, fuckers,
Yeah, there is a need for it, but it does set up this sort of
hierarchy,
superiority, this hierarchy, I suppose, or this perceived hierarchy.
Yeah, it's exactly how fucking communism started. A lot of wrenches hanging around with nothing better to do.
It's all about standardization.
Yeah, I have to have me dinner now, so can you give somebody else the wrench? There you go. Yeah. I've seen it. I see it every fucking day when I look on these channels. Yeah, but it doesn't go without being seen. As if that means anything, but you know what I mean. I see it. I
Nothing
everything
goes
can know it.
unseen.
What
Everything
the
is
fuck does that
recorded.
make? Yeah.
Um, yeah, I think everything is ultimately recorded everywhere. Like, so there's no.
Well, we're on the internet. Where did the internet come from? It didn't come out of my arse pocket, and I'm sure it didn't come out of yours either, P.
No, no, no. Who knows where anything comes from, man? These are the bigger questions, aren't they? And we don't have any immediate answers anyway. What is the
We're the fakers that are telling everyone to turn off the tellies. You know. No,
I think Larry said he
I
swung his wrench. Larry says he swung his wrench once and he whacked himself right in the groin. Oh no, right out of chat. Okay, sorry, I misread that, Larry. I was going to say he
Stop
swung.
swinging your wrench, man.
Yeah, I was going to say Larry says he swung his wrench once and she ended up suing. Keep your wrench in your pocket, Larry.
And your eyes on the wheel, or your hands on the wheel.
um, yeah, I don't like wrenches really. I don't. I'm going to say I don't feel bad, Millennium, but I can see you sort of naked without a wrench. But I'm sure, you know, no one will ill treat you except me, maybe. But I won't. I won't. And I don't try not to ill treat anybody. Yeah, it's very interesting time.
That's enough.
Very,
Fucking
very, very
self.
times.
I gonna go back into Delqua. I gotta get away from the wrench. That's funny though, but it's funny, isn't it, man?
It's all funny, man. What do you think about that? While I was reading out about Shakespeare earlier on, Dal, and that coincidence with the Psalm. It's an interesting little tidbit, isn't it? If you didn't hear it, I just Teddy Carl sent me a quote from somebody. Someone had a piece of information, just separate, but it said William Shakespeare lived from 1564 to 1616, and the creation of the King James Bible began in 2010 or 1610.
And that's the thing, when you even have the Bible from the so-called, writings of God, and you've got a bloody unauthorized version. Where you know what I mean, P? Where do you go with that one?
Right, 1611.
Who
This is where.
authorized that in 1649ish, isn't it?
Right, right. Well, 1611, Dell. I think there's a 911 obviously encoded in there, but I think that again, with Alice in Wonderland, it comes from the same hidden hand. Shakespeare, works of Shakespeare written by the same people who wrote the Bible in and around the same time, and the same people then, same hidden hand, wrote the works of Shakespeare, possibly the same hands, who knows, sort of longevity those behind the scenes have. We just don't know, but I think it is all ultimately connected in a very much more intricate and up close and personal manner, I think, as well, Del, because again, anything I express is just where I'm at the minute. And our reality for me now is 400 years old, even when we go back to the Irish famine, Del, all fabricated, for different motivations, whatever the reality was at the time.
They
We have no
put
way
up
of knowing.
they put up a fucking statues, and what are they? They fucking look like zombies,
Mm,
and they're on the quays in Dublin, and
right.
they're a sort of a, co- a, comm- a commemoration of the famine, right? And it's effectively a scene from, you know, fucking zombie, movies.
Yeah.
The Nation in bronze.
Yeah. How are we supposed to do the truth
Quite
from?
cheap to make them because they're like the fucking half people that they should be. They're just, I know, P, but you know what I mean, man? It's fucking
Yeah,
put out there for everybody to see.
for
It's
public consumption. Yeah, we're force fed history, and again, these are all props. These are props in the selling of the fantasy. But again, what is the truth? What was Ireland like back in 1845? We have no idea, do we? We have no idea.
Well, do you know something? We have more of an idea for all these people that live in America. They've never set foot on the old sod, but yet they call themselves Ireland vicious. There's, I don't know many vicious Irish people, except
No,
the
no.
ones you see in Hollywood movies. They're the
Yeah,
ones with the Irish flag and, you know, actors with guns pointing at you.
yeah, yeah. This is the
Yeah.
dramatization of
Yeah.
the
Leave Ireland out of it. Just some moronic American.
yeah. He's I've called him out, of course, as an actor on the stage. He's
Yeah,
a
I called him out a long time ago on Pre-Chan. You know, that's where we fell out. I said,
well,
yeah, were you ever in Ireland? No. Well, what the fuck are you doing, right, with the Ireland Von Vicious? Hollywood bullshit, man.
yeah.
That's
He
what
says
we're
he's Ireland.
doing there.
His mother is Irish and his father is German or something like that, or some
Yeah.
nonsense. But again, he's a middleman. He sort of caters for. He's a go-betweener. Um,
Yeah, he lives in LSC's magical world
right,
of
and but
no,
yeah, he incorporates the spinning ball, but he incorporates the flat Earth as well into.
yes, I don't want to misquote him. He actually believes that there's an infinite, like we're looking into an infinite plane within the ball, right? That's like fucking hell, man.
That's mad. You
It's
can't go there.
TARDIS. We're Doctor Who territory. And
Retard.
that's made up for man as well. I'm sorry for all the Christians, but you might as well be looking at Doctor Who as reading the Bible.
Yeah.
And that's coming from someone who has a Bible, you know? It, it's, it
Yeah.
really is that serious, guys.
It
You know?
is. It's out of the minds of men. All of these different systems and different ideas and notions are pushed on us, and it's all about getting us further and further away from reality. As he says, all you have to do to understand. I haven't heard him saying this, but just based on what Jamie has said, all you have to do to understand my model is imagine a TARDIS within a TARDIS. This is
So we're talking about the BBC Doctor Who. So
right.
imagine the BBC, what they told you about.
Yeah.
No, man, that's not the way to go.
No, no. We first have to get your mind around what the fuck a TARDIS is, and then
Fuck's sake. Yeah,
bring a TARDIS
think of
into.
all the poor Africans that never heard of Doctor Who. They're not going to know what a TARDIS is.
Yeah.
But at the same time, we're supposed to look up into the sky and we're looking into a fucking TARDIS. Well, we're looking into a, some sort of a, infinite, you're looking into an infinite star field.
And
The, this dude.
you mentioned free energy earlier on, Del. Turns out that
Yeah.
he's doing the modeling for the sun and the moon crowd, the 4D crowd. So it's a similar model
So he's still around. So the thing is that the moon and the sun, or the sun and the moon crowd, which includes, our friend Billy Sunday
yeah.
and all that sail in that. Um, you know, sorry, no offense to the Billy.
It's all right. Billy's okay for the most part.
Yes, he's very nice.
Times.
But and this is the other thing, P. I was going on about fucking free energy stuff 2 years ago,
Mm.
and nobody was. I was thrown out of fucking Hangouts just mentioning it, and all of a sudden, it's something else now. Everyone is
Back in the
going on
game.
about it yet again. You know, I would rather be looking into fucking free energy and Billy Sunny's, Pac-Man, cue the fucking laughter, than fucking Sergeant Prepper with his ball. Eh, what's going on here? Do you know? Fucking hell, man.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't, to be honest. I wouldn't, because it involves a sort of, uh, even though Sergeant Pepper's isn't right, the Gleason's map isn't right. Yeah, I think there is a fixed reality and a fixed sort of ability for us to be able to describe where we're living without invoking
There,
Pac-Man or
yeah.
4Ds. So once you go down that road, I think you're going down the road. Just personally, I think you're going down the wrong road. Whereas at least the Gleason's map is dealing with, I guess, terms that we can equate to anyway. Once you start involving different dimensions, and of course, it could be a reality. There's no way of knowing.
Well, it's like in the top drawer of my fucking brain, I have the open drawer, which I consider every idea that comes in.
It's the underwear drawer, Dell. Isn't it?
No, it's the top drawer, man. It's a fucking
All the skin mags, all
all
the
of
skin
those.
mags of the
No,
brain.
my underwear drawer is private, but all the other bullshit is in the top drawer. How about that?
Top drawer, the skin mags and all the condoms and all that sort of stuff. All the dirty stuff.
Oh, man, come on, I've grown up. I've seen all that, been there, done that. Um, but the point, that's funny, man. Laughing here now, but
Top drawer of my brain, eh?
the point, yeah. What is the point? I was coming to a point there, but you successfully.
No, no, okay. Well, I'll put you back on track. You were talking, put away in the top drawer of your brain are all of these core thoughts, like Lawrence and the Pac-Man model.
There we go. Right,
Yeah.
we're back to there. Now, the Pac-Man model, to me, right, even at the time, and it was ignored. The fucking asteroids. Now, I know asteroids, rubs against a lot of people because, like, obviously,
Asteroids, yeah.
asteroids, flat Earth, it doesn't compute anyway because of space. But what I'm saying is, asteroids in the concept of the computer game was the first one that demonstrated, like, off screen. You go off to the right and you appear instantaneously on the left.
I remember it, yeah.
Not Pac-Man, right? Pac-Man, everyone remembers you can go to the right and you appear on the left. You're in a fucking maze.
Mm.
In asteroids, you're literally all over the fucking shop. You could literally go through any part of the screen. You go away and you'd appear in the other part, right? All linear, I know, all computer, but not Pac-Man. And the whole point of asteroids, making people think that lumps of rock coming from space,
Mm.
asteroids could be, you go to the right, you simultaneously appear on the left. And that is the point of the people with the free energy model of the flat earth, which I still fucking I can see and I
Mm.
comprehend it, man. And I also remember going back, in the days of free channel or whatever, and bringing it into the people and saying, oh, has anyone seen the free energies model? Bang, right? But all of a sudden, 2 years later, there's like a little movement there going on, with the people that are doing it. And
Well,
I say fair play to them. That's their trip. I know, P, you're on your own trip. I'm on my own trip.
yeah,
But I think
yeah. Again,
it's strange that it's all kicking off right now. You know what I mean?
no, it's not, man. This is all par for the course, Del. This has all been laid out. We're seeing what I'm noticing anyways. Now you have Robbie Robertson up with a 24-hour Christian channel. So all the different separate components are sort of amalgamating now. Remember, I talked about the standardization. This is all playing out as part and parcel of a pre-scripted play out. Uh, I think it's only going to accelerate from here on in, and
Mhm.
yeah, who knows where it's going to go. These different areas are certainly attracting much attention. And look, if you're looking to find out or figure out a greater model, everything is up on the table. And
It's
um,
everything is up on the table, P, and that's the thing. You know,
absolutely, absolutely,
nobody has a fucking, you know,
yeah,
they don't.
no, absolutely, that's true,
Yeah.
it's true. And again, it's individual who's making the call, wherever the individual is at, be it you, the individual, Dal, me, the individual, or anyone else. Um, everyone's coming from a completely different and unique point of view. If you're looking out for ultimate truth, yeah, you have to take into consideration all different models. The one thing I would say is if you invoke um, sort of unfamiliar forces, unfamiliar dimensions into your reasoning, it's problematic because you would have to have ruled out everything that's familiar and then sort of revert to that. Whereas I think everything, you don't have to revert to that because everything familiar hasn't been investigated and worked out properly. But again, yeah, it's just people having a point of view, isn't it? There's so many different models, so many different potential models. Look at all the flat Earth maps that are being released left, right, and center. It's a fucking inundation of them, Dell. Where are they all coming from?
I know, man. They're all coming from Tavistock or wherever else, you know.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
that same concept. Yeah.
I mean, so again, now more than ever, we live in an uncertain, on times of uncertainty. We don't know
Are
where.
those little, you know, the the people, the civil servants that are working in these places, are they waiting for us to figure it out for them?
Hmm.
I don't know, P. That's just like literally a fucking question in my mind.
Well, listen, I figure, right? Why, how can you get so much control over all journalists, pretty much worldwide, in terms of, let's say, talking about the Boston bombings, faking, or so much other fabricated aspects to our society. The way I figure it out, they've all been led into the greater game, and their silence is sort of to ensure a better, there's a better outcome for everyone in terms of the ultimate goal. That's the way I figure it. And 2018 has always been the year. So now all of this stuff is coming out. And again, all illusions have to be destroyed. But yeah, it's actors everywhere. There's a grander game going on. And the scope and the scale of it, I think, eludes most of us, if not all of us. Um, you
Yeah.
really got to start thinking in different terms if you want to figure it out. But again, as you say, you're going to keep doing your thing, Dal. I keep doing my thing.
And
Millennium will do his thing. Larry will do his thing. Jimmy will do, whatever. Everyone will do
look,
their own thing.
we'll all keep doing our thing, man. But
Right.
I
Yeah, but if we all move
imagine
forward,
that you'll
yeah,
actually have a chat sometime with yourself and Den, you know?
right. I agree to that. I agree to that. So whenever you want to arrange that, just send me a message in text. But the point I'm trying to make is that ultimately, it's the individual coming at things from their own particular perspective, their lifelong perspective, and their thoughts. That individual's thoughts is their own. We can share our thoughts occasionally, but there is that sort of necessary limitation. That's just the way it is. So there's no one can claim to be right. No one can ever claim to be um, more worthy of a following, if you want. I don't think that
On.
this is any of this is
Exactly. Yeah.
It's about it's the individual taken in together in the best way that they can all the information that they're open to hearing and formulating within their own brain the best
Yeah.
working model that they can. I think ultimately that's what it is, and that's cool. I mean, I'm never going to get. I don't give. I literally, I don't give a shit. Dad. I'm never going to get big views here. I don't have any plans to monetize anything or to sort of look for big views. So by 20, what is it, 20 people watching now? Well, fair play. I mean, but um, you know,
Send them all love heart. Because
nice one. I mean,
love,
well,
I love them all, man.
nice one, Dad. Nice one. I mean, you know,
Crazy, I know, but
it's
you know,
not about it's not about that. It's about the sort of exchange of ideas. And I
yeah.
know I haven't talked about much tonight. That's my leg, by the way. I should take my leg down. Uh, I haven't talked specifically about much tonight, but again, it's all about different ideas. I guess one thing put out there, and if you express things loudly as well, different ideas might occur to you yourself. So yeah, it's, there's no truth can be told. We all have to put our own bent and interpretation on the different things that we hear, so we never know where anyone else is at. So in a big sense, it is a sort of a isolated, lonely old station, flat earth, or just life in general.
It's a hard station too. You remember that
Yeah,
song, man? Hard station.
I think I do. I think I'm vague. How does it go? It's hard. No, I'm thinking it's a hard life. No, that's not it. That's
It was he's an Irishman. He played one of his famous songs was Hard Station. I'm surprised you didn't hear that one before. Do you know
no.
what I'm talking about? Down, 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 down.
Oh, that sounds familiar.
Yeah, you know your man. It's a down, 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 down.
Yeah,
He was around
definitely know that tune there.
years ago, and he's still around to this day. He's just
Nice.
one of these fucking guitar players. Uh,
Nice. Nice. My own guitar definitely needs replacing, I should think. Uh,
if you need some help with that, I can give you some help with that, man.
no, you're good, man. You're good. I know I play a few songs, and I know it probably doesn't come across too well as well. But again, I don't have any sort of plugins, and it's just me singing into the computer itself. So it's a good sort of venting for me as well, in a sense. I never listen back to anything.
Brilliant fucking context. You know, when you play the songs and everything, it's brilliant, man. When you go into the that's when we talk about the guitar itself or whatever. But the point is, it's coming from your heart, man. It's fucking right.
Well, we love music, and everyone should sort of have music as a part and parcel of their life in some form or another. What I should do is definitely maybe open up with a few more of my own songs and mix that up a small bit as well. But yeah, interesting times, Dal. I think I'm nearly up on the 8 hours. I definitely should be.
See, you probably are. Get a room, says. You see, even your hangout, man. Little Fecker is still there,
Leave him off, sure. I don't
Hiya,
mind.
Timmy. Timmy, will you just apologize for saying "fuck you, Dell" one time? Because I never did anything on you.
Yeah, go on, Tim. Be big enough, man. Then
Apologize.
you said you told him to fuck him and shove his rhubarb up his arse. Come on, Tim.
There you go. So you can have your rhubarb. I'll give you a rhubarb if you want rhubarb.
That doesn't sound good. Delta. He's going to use that now. He's going to take that out.
You can fucking and that's the pinnacle of his life.
He's going to take that out of context. I'll give you rhubarb, Timmy, if you want rhubarb.
Dell's rhubarb of context. Well, there you go. You can have it.
Um,
But that was the one thing. I had chats with that guy before on free chat and everything, right?
mm,
This is before all the sniping and all that shit. And that's the other thing. I think the one thing about him as well with the sniping, I think that there was more going on there. I don't think Timmy was doing all the sniping, but he was getting all the credit first, But
yeah, I
that's
wonder.
what I
I
think.
wonder is Tammy Jewish?
My thoughts on it.
I wouldn't be. I wouldn't be surprised to find out that Tammy was Jewish.
Yeah,
Really very strange look to
he
you,
yeah,
Tom.
he is a fucking Jew, and his little. You try to make an account with fucking paw prints as your fucking name, right? That should be enough. All right. So Timmy, we're giving why are we even addressing you here? For
Yeah,
have
he's
you, did you
no
did
mercy
you see
for.
his staged exposure? Oh, I'm sitting at a table here, and I'm you know scoping out all these other unknowns, and all of a sudden, wow, give me a fucking break, man. You're not fooling any of the Irish people, right? But we still entertain you, isn't that weird, P? We still
Yeah,
we still give him the courtesy. But at the same
yeah.
time, he'd probably come in and just snipe you for the hell of it.
Yeah, well,
Or maybe not.
we know what
Maybe
Timmy.
not. I'm not being fair.
No, no, you're fine. We know what Timmy is, so
Yeah.
uh, and the boundaries there. So Tim can talk away all he likes
In
about it.
all of Timmy's trips, the only trip that I only saw one time was "fuck you, Delqua," and I was thinking, well, why? I never did anything on that pecker.
Well, he says no mercy for clues formed this info shell.
Oh, there you go. That's why.
That summed you up. That's got
No,
you.
he was assigned to, yeah, as if we're best friends with Simon Shack or something.
Yeah.
But fuck you, Delqua, because I don't like Clues Form. Is that what it is? Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. And yeah, you're an actor. Yeah, we've seen all that bullshit. But for fuck's sake, man.
PC says Timmy, show us your weak ankles and shaved legs.
He's a canker in all of our panties.
Oh, Lord. Yeah.
No, I just laugh at me arse off here, man.
Yeah, it's cool, Del. I think we're about to. I'm sure I started around just after 8:30.
You've got 6 hours left. You've got 2 hours left on me. 6 hours.
Half 8. This is an 8-hour thing, man. We're nearly done now, but I'm done myself, as I'm sure. Yeah, it's 8 hours. Started streaming 8 hours ago, so I'm thinking it's going to shut down any minute. I better play out with my parting glass, usual number, Del. How do you think? What do you think?
Go on, do your party piece.
Well, it's a nice, cool little sort of soft number to finish things. Let me say thanks for joining in, Joe, and we'll definitely have that conversation.
Thanks for having me, man. Yeah, we will.
Not at all, and we'll. I guess we'll try and see where we can go with that. But yeah, thanks a lot, Joe, and we definitely need to talk a bit more often, isn't it? It's interesting times, and look, you're more than welcome. I if I don't remember to put the link in when I'm doing a show at any time, just remind me, and of course you can come out for a chat. I definitely like to hear more people's point of view on some of the stuff that I'm talking about, which I'm not getting too much feedback from, which is fine as well. But I suppose when I do talk, then it sort of tends to become a little repetitive. But having said that, again, everything is repetitive and flat earth, Del, isn't it? We're going through the same sort of territory in a general sense that we've already been through, I guess, last year and for a few years back into the past as well. So, yeah, That's cool. Let me say thanks to everyone in the chat as well. Everyone who's listening in, and to everyone who has listened in, and everyone who will listen in. Yeah, well to all, and I will leave you with the usual. So I'll play it a bit softly as well, 'cause it's pretty late. So, all right, Dal. Talk to
Take
you
care,
next time.
man.
Okay. Oh, of all the money that e'er I spent it in good company. And all the harm that e'er I did, alas, it was to none but me. And all I've done for want of wit, to memory now I can't recall. So fill to me the parting glass. Good night and joy be with you all. If I had money enough to spend, and leisure to sit a while, there is a fair maid in the town that sorely has my heart beguiled. Her rosy cheeks, her ruby lips, I own she has my heart enthralled. So fill to me the parting glass. Good night and joy be with you all. Oh, all the comrades that e'er I had, they're sorry for my going away. And all the sweethearts that e'er I had, they'd wish me one more day to stay. But since it falls unto my lot that I should rise and you should not, I will gently rise and I'll softly call good night and joy be with you. I will gently rise and I'll softly call good night and joy be with you.
P.
Okay, Dal. Thanks a lot, man. Okay, and I'll talk to you next time. Thanks a lot, everybody. Well to all, and I love you, Steve.
Yeah, take care, everybody.
Okay.
God bless P and Stephen.
All right. Cheers, Dal.
Night. Good night.